Hey there, survivors. A lot of you have mentioned that you enjoy my videos while relaxing or falling asleep, so here's something special. A long compilation packed with multiple creepy zombie stories to keep you entertained for hours. I hope you'll enjoy this kind of video series. And if you're new here, hit that subscribe button and drop a comment to let me know where you're listening from. Now, let's get started. My name is Elias Stone, and I was assigned to the Burrow Research Station in Antarctica 3 months ago. This post was meant to be a prestigious step in my career as a research scientist. In my early days at the station, I would stand on the observation deck each morning and watch the endless ice fields stretch toward the horizon. It felt like being on another planet. The sun barely rose during the winter, and the wind never seemed to stop. Despite the harsh conditions, we stayed motivated by the promise of groundbreaking discoveries that might change the world. I never imagined our greatest discovery would spiral into an unimaginable crisis. When I received my transfer orders, I had been told about the significance of our work at Burrow Station. The official documents hinted that we were studying permafrost samples to find unknown microorganisms, but there was an unspoken directive suggesting something far more substantial. Once I arrived, I realized the rumors were true. The government was deeply interested in these ancient organisms discovered beneath the glaciers. The unspoken hope was that these samples might be harnessed to slow human cell aging. People whispered about the possibility of extending the human lifespan by decades or longer. It all sounded extraordinary, and I believed we were on the cutting edge of science. I lived and worked alongside an elite team of researchers and support staff. Dr. Helen Graves was our lead microbiologist, known for her rigorous standards and kind mentoring style. Dr. Maxwell Reed was a brilliant, yet reserved biochemist, who had contributed to multiple government research projects before arriving here. Nina Alvarez, our lab technician, oversaw the daily tasks of running experiments, analyzing results, and managing the complex apparatus we used in our labs. Stephen Park was in charge of logistics, supplies, and maintaining the aging generator that powered the station. We were a small group, but each of us played a vital role. Our facility was built decades ago and had undergone multiple renovations to meet the evolving standards of high-risk biological research. Every hallway was lined with reinforced metal plating, not just to insulate against the relentless Antarctic cold, but also to provide an extra layer of containment in case of an emergency. The research labs were equipped with airtight containment units, HEPA-filtered ventilation systems, and redundant power sources, ensuring that no hazardous material could escape due to equipment failure. The BSL-4 laboratory was the pinnacle of our facility's security, a sealed, high-containment environment designed for handling the world's most lethal pathogens. Unlike the lower-level BSL-2 and BSL-3 labs, which focused on moderately hazardous or airborne infectious agents, BSL-4 was our last line of defense against the unknown. It operated under negative air pressure, ensuring that even in the event of a structural breach, no airborne pathogen could leak into the rest of the facility. The walls were reinforced with non-porous, chemical-resistant materials, making them easy to sterilize and impermeable to microscopic contaminants. Access to the BSL-4 sector required multiple layers of clearance, including biometric scans, passcode authentication, and decontamination procedures. Every researcher working within it donned a positive pressure suit, tethered to an external air supply to prevent exposure to airborne agents. The only way in or out was through a series of interlocking airlocks, each designed to neutralize potential contaminants through chemical showers and UV sterilization. We believed these protocols made the lab impervious to failure. We believed that as long as we followed protocol, we could control the dangers we studied. That confidence would cost us dearly. In the beginning, everything felt well organized. We focused on thawing sections of glacier ice, extracting microbial material, and carefully monitoring how these ancient organisms interacted with modern cells. The first sign that our mission had deeper layers came when we received orders to speed up the research schedule. This pressure arrived in the form of well-funded shipments of lab equipment and a series of cryptic messages from agency contacts. The cryptic messages usually ended with the phrase, leave no stone unturned. With these advanced instruments, we measured gene expressions that were remarkably different from any known living systems. At first, we were excited. There was a real possibility that these microorganisms could transform medical science. We tested the material on rats and hamsters in sealed, pressurized environments. Day after day, we recorded surprising data. The animals displayed heightened regeneration rates, and a few older specimens showed improved vitality. Emails and encrypted messages from our government sponsors became jubilant. We received hints of big announcements and possible visits from high-profile individuals. I remember a day when Dr. Graves and I stood in front of a glass enclosure watching a set of lab rats that had been injected with a solution derived from the microorganism. The rodents appeared energetic. One rat in particular, identified by a small green tag on its ear, seemed to have an unusual resistance to ordinary diseases. That rat had recovered from a respiratory infection in record time. We saw the potential benefits these discoveries could have on extending human life or treating degenerative diseases. We all believed we might be on the brink of a major breakthrough. Soon, however, we noticed changes in a subset of test subjects. A few animals began showing erratic behavior, a departure from their previous states. At first, we presumed it was a quirk of the environment or an unrelated factor. But strange patterns began emerging in their biological data, particularly in their neurological responses. One hamster became so agitated that it gnawed at its enclosure, leaving noticeable tooth marks in the thick material. Another rat, usually timid, displayed aggression toward the other animals in its cage. We quarantined these subjects and assigned Dr. Reed to analyze the samples from their organs. His preliminary findings were unsettling. There appeared to be an unknown agent replicating within their bodies at an unexpected rate. This agent seemed to stimulate certain cells while simultaneously weakening or neutralizing others. We halted the experiments to investigate this new threat, though the official word from our government contacts was to proceed with caution. They urged us to continue because the potential benefits were still considered invaluable to national and global interests. Behind the scenes, tension rose in the station. Stephen Park, who was typically even-tempered, grew apprehensive. He insisted on reinforcing certain sections of the facility and double-checking the backup generators. Nina Alvarez started triple-checking every container's label, verifying that the animals and the microorganisms were secure. Dr. Graves became uncharacteristically distant, as if she harbored worries about the project but felt powerless to stop it. She confided in me late one evening that she found it hard to sleep, concerned that we were stirring up something we barely understand. Despite these murmurs, we carried on. The days fell into a grinding pattern of data collection, lab notes, and intense discussion. No matter our personal unease, the research demanded our focus. I remember wanting to talk to someone outside the facility, maybe a colleague at a major university, to get an external opinion. However, we were required to keep everything classified, and the government's secure lines were our only communication channel. The turning point was an incident that seemed inconspicuous at first. We had a new batch of rodents for controlled testing. One of them carried a version of the microorganism that Dr. Reed had carefully isolated. That afternoon, Nina Alvarez was completing routine checks in the animal holding area. She wore the appropriate gear, gloves, goggles, and a lab coat. I was in an adjacent room, sorting slides and preparing a microscope. Out of nowhere, I heard a yelp of alarm through the intercom. I rushed over to find Nina cradling her hand with a pained expression. She said that one of the infected hamsters had bitten her finger through a small rip in her glove. The hamster had never acted aggressively before, but it had lunged at her the instant she opened its cage. Nina's wound was small, yet it was deep enough to draw concern. Dr. Graves stepped in to clean and disinfect the wound, scolding the rest of us to be more vigilant with safety gear. Nina was quarantined in the medical bay for observation. Over the radio, we relayed the incident to our superiors. They responded quickly with a procedure we had never heard of, an immediate request for detailed biological data on Nina, and an order to halt other lines of research temporarily. We followed every instruction. Nina, feeling alarmed but initially stable, cooperated with blood samples, scans, and temperature checks. For about 2 days, Nina showed no obvious sign of illness, aside from slight discomfort in her finger. We held on to a faint hope that the hamster's bite was an isolated mishap. Lab tests, however, told a different story. Markers in her blood work began shifting, displaying parallels to the infected animals. The government recommended an aggressive round of experimental antiviral treatments, all flown in from a specialized facility. We were to administer these treatments without delay. Nina consented, hoping it would simply be a precaution. I remember the tense conversations in the break room. The others were restless. A hush fell over everyone whenever the topic of Nina's health came up. Stephen Park made sure the station's internal locks were tested, as if anticipating something unspoken. Dr. Reed spent hours studying the microorganisms, possibly hoping to find a partial antidote. Dr. Graves handled the daily treatments for Nina, who became increasingly pale and lethargic. Nina's gaze had a dull, unfocused quality when I visited her. By the evening of the 3rd day, Nina's condition deteriorated rapidly. She stopped speaking and showed minimal reactions when Dr. Graves checked her vital signs. Something was happening to her skin. It began to look unnaturally stiff in certain areas. We placed her in a containment room with built-in cameras. Although we wished to provide the best care possible, we were instructed to keep her under strict observation. I recall standing with Dr. Reed in front of the observation window, listening to the hum of the air filtration system. Nina's posture was oddly rigid as she walked in slow, unsteady circles within her isolated chamber. Late that night, our monitoring equipment picked up anomalies in her heartbeat and brain activity. We tried to communicate through an intercom, but Nina did not respond. She approached the window, her eyes distant, her expression vacant. At one point, she pressed her hand against the glass, then scraped her fingernails along it. This silent action set everyone on edge. We realized we were witnessing the same behavioral shift we had recorded in the infected animals, agitation and aggression without apparent reason. The next morning, we gathered to discuss how to manage the situation. Dr. Reed suggested we attempt another round of treatments, but Dr. Graves expressed doubt. The transformation had progressed so quickly that no standard measure seemed likely to stop it. Our data indicated that the organism was saturating her system, altering fundamental aspects of her physiology. I observed the video feed and noted that Nina had begun pacing with more energy, as though searching for a way out. We decided to reach out to the government for immediate evacuation support. The station's official stance was that we needed specialized medical experts and secure facilities to contain any threat. Our sponsors promised they would dispatch a rescue team in under 48 hours. Their quick confirmation seemed reassuring, but it would prove to be another piece of a puzzle we had barely begun to comprehend. Before the rescue team could arrive, Nina displayed a startling new level of volatility. She began striking the door of the containment unit, pressing her face against the observation window. Our limited sedation attempts failed. Dr. Graves suggested lowering the temperature in the containment room slightly, hoping to slow the microorganism. We tried that, and for a few hours Nina seemed less energetic, retreating to a corner. Meanwhile, Dr. Reed analyzed fresh samples from the animals that had also shown drastic changes. He found that these creatures not only had heightened aggression, but also displayed unusual resilience. Another disturbing detail surfaced. The microorganisms appeared to disrupt normal metabolic processes, effectively pushing the hosts into a state of unstoppable desire to bite or infect other living beings. This led us to an alarming realization. We were dealing with something that could spread through saliva or open wounds, turning living organisms into carriers of this phenomenon. I spent time with Dr. Graves in her personal office, going over possible scenarios. She admitted to me that she had read old research logs from the earliest scientists at Burrow Station, some never made public. Those logs hinted that decades ago, another team had discovered a microbe capable of reactivating animal tissues, though the logs ended abruptly. The original project had apparently been abandoned, sealed away, and kept secret. We were picking up the threads of a past that had been deliberately hidden. In quiet conversations with Stephen Park, I learned that he had caught fragments of transmissions from our sponsors. He found references to extreme measures and extermination protocols. At first, I dismissed the notion as paranoid speculation. However, the weight of that possibility began to trouble me. Our requests for rescue were met too quickly with a promise of immediate action. It was as if they already knew how dire the circumstances were. 48 hours passed, and we received confirmation that a special operations unit would land at a makeshift runway a few kilometers from the station. Their official mission was to evacuate our personnel and sanitize any potential hazards. That morning, I woke up exhausted from the relentless stress of the previous days. I realized I had neglected my own well-being, skipping meals and relying on coffee. The rest of the team looked equally drained. Security cameras continued to show Nina within her containment room, her movements unnatural. She paced in a near-endless loop. At times she would stop and stare directly into the camera, as though aware we were watching. Then we got a call on the station's secure line. A masked voice, likely someone from a government agency, stated that the incoming rescue team was cleared to enforce a full containment protocol. The voice repeated that phrase twice. Dr. Graves asked for clarification, but the line went silent. That moment raised suspicion that rescue might just be a euphemism for something else. Stephen Park insisted we check the perimeter cameras. The feed, though partly obscured by swirling snow and ice, captured the silhouette of a small approaching convoy. The vehicles moved carefully across the icy terrain. We could not see any clear markings. Before we could greet them, we lost contact with external channels. The entire station's communication system went down. We had a backup system, but it too showed no signal. Dr. Reed attempted a manual override, but the lines remained dead. It was as if someone had jammed our signals. We waited near the main entrance, prepared for any type of official rescue. When the outer doors hissed open, a group of individuals wearing full tactical gear stepped inside. Their faces were concealed by masks. One carried an electronic tablet, while the others held weapons. There was no standard greeting or expression of concern for our well-being. They scanned the room and asked how many people were still alive and uninfected. Dr. Graves tried to explain the situation, but they only repeated their question. Stephen Park, who rarely lost his composure, asked who was in command. No direct answer came. Instead, one of the masked individuals held out a device that started beeping. They seemed to be scanning us, perhaps checking for signs of infection. Dr. Graves calmly pointed them to the containment room where Nina was held. Another figure stepped forward and demanded to see all research data, samples, and lab notes. Their tone left no room for negotiation. I personally led them to the BSL-4 lab, while Dr. Graves stayed behind, unsure of how to handle the outsiders. The group took stock of our containment procedures and tested the air for contaminants. They forced us to unlock every secure storage cabinet containing vials of the microorganism. They asked specific questions about replication speeds and transmission vectors, using scientific terminology that suggested specialized training. Their knowledge of the research was uncanny. At one point, I noticed Dr. Reed whisper something to Dr. Graves. She appeared unsettled by the exchange. Once the group had inventoried the lab, they requested to be taken to Nina's containment chamber. By then, Nina had begun to move erratically again. She turned sharply at the slightest noise. Her teeth made clacking sounds against the glass as she tested the barrier. The masked individuals set up specialized equipment around the containment door and readied what looked like a specialized tranquilizer, or possibly something more lethal. None of them attempted to communicate with Nina or offer medical aid. It became clear that these people were not here to rescue Nina or help any infected individuals. They were here to remove all traces of the organism, and possibly us, if we posed a risk of spreading it. Dr. Graves confronted one of them, pointing out that Nina could be saved if we were allowed more time. She argued that this station had the best chance of creating a countermeasure, since we had direct access to the microorganisms. The masked person responded by stating that containment overrides research and that no further discussion was necessary. The next words were unforgettable. All compromised personnel must be neutralized. A moment of tense silence filled the corridor. I glanced around, searching for any sign of empathy in these masked individuals. Instead, they positioned themselves in a strategic formation, blocking every exit. Dr. Reed, who had been silent, stepped forward and tried to reason with them. He explained that destroying the samples would set humanity back, after we had already uncovered data that could revolutionize medicine. One of the masked figures insisted that they would handle future steps, and that the station's current staff was no longer essential. Stephen Park placed a hand on my shoulder and whispered that we should not resist openly, at least not yet. His intuition about the group's intentions was grimly accurate. We had never been the priority. The group's abrupt arrival and immediate lockdown of the station indicated they might have planned for a worst-case scenario long before we even called for help. While the confrontation with the masked group was unfolding, an alarm sounded on the far side of the station. The lights in the corridor turned red, signaling a breach in one of the containment areas. Some of the infected lab animals must have broken free. The group's leader ordered a split. Half would sweep the facility to locate and eradicate any infected creatures, while the others stayed to deal with Nina's chamber. I rushed to the lab with Dr. Reed to secure the rest of the animals, but we discovered that 2 rat enclosures had been opened. Paw prints led to an air duct, and the scratch marks around the vent suggested they had managed to crawl inside. We reported this to the masked individuals, who looked ready for the worst. Moments later, gunfire echoed from somewhere near the living quarters. Apparently, one of the team members had encountered an infected creature and responded with lethal force. The tension in the station escalated. The group leader turned to us and stated that every living thing infected by these microorganisms must be destroyed, including Nina, if she had reached an irreversible stage. They asked us to surrender or be treated as potential threats. Dr. Graves looked at me, her eyes filled with a sense of dread I had never seen in her before. She told them that we could still attempt an antidote if they gave us more time. They refused. One of the masked individuals pressed a device on the chamber door. Gas started to pump into Nina's containment cell. She became frantic, slamming her body against the walls. The glass began to fracture under her constant impact. Dr. Graves tried to plead, but another masked person restrained her. For a moment, I felt everything spinning out of control. I sensed the weight of an outcome none of us wanted. Nina was beyond saving in their eyes, and they intended to remove her and any risk she posed to the outside world. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the containment area. The glass gave way and Nina emerged, staggering forward. She moved with a speed I had never seen before, heading straight for one of the masked individuals. Their reflexes were quick. They discharged a weapon, striking Nina multiple times. She collapsed to the ground. In that moment, the masked leader fired a single shot with a different device. Nina went still. None of us spoke. The only sounds came from the gas still hissing in the partially damaged system. Nina lay motionless. Dr. Graves turned away, trying to maintain composure, while Dr. Reed stood frozen. Stephen Park clenched his fists but said nothing. A masked team member checked Nina's vital signs and then shook their head. The group's leader said, "One threat contained." They did not allow us time to process the situation. Instead, they ordered us to gather in the station's communal hall. The echoes of their footsteps filled the corridors. Each door we passed was sealed behind us. One of them carried a metal briefcase. I glimpsed vials inside, labeled with our station's identification codes, presumably the last of the microorganisms. The rest of their unit spread out, systematically planting devices around the facility. Although they did not openly state it, those devices had the hallmark shape of explosives intended to eradicate all traces of infection. When we arrived at the communal hall, the masked leader informed us that a helicopter would arrive to transport relevant personnel away from the station, but only after the station had been sterilized In the next breath, they declared that our entire team had too much exposure to the pathogen to be guaranteed safe passage. Another masked figure added that the official record would classify our team as having succumbed during the outbreak. I stared at them in disbelief, realizing that every single one of us was seen as a risk. The plan was to leave no witnesses. Stephen Park exchanged glances with me and Dr. Reed. We were surrounded, but we were not entirely helpless. Dr. Graves quietly inched closer to a storage closet, feigning compliance. Inside that closet were tools and some items that could be used defensively. The masked group started a final sweep of the station. They told us to stay in place. They also indicated that attempts to escape would be met with immediate force. Dr. Reed, though usually quiet, motioned that we might have one chance to save ourselves. We still had access to a remote section of the station's underground level that the masked team didn't appear to know about. It was a small storage depot beneath the old meteorological wing. If we could reach it, we might find a way around the locked corridors, or at least buy ourselves some time. We pretended to comply for a short while, waiting until the group was distracted by the commotion in the corridors. Another infected rat, or perhaps a hamster, had triggered a door sensor. The masked team members rushed to neutralize it, leaving only one guard to watch us. We seized that moment. Dr. Graves signaled to Stephen Park, who shoved a large equipment cart toward the lone guard. The guard stumbled, allowing us to break into a run. Dr. Graves and Stephen Park led the way, while Dr. Reed and I followed close behind. We navigated a narrow service tunnel, an area seldom used except for maintenance tasks. The old metal steps groaned under our weight as we descended into the lower level. Our flashlights flickered, illuminating dusty walls and a row of heavy doors. The station had expanded over the years, and some original sections had been abandoned or repurposed. The area we sought was behind a door with a faded sign that read, "Meteorological Storage." Inside, we found racks of old weather instruments, crates of archived documents, and several small generators. It was cold and dimly lit, the overhead bulbs flickering at irregular intervals. Dr. Graves crouched behind a crate, rummaging for anything we could use to fend off the intruders. Stephen Park tested the generator, hoping to power up a console that might control some of the station's locked doors or override the communication jamming. We could hear muffled footsteps and urgent voices above us. The masked team must have realized we were gone. Dr. Reed discovered an old blueprint for the station. If the data was correct, there was a disused corridor leading from this storage room to the surface. However, it was uncertain if it had been sealed years ago. We decided to take our chances, as staying put meant certain capture. Following the blueprint, we moved deeper into the station's sublevels. Every step we took kicked up dust, revealing cobwebs in the corners. The corridor narrowed until we reached a locked hatch with signs of rust around the edges. Stephen Park and I used crowbars found among the old tools to pry it open. Behind that hatch, a metallic ladder stretched upward. The cold air that rushed in was even more intense than in the main building. Snowflakes drifted down from above, indicating that the exit was partially exposed to the elements. It led to an outside location, some distance from the main entrance. We heard loud noises echoing through the vents. The masked individuals had placed charges and were preparing to detonate them. Our time was running out. Dr. Graves, who had always been level-headed, looked over her shoulder and urged everyone to climb. The plan was to reach the surface, skirt around the station, and possibly locate the convoy vehicles. If we could start one of them, we might escape before everything was destroyed. One by one, we ascended the ladder, our breaths forming vapor clouds. Dr. Reed went first, then Dr. Graves, followed by Stephen Park. I waited at the bottom, shining my flashlight into the darkness. I spotted a figure moving at the far end of the corridor. It was definitely one of the masked team members. They raised something that looked like a rifle. I shouted for everyone to hurry. The figure advanced, but the confining space made it hard for them to get a clear angle. I rushed up the ladder, hearing a shot ricochet off the metal walls. The hatch led to a cramped exit in an outbuilding near a ridge of ice. We emerged into a storm, The wind whipped flakes of snow in every direction, and the dim sunlight barely penetrated the heavy clouds. We had no clear vantage point to see the main structure. We only heard distant rumbling as the massed group continued placing charges. Dr. Graves motioned for us to stick close. We tried to circle around a small ridge, hoping to spot the convoy or any sign of a helicopter landing zone. As we crested a small rise, we saw the convoy vehicles parked in a clearing. Their engines were still warm, and there were footprints everywhere. The masked team clearly planned on using those vehicles again. We crouched behind a large snowdrift, formulating a plan. Stephen Park believed he could hotwire one of the vehicles if we could reach it without attracting attention. The wind howled, and any tracks we made quickly disappeared under drifting snow. We crawled and huddled low, inching closer to the first vehicle in the line. Dr. Graves kept a watchful eye on the ridge behind us. Dr. Reed clutched a small box of gear we had taken from the meteorological storage, which included a flare gun. We almost made it to the side of the vehicle when a sudden shout cut through the storm. Two of the masked individuals stood near another vehicle. They had spotted us and aimed their weapons. A standoff seemed imminent. Stephen Park immediately ducked behind the vehicle's fender, trying to find the ignition wiring. Dr. Graves slowly raised her hands, attempting to appear non-threatening. Dr. Reed lifted the flare gun, hesitating. At that moment, a powerful explosion resonated from the direction of the station. Fire and smoke briefly illuminated the horizon, followed by a wave of frigid air. The masked individuals glanced behind them. The station was partially engulfed, sending a plume of debris into the sky. Their plan to destroy all evidence had clearly begun. We took advantage of their distraction. Dr. Reed fired the flare gun at the ground near the masked individuals to confuse them. The bright flash and smoke gave us a brief opening to scramble into the vehicle. Stephen Park managed to start it. The tires spun on the ice, but we gained traction. The masked figures opened fire, and we heard bullets ping off the metal exterior. We sped away, the storm swallowing us as we navigated the treacherous terrain. For several minutes we drove in silence, the vehicle's heater barely enough to keep us conscious in the bitter cold. Dr. Graves tapped the dashboard in search of a functional radio but found none. We had no way of knowing if there were more units out there or if a helicopter was still inbound. Dr. Reed pressed his forehead against the window, staring into the swirling ice. Stephen Park gripped the wheel, determined to put distance between us and the station. I scanned our surroundings, seeing nothing but white expanse. In the back of my mind, I tried to process the day's events. Nina was gone, and the station was almost certainly lost to the charges set by the masked team. We had bits and pieces of data saved on portable drives. Whether the group had secured the rest of our research was unknown. They might have destroyed everything, or they might have kept crucial samples for their own purposes. We traveled for hours, unsure of our heading. Stephen Park guided us using a compass and a general sense of direction, gleaned from old station maps. Eventually, the vehicle's fuel gauge edged toward empty. We found ourselves in a desolate region of ice fields, with rocky outcrops in the distance. The sun was setting, though sunset in Antarctica at this time of year was barely distinguishable from midday gloom. We spotted a small abandoned structure nestled against a rocky rise. Perhaps it was an old expedition shack left behind decades ago. We parked, deciding to take our chances inside rather than freeze in the open. Dr. Graves and Stephen Park searched the interior. It was dark and damp, with crates strewn about. Some old tools were rusted into useless hunks of metal. However, there was a battered stove that might still work. We used what limited fuel remained in the vehicle's spare canister to light a small fire for warmth. Huddled around that makeshift heater, we took stock. Dr. Graves did a quick health check on each of us. None of us showed signs of infection from the microorganisms, at least not yet. Dr. Reed recounted how, just days before, he believed we were on the verge of a miracle that could rewrite the science of aging. Now we were fugitives, uncertain if the outside world knew anything about the outbreak, or if more extermination teams were on the way. We stayed awake as long as we could, sharing theories about what might happen next. Stephen Park suggested we try to reach the nearest international base or attempt to make radio contact with any Antarctic station that might still be operational. We had no illusions about rescue. If the group that came for us represented official policy, they would likely track us down and silence us. That night, none of us truly rested. The howling wind made it hard to concentrate, and the cold seeped through every crack in the old shack. We took turns keeping watch, peering through a tiny window for any sign of approaching lights or vehicles. The memory of Nina's transformation and the group's merciless response weighed heavily on us. There was also the possibility that one of us could have been exposed without realizing it, since the pathogen appeared to spread with the slightest contact. In the early hours of the morning, Dr. Graves found a battered radio transceiver in one of the crates. It looked old, possibly from the 1970s, and the wires were frayed. Nonetheless, she and Stephen Park tried to see if it could be repaired. If we could transmit a signal, maybe we could reach an independent station or a passing aircraft. We fumbled with the wires, rigging a temporary power source from a generator in the vehicle. Static filled the airwaves as we turned the dial, searching for any frequency that might yield a response. We finally picked up something faint. It was distorted, possibly in another language. Dr. Reed thought he recognized a call sign from a Russian or European research facility. We attempted to respond, but the signal was too weak. We heard only fragments, words that might have indicated an emergency situation unfolding elsewhere, or perhaps standard weather reporting. We tried again and again until the radio fell silent. In the quiet that followed, Dr. Graves recounted how she ended up at Burrow Station. She had once worked for a major university, but was recruited by a secretive branch of the government. Her expertise in microbiology made her a prime candidate. She admitted that she had always been curious about old rumors concerning pathogens locked in Arctic and Antarctic ice. The dream was to harness something that could revitalize human cells. Now she felt haunted by the realization that this dream had become a nightmare. Stephen Park added that the government likely had contingencies for outbreaks like this. All those references to extermination protocols suggested that they had known such a threat was possible. Dr. Reed speculated that if the group destroyed the station, they might claim it was an accident or a reactor malfunction. The truth, that it was an intentional act to eliminate any evidence, would remain buried in the polar darkness. As daylight struggled to break through the storm clouds, we packed what supplies we could. Our plan was tentative at best. We would drive until we found another station or we ran out of fuel. The harsh conditions made it probable that we would have to travel part of the way on foot. We hoped that somewhere in this frozen landscape, we could encounter other researchers, or an outpost that had no allegiance to the same sponsors that betrayed us. We left the shack behind, the small fire sputtering out. The vehicle started with a reluctant rumble. Snow sprayed from the wheels as we continued our journey. We navigated carefully around crevasses marked on an old map. Each hour we checked the radio, but we heard only static. Our path wound around a series of ice ridges that towered above us like silent guardians. Eventually, the last drop of fuel burned away, and the vehicle sputtered to a stop. We stared out at a field of jagged ice, realizing we would have to go on foot if we wanted to survive. We gathered coats, boots, and whatever rations we could find. Dr. Graves looked at me with a somber expression. She handed me a small flash drive, saying it contained everything she had managed to save from the lab servers. The raw data about the microorganism, its potential benefits, and the terrifying implications of the outbreak. "We need the world to know," she said quietly. We walked. The cold gnawed at our limbs, and we took slow, measured steps. Stephen Park led the way, occasionally checking the compass. Dr. Reed and Dr. Graves trudged behind him, while I brought up the rear, watching for any sign of pursuit. Though the masked team might still be searching for us, the miles of blizzard conditions provided some camouflage. If the microorganisms had spread further, we did not see any outward sign of it here, far from the station. Yet we knew it might only be a matter of time before the infection found new hosts, human or otherwise. At one point, we paused for water and to catch our breath. Dr. Graves stared across the horizon, her eyes reflecting the pale sunlight. She confessed that she had been hopeful when we started our research. She dreamt of a future where age-related diseases were conquered. Now she felt responsible, in part, for everything that had gone wrong. Stephen Park tried to reassure her that none of us could have predicted how quickly the virus would mutate, or that the government would respond so violently. Though we refrained from using extreme words, it was evident we had become fugitives carrying secrets that many powerful people would prefer to bury. Our footsteps pressed onward, leaving footprints that the wind quickly erased. Several days drifted by in a haze of cold and exhaustion. It was a guessing game whether we might stumble upon a friendly outpost, or if we would succumb to the elements first. The rations we had salvaged from the vehicle began to dwindle. Dr. Reed grew quieter each day, possibly from the strain. Stephen Park, driven by resilience, continued to navigate, though none of us were sure if the direction we headed offered true hope. Eventually, our radio crackled to life again. Through bursts of static, we made out an automated beacon from a remote station. It repeated coordinates and a brief message in multiple languages, stating it was an unmanned weather relay site. This was not the rescue we wanted, but it could be enough to get us shelter and possibly send a signal out that wasn't jammed. We rerouted, trudging toward that location, stepping over ice ridges and around deep crevasses. Late one afternoon, we spotted the antenna mast of a small weather station perched on a ridge. It was a squat metal structure, no bigger than a storage shed. Inside, we found basic instruments, a generator, and a battered radio console. Stephen Park powered it up with a combination of leftover fuel from canisters stored on site. Static filled the air once more, but then faint signals came through. We tried to respond, broadcasting our location and asking for help. Minutes stretched into hours, and we received no reply beyond the automated weather updates from distant locations. Nevertheless, we decided to remain in this relay station for a bit, because it offered more protection from the wind than wandering on open ice. Dr. Graves set to work trying to refine our message, adjusting frequencies on the console. Dr. Reed inspected the minimal supplies. There was a small crate of emergency rations and a water filtration system. We had a chance, albeit slim, to survive a little longer. While Dr. Graves kept vigil at the radio, I scrolled through the data on the flash drive she had given me. The files catalogued everything: the original microorganisms, our tests on rats and hamsters, the aggression that soon followed, and the unstoppable transformation. There were references to older logs from scientists who once inhabited Burrow Station. Many questions remained unanswered. Who first discovered these microorganisms decades ago? How many times had the government tried to harness them? And how many attempts had ended in outbreaks that no one ever heard about? Each of us carried the weight of what had happened to Nina, to the other staff members, and to the station itself. We found ourselves in a precarious position, living witnesses to an event we suspected the authorities intended to bury forever. If we could find a way to return to civilization, perhaps we could reveal the truth, or perhaps we would be hunted until every shred of evidence was erased. The nights in the relay station were long. The wind rattled the metal walls. Stephen Park scouted the surrounding terrain by day, searching for any possible rescue route. Dr. Reed busied himself analyzing leftover notes. Dr. Graves continued refining our attempts at radio communication, hoping to reach anyone who might listen. I alternated between helping them and writing down my own recollection of events. Some days, it felt like a losing battle. We heard planes pass overhead at extreme altitudes, but we never saw rescue craft come close. When we tried to broadcast on open frequencies, we got only static, as if someone was still jamming us, or as if the swirling storms blocked our signals. Yet we refused to give in. Perhaps, somewhere beyond these icy expanses, there was a chance to tell our story and prevent a larger catastrophe. We remain in a state of uncertainty, The microorganisms we unearthed could exist in other hidden pockets of ice, and if they reach a broader population, the consequences could be devastating. The memory of Nina's final moments still burns in my mind. The masked individuals showed no compassion. They were there to eliminate any perceived threat, including innocent people. I replay the events of that horrifying day. An accidental bite in a sealed lab leading to a chain reaction of aggression and the unstoppable spread of a virus. It happened so fast. We keep the memory of our colleagues alive. Nina, who had been such a dedicated lab technician, and others who never had the chance to escape. Dr. Graves repeats that we must do everything possible to share our data. Dr. Reed contemplates the next steps in creating a remedy if we ever find a fully equipped lab again. Stephen Park is determined to keep us alive for as long as it takes. As for me, I write this account in hopes that someday it will be found. Though the station behind us is nothing more than twisted metal and scorched remains, the threat may not be over. The microorganisms could still exist in samples hidden in some vault or container the masked team took with them. Another outbreak could be just around the corner. We might be the only ones who understand the full implications. What I can promise is that we will never give up trying to warn others, even if the government tries to silence us. Every day I remind myself why we keep going. The world deserves to know the truth. The real story of what happened at Burrow Research Station cannot be buried under the ice. If this message reaches anyone, I urge caution. Be mindful of what lies beneath those frozen glaciers. Some discoveries are not worth the cost, and some secrets should not be unleashed on an unsuspecting world. That is our reality now. We cling to the hope that there is a future where humanity learns from these mistakes and treats unknown forces with respect and caution. Until that day comes, we remain in the freezing darkness of Antarctica, uncertain and carrying a secret that might be more dangerous than we can fully comprehend. We left our home station as survivors of a nightmare. Only time will tell if we become casualties of a larger cover-up, or if we live long enough to share a warning about the silent menace that reanimates life under the thick ice. My name is Michael Connolly, and this is the record of what happened during my honeymoon with my wife Alicia. This trip was supposed to be our perfect escape. We chose a remote tropical island known for turquoise waters, white sand beaches, and a sprawling resort that boasted every modern luxury imaginable. We had no way of knowing that our arrival would coincide with a sudden wave of illness and unsettling hostility from the local population. What began as a romantic journey quickly turned into a struggle for survival, overshadowed by encounters with zombies and an ominous alert that announced an island-wide lockdown. If anyone finds this account, please remember that even the most picturesque places can hide unimaginable dangers. Alicia and I are not celebrity travelers or thrill seekers. We are two ordinary people who met at a local animal shelter in Seattle. We first bonded over a stray Labrador mix that refused to eat unless we both sat on the floor beside it. Weeks turned into months of volunteering together, and by the time that dog finally found a home, we realized we never wanted to part. We got engaged on a rainy November day, and the wedding was small, just family and a few close friends. For our honeymoon, we decided to go somewhere warm and exotic. Alicia loves the sun, and I love exploring new places, so a remote island resort sounded perfect. We chose a destination that promised serenity, outstanding service, and isolation from stress. I remember watching Alicia's expression as our plane approached the single, narrow runway on the island. She was excited and nervous at the same time, fiddling with her wedding ring as she watched palm trees sway in the distance. When we arrived at the airstrip, we were greeted by resort staff with leis and bright smiles. The airport itself was modest, just one building with peeling paint and an outdoor seating area. A woman in a crisp uniform introduced herself as Celia, our assigned liaison. She explained that the resort had recently upgraded its security and health screening protocols, but there was no need to worry. Alicia and I glanced at each other, puzzled, but we trusted Celia's reassurance. The rickety van that took us to the hotel felt like an adventure in itself. Palm trees passed by, rustling in the wind, and distant mountains rose like silent guardians over the coastline. Back then, we had no clue about any danger. Yet I noticed something peculiar. On our way to the resort, we passed a few locals who seemed to stare at the van. Their expressions were neither friendly nor curious. They looked more guarded, as if we were intruders. Alicia squeezed my hand but said nothing. We assumed it was just a different culture, or maybe that tourism had disrupted their everyday lives. We could never have imagined how much deeper their unease went. Our destination was the Sunset Lagoon Resort, a sprawling complex that included multiple pools, restaurants, and a large central lobby filled with gleaming marble floors and tall tropical plants. The staff lined up to greet us, offering fruit-infused drinks while a steel drum band played on a raised platform. Everything appeared charming. The only oddity was the number of uniformed security personnel roaming the grounds. Alicia was instantly captivated by the beauty of the place. She ran over to the giant windows in the lobby that overlooked the lagoon. Schools of colorful fish could be seen near the shore, and a small boat was anchored a short distance out. Staffers explained that boat tours were available, as well as scuba diving lessons. It seemed too good to be true. The lush surroundings, the mouth-watering aroma from the beachfront grill, and the warm sunshine made it feel like we had truly stepped into paradise. Despite the gorgeous scenery, I recall feeling a fleeting sense of unease. Beyond the resort's manicured lawns stretched the island's dense jungle. Occasionally, I spotted local workers dressed in worn clothing, avoiding eye contact. At the time, I brushed off these observations. Honeymooners are supposed to focus on each other, not on suspicious details. The resort staff's hospitality made it easy to push aside any concerns. We never questioned why there were so many security checkpoints, or why multiple resort employees wore face masks, even when they weren't cooking. We settled into our enormous suite on the 28th floor of Tower B. The living room had floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the ocean. Alicia wanted to watch the sunset that very evening, so we freshened up, changed into casual clothes, and headed back downstairs. We strolled along the beach, hand in hand, feeling the cool sand beneath our feet. A few other couples and families wandered about, but the shore was mostly empty. That night, as we got ready for dinner at a seaside restaurant, we heard a strange announcement over the hotel intercom. It was difficult to make out the words, but phrases like health notice and temporary restrictions drifted through the crackly speakers. Alicia tried calling the front desk to ask about it, but the line was busy. We decided it was probably a routine health protocol or something related to the local authorities. Little did we know how serious it actually was. On our second day, we woke up early to explore more of the resort. Alicia was keen on trying a guided hike through the island's interior to spot exotic birds. I was more interested in a snorkeling session near the coral reef. We compromised by signing up for both, but before we could leave, the lobby was thrown into chaos. We were standing by the concierge desk when two security guards sprinted across the polished floor, speaking urgently into their radios. A manager tried to keep onlookers calm, insisting there was a minor situation in one of the guest wings. No official statement was given, but from the fragments of conversation we overheard, it sounded like someone was unwell in a very alarming way. Alicia nudged me. "This doesn't sound like a standard medical case," she whispered. We saw staff members wheeling a gurney toward the elevators. A couple of them wore gloves and goggles. Another staffer seemed visibly distressed, repeating something in the local dialect to a supervisor. The tension in the air was undeniable. Despite the unsettling vibe, the front desk insisted everything was under control. They recommended that we proceed with our scheduled activities. Perhaps foolishly, we accepted that reassurance and went on our guided hike. The van ride to the trailhead was quiet. Our guide, Jonathan, was a soft-spoken man wearing a resort polo shirt. He told us about the island's history, focusing on the natural wonders. Alicia loved hearing about the different bird species and medicinal plants. I, on the other hand, couldn't shake the feeling that Jonathan was uneasy, He kept glancing at his phone, and at one point, he lowered his voice and mentioned a recent illness that had swept through parts of the island. Supposedly, it resembled the flu, but had much more drastic effects. He quickly changed the subject when he noticed we were listening closely. During the hike, we came across a run-down hut near a small waterfall. Jonathan tensed up as we approached. He told us to stay back, but Alicia was curious and took a few steps forward. Through a gap in the wooden slats, she spotted an empty interior, littered with old clothing and scattered papers. We thought it might be a caretaker's cabin that had been abandoned. But what made Jonathan so anxious? We couldn't see anything inside that suggested immediate danger. Still, he insisted we move on. By the time we returned to the resort, we noticed more security vehicles near the entrance. Alicia suggested we check on the situation in the lobby. That was when we noticed the staff had put up hastily printed signs that read, "We regret to inform guests that certain parts of the hotel are under temporary quarantine. Please remain calm and follow staff instructions." Alicia and I exchanged a worried look. We had read about quarantines in other parts of the world, but not here, on our supposed paradise island. The staff still refused to give us clear information, and it struck me that some employees were as frightened as the guests. We heard more whispered references to an outbreak, an infection, something that was spreading quickly. On our third evening, we decided to stay in our suite rather than roam the resort. We ordered room service, and Alicia attempted to contact our families back home. The wireless signal was sporadic, and phone calls kept dropping. It was during this downtime that we first heard the emergency alert on television. A sudden beep cut through the regular programming. The screen went black for a moment, then displayed a stark warning in red letters. Emergency alert, island lockdown. The broadcast was partially in the local language, but an English translation scrolled along the bottom. The text indicated that a viral threat had been identified, urging everyone to remain indoors and not attempt to leave the island. Travelers, it stated, should follow instructions from local authorities. At that moment, I realized how deep our predicament was. We were locked onto an island with an active outbreak. The screen switched to live footage from a local station, showing medical personnel in protective suits. They were transporting individuals on stretchers. Some people on those stretchers moved in unnatural ways, as if they had lost normal coordination. The broadcast cut off abruptly, replaced by a static screen that displayed the word quarantine. Alicia's face reflected the same tension I felt. We both knew that quarantine was not a trivial matter. We tried calling the front desk for an explanation, but the line was clogged. I must have tried 10 times before giving up. We decided to see if any staff member on our floor could tell us what was happening. When we opened our door, the hallway was deserted, its lights flickering. It felt like stepping into a surreal dream. We ventured toward the elevators. An out-of-breath security guard spotted us, waved his hands, and whispered urgently that we should return to our room. "It's not safe," he said. He looked genuinely upset. Alicia asked what was going on, and he only shook his head. "The virus makes people different. Stay in your room. Lock the door." We tried asking for details, but he sprinted off toward the stairwell before answering. We spent that night in uneasy silence, occasionally checking the TV for updates. The emergency alert repeated every few hours, encouraging compliance and warning everyone about travel restrictions. Alicia decided to pack a small backpack with essentials in case we had to move suddenly. Bottled water, some snacks, a flashlight, and a change of clothes. I rummaged through drawers for anything else that might be useful. We found a first aid kit in the bathroom, but no real medical supplies beyond bandages and basic medications. At one point, close to midnight, we heard an odd sound outside our door. It was a low moan or groan. We hesitated, unsure if we should investigate. Then came a sudden thud against the door, as though someone had stumbled into it. Alicia grabbed my arm. We spoke in hushed tones, not wanting to attract attention. We waited, listening for any more sounds. Eventually the noises faded. We decided not to open the door. I tried to rationalize that it could have been an injured guest trying to find help. Yet the memory of how that security guard warned us to stay inside made us think twice about stepping out into the hallway. The following morning, we realized we couldn't just remain in the suite indefinitely. Water still ran from the taps, but we didn't know if that would last. We resolved to find more information and gather supplies. Shortly after sunrise, we carefully made our way down the corridor. The elevator was out of service, so we walked down the stairwell. On the 20th floor, we encountered a pair of guests who looked disoriented and exhausted. They said nothing, merely glanced at us before continuing upward. Neither Alicia nor I could gather the courage to speak to them. Something about their expression seemed vacant. We eventually reached the lobby level. The once lively space now resembled an abandoned set. Couches were overturned, and a faint smell of something foul drifted through the air. Broken glass from a decorative vase crunched underfoot. We spotted a half-eaten tray of food on the reception desk, swarming with insects. Soft overhead music played on repeat, an oddly cheerful tune that clashed with the eerie stillness. We discovered that the main entrance was barricaded. Tables and chairs were stacked to form a makeshift barrier. A hand-painted sign hung on the wall, "Do not exit, virus present." We maneuvered around the furniture, peering through the tinted glass doors. Outside, the once pristine courtyard lay scattered with luggage and abandoned carts. No staff members were visible. In the distance, we saw figures staggering along the sidewalk. They did not look like normal pedestrians. Their movements were stiff, uneasy. Alicia let out a quiet gasp when one of those figures turned toward us and pressed a hand against the glass. Its eyes were vacant, as if it was guided by some primal instinct. We both recognized that we were looking at a being that no longer followed normal human behavior. It was then we realized we were dealing with zombies, individuals who were affected by the outbreak and no longer acted like themselves. We had heard stories, watched movies, but to see something like this in real life was unsettling. Without using any overly dramatic expression, I can only say it felt surreal, a moment that split our existence into before and after. We also became aware that some local islanders wanted nothing to do with tourists. We saw graffiti near the lobby exit, scrawled hastily, "Go home." The phrase repeated in multiple sections of the lobby walls. At first, it confused us. Didn't they realize that we were locked down and couldn't leave? Then we recalled the way certain islanders glared at us from the moment we arrived. Perhaps they blamed outsiders for the infection, or believed that the presence of foreign travelers had brought this viral threat to their shores. Creeping through the corridors behind the main lobby, we heard voices. We followed the sound and found a group of 5 staff members gathered around a desk piled with supplies. Flashlights, batteries, canned goods. They fell silent the instant they noticed us. One of them, wearing a manager's badge, stepped forward and demanded to know why we were wandering around. We explained that we were simply looking for help. The manager introduced himself as Mr. Ramos. He looked at us with guarded eyes. His colleagues stood behind him, one of them carrying a heavy flashlight like a protective baton. Mr. Ramos told us that a viral outbreak had spread rapidly throughout the island, causing severe changes in behavior. Those infected were dangerous. He stated that many locals had grown suspicious of tourists because early cases were rumored to have started in the resort district. Although no proof existed to confirm that rumor, the damage was done. Misinformation circulated quickly, leading to anger toward visitors. We asked if there was a plan to evacuate the island. Mr. Ramos shook his head, explaining that all flights had been suspended. The local government had imposed strict travel bans. Even the hotel staff were stuck with no way to leave. He warned that venturing outside the resort grounds was unwise. The infected roamed the beaches and roads, and local residents were blocking routes to the airstrip. According to him, the resort was still relatively safe if we remained inside certain sections. He then told us about a small staging area where uninfected individuals were gathering resources and trying to communicate with the mainland. Before we could ask more, an older staffer motioned for silence. We heard footsteps echoing from a nearby corridor. We froze. 2 figures staggered into view, silhouettes lit by flickering ceiling lights. Their arms hung limply at their sides, heads angled unnaturally. A staff member pointed a flashlight at them. I saw their faces were marked by an unsettling, distant look. They fixated on us immediately and started moving faster, as if drawn by our presence. Mr. Ramos directed everyone to back away slowly, but those figures advanced with stiff motions. A younger staffer, possibly in panic, aimed a fire extinguisher at them. We all recognized that these were zombies. Their eyes had the same vacant glare we saw outside. The staffer sprayed a burst of foam, temporarily obscuring them, and shouted for everyone to run. We followed Mr. Ramos around a corner and barricaded the door to a maintenance hallway. The muffled sounds of fumbling persisted on the other side. We found ourselves in a cramped corridor filled with cleaning supplies, boxes of linens, and a single flickering overhead light. One of the staffers was trembling, repeatedly asking if they had locked all the doors. Mr. Ramos tried to calm everyone, insisting that we must stick together and move to the safer wing of the hotel. Alicia asked if there were other tourists around. Mr. Ramos replied that some had already joined other groups, while others were barricaded in their rooms, too afraid to venture out. The outbreak had spread so suddenly that the entire resort was in disarray. The group led us to an employee-only elevator that was still functioning. Inside, Mr. Ramos pressed a button labeled "Restricted Level." The elevator groaned as it descended 2 floors below the lobby. When the doors slid open, we stepped into a cold concrete corridor lined with pipes. The air felt stale. Eventually, we came upon a large storeroom repurposed into a temporary shelter. Over a dozen people were there, some resort staff, a few local residents, and several guests. Many looked anxious and exhausted. The group had collected supplies like bottled water, dry snacks, flashlights, and batteries. A single television set was placed on a table at the front, muted but displaying the emergency broadcast channel. One of the staffers tried to fiddle with the antenna, hoping for new information. Every so often, the same alert text appeared on screen, urging everyone to stay indoors, warning them not to approach infected individuals, and advising them to watch for any signs of illness. Alicia and I chose a corner of the storeroom to settle in. People offered us blankets and introduced themselves. Some explained how they ended up here. A local fisherman had been on the resort grounds to deliver fresh seafood when the lockdown started. He mentioned that the roads outside were completely blocked by barricades, and that armed islanders patrolled those barricades to stop anyone from leaving. His voice carried a note of resentment toward tourists, yet he seemed willing to cooperate with us under these dire circumstances. That night, I barely slept. Alicia rested her head on my shoulder, and I stayed awake, listening to every muffled sound that drifted in from the corridor. Every shift of the overhead pipes or distant clang of metal kept me on edge. I knew we couldn't remain in a storeroom forever. Sooner or later the supplies would run out, and the infected might discover our hideout. Come morning, Mr. Ramos pulled me aside. He asked if Alicia and I would accompany 2 staff members on a critical supply run to the resort's main kitchen. The storeroom had limited resources, and the kitchen's large refrigerators and pantries might hold enough food for everyone until the authorities arrived, if they ever did. Alicia insisted on coming along as well. She reasoned that she could help carry supplies. We joined the staffers, Emilia and Jorge, and carefully left the shelter. Jorge carried a lightweight crowbar for prying open doors. Emilia had a small radio clipped to her belt, hoping to keep in contact with the shelter. We used the employee elevator again, stepping out onto a service hallway near the banquet rooms. This area was normally bustling with servers and chefs. Now it was eerily quiet. We passed through a corridor lined with silver trolleys and stacked dishes. The air was stale, and the only light came from the emergency bulbs overhead. Just as we reached the massive double doors leading to the main kitchen, we heard a scraping sound. Alicia spotted a figure near one of the industrial freezers. It looked unsteady, half-crouched, wearing what appeared to be a chef's uniform stained with dried residue. The figure rose slowly, turning to face us. Emilia covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. The chef's eyes were vacant, lacking recognition. He was among the infected. Our group remained perfectly still, hoping he would lose interest. Instead, he moved closer, drawn by our presence. Jorge raised the crowbar defensively. A distant moan echoed from somewhere else in the kitchen, suggesting there were more zombies nearby. We backed into the corridor, not wanting to engage. The chef zombie advanced with uneven steps. Alicia spotted a side door labeled dry storage. We maneuvered past scattered utensils, trying to keep a safe distance. The infected chef reached out with slow, deliberate gestures, but we managed to slip into the storage room and shut the door behind us. Jorge quickly wedged a metal chair underneath the handle. We heard a dull thump on the other side, but the barrier held. We stood there, hearts pounding in silence, careful to avoid any loud exclamations, as the sound of scraping continued for a few minutes before fading away. Inside the dry storage room, we found crates of canned vegetables, rice, pasta, and bottled water. It was enough to help the group survive for at least a week, maybe more. We filled our backpacks and any spare sacks we could find. As we prepared to leave, we heard multiple footsteps outside the door. Emilia tried the radio, whispering for instructions, but we got only static. The possibility of encountering more than one infected individual made the situation incredibly tense. Eventually, the footsteps receded. With a silent gesture, Jorge eased the chair away, and we slipped into the corridor. We avoided the main kitchen area, taking a separate service route that looped back to the banquet hall. By some stroke of good fortune, we didn't encounter any more infected on our return trip. When we reached the elevator, we discovered it was no longer powered. With no other choice, we made our way down the emergency stairs, one slow step at a time, carrying as many supplies as we could. Back at the shelter, people greeted us with relief, and we divided the supplies. The sense of temporary triumph was overshadowed by growing tension. The fishermen muttered about how tourists always took resources, while a few guests complained about the islanders' hostility. No one could fully trust each other. Under better circumstances, maybe cooperation would have come easily, but this was a crisis that fed on paranoia. We also learned that a few individuals from the shelter had ventured out to seek a rumored evacuation site on the north side of the island. None had returned. The fishermen guessed that local checkpoints probably intercepted them. Another staffer worried that they might have encountered zombies in the deserted stretches of road. With no communication from the outside world, uncertainty loomed over us. Alicia tried to keep morale up by suggesting that we organize a watch system. She reasoned that if a few people stayed awake in shifts, we could detect any infected presence early. That plan was accepted, though some grumbled about it. At least it gave us a semblance of organization amid the chaos. 2 days later, just as we were starting to adapt to our new reality, an incident shook everything. While on watch, a young local villager named Teo spotted movement on the security monitor. There was a camera feed that showed a corridor outside the storeroom. The static-filled screen revealed a group of 5 or 6 individuals, their forms unsteady, drifting through the hallway. Teo alerted everyone, urging silence. We quickly realized those people were zombies. Whether they had found the shelter by chance or followed some trace of human activity, they were clearly heading our way. Lights were dimmed, and we gathered what makeshift defenses we had: kitchen knives, metal rods, and a few heavy objects. The group of zombies gathered at the storeroom door. One of them began ramming it, producing muffled thuds that echoed through the concrete space. A wave of dread came over us, but we tried to remain quiet, hoping they might wander off. Time dragged on as the dull pounding continued. Some members of our group looked ready to panic. Finally, the pounding lessened, and the figures outside seemed to shuffle away. We heard their footsteps retreating down the hall. Once we believed it was safe, Mr. Ramos led a small team to check if the corridor was clear. What they found was unsettling. The walls were marked with dark streaks, and footprints trailed across the floor, as if the group had been searching for any way to get inside. At that moment, we fully understood that the infected were not mindless in the usual sense. They appeared driven by a singular motive, scanning every nook and cranny for uninfected individuals. That night, tension reached a boiling point. Some in the shelter demanded that the tourists, my wife Alicia and I included, leave the storeroom. They insisted that foreigners were the cause of this crisis, that we would attract more danger. Others argued that we should band together, that it wasn't our fault this virus had spread. Mr. Ramos intervened, stating that driving us out would achieve nothing. The fisherman, whose name we learned was Kalani, glared but said nothing more. Days blended together. Alicia and I tried to keep track of time, but the routine of huddling in a storeroom with periodic forays for supplies dulled our sense of normal life. The resort's building-wide announcements had ceased entirely. Power fluctuated, making the shelter's overhead lights unreliable. At times, the hum of the backup generator kicked in, casting a faint glow. Other times, darkness swallowed the corridors. During a brief moment of electricity, the emergency broadcast channel on the television flickered back to life. This time, a message scrolled across the bottom of the screen. All evac operations suspended. Citizens advised to remain in secure locations. Local populations have enacted region-wide lockdown. The words confirmed that no rescue was coming anytime soon. We felt alone, cut off from the outside world. Despite the tension, small acts of kindness persisted. A staff member offered Alicia a spare jacket, noticing she was shivering in the cold storeroom air. Another person, a tourist from Europe, showed me how to rig a simple alarm system using metal cans and string near the entrance. We found glimmers of humanity, but the overall mood was grim. One afternoon, after a sleepless night, Mr. Ramos announced a possible way to leave the island. He said there might be a supply boat anchored offshore. He had overheard radio chatter indicating the crew was still out there, waiting for an all-clear signal that never arrived. If we could reach the boat, perhaps we could convince the crew to take us away. The problem was that the shoreline was crawling with zombies, and the local villagers set up blockades, wary of anyone attempting to escape. Mr. Ramos asked for volunteers to venture beyond the resort walls to the beach on the far side of the lagoon. The plan was to signal the boat using a high-powered flashlight from the pier, then make a dash to the vessel if it drew close enough. It was a massive gamble with no guarantee. Alicia grabbed my hand and asked me what we should do. Staying in the storeroom offered no long-term solution. The boat plan sounded risky, but it was our only hope of returning home. After a quick discussion, we decided to join the group planning to attempt this escape. A handful of others came forward: Emilia, Jorge, a couple named Luis and Kiana, and a local guide named Eno. Kalani the fisherman refused to join, muttering something about how the boat crew would never take outsiders. Mr. Ramos couldn't come along because someone needed to keep order in the shelter and continue caring for those who remained. He handed us a map of the resort grounds, pointing out a maintenance gate that led to a secluded path toward the lagoon's far side. Our small group gathered what supplies we could carry. We had a flashlight strong enough to use as a signal. We also brought water, some snacks, and the crowbar for any locked gates. We said goodbye to the people in the shelter, uncertain if we would see them again. We moved carefully through dim corridors, staying vigilant for any sign of infected activity. The route took us past guest rooms, a pool area, and an outdoor bar that was now eerily silent. Furniture lay overturned, and half-empty glasses cluttered the bar top. A short distance away, 2 empty lounge chairs sat near the edge of the pool, as if the people who occupied them had simply vanished. At one point, we passed by a massive window that overlooked the resort's central courtyard. Through it, we saw a small group of zombies. They wandered aimlessly between palm trees, occasionally bumping into each other. It felt like looking at another reality. Their expressions were distant, yet they seemed constantly searching. We crouched low and continued onward. We eventually reached the maintenance gate Mr. Ramos had mentioned. A heavy padlock secured it, but Jorge managed to pry it open with the crowbar. The gate squealed in protest as it swung open, revealing a narrow path flanked by thick undergrowth. Eno, the local guide, took point. He carried a large machete, which he used to clear any tangled branches. Along the path, we noticed footprints in the soft soil, suggesting others had come this way. We wondered if they had made it, or if the zombies had intercepted them. The path opened onto a secluded portion of the beach, far from the resort's main strip. The sand was littered with debris, broken surfboards, scattered beach towels, and abandoned sandals. The waves lapped the shore with an unsettling calm. In the distance, we saw a small pier, an old wooden structure that extended into deeper water. Alicia and I exchanged glances. This was it. If the boat was out there, we had to signal it. Emilia switched on the high-powered flashlight, aiming it toward the horizon. We all looked for any sign of a vessel. For a long moment, there was only silence and the sound of gentle waves. Then a faint flicker of light appeared far out at sea, as though someone was flashing a signal in response. Our excitement was short-lived, as a new sound emerged from behind us, a series of uneven footsteps. We turned to see a group of zombies emerging from the tree line, drawn by our presence. Some were dressed in resort uniforms, others in casual tourist attire. Their movements were disjointed, but their focus was entirely on us. Jorge and Eno stepped forward. We had no desire for confrontation, but there was nowhere to hide. The beach was open, and behind us lay only the water. As the zombies advanced, Eno brandished his machete, and Jorge held the crowbar at the ready. The rest of us clustered together, scanning the perimeter in case more appeared. A tense standoff followed. The infected individuals approached with slow determination. Eno shouted at them as if trying to scare them away, but they continued forward. One of them lunged for Jorge, who sidestepped and swung the crowbar. We tried to avoid any direct engagement, but the confrontation was inevitable. Alicia clutched my arm, and I could feel the fear radiating between us. Suddenly, a distant horn sounded from the ocean. The supply boat was drawing closer, responding to our signal. But the zombies were now dangerously near. We had only one choice: push through them and run for the pier. Eno led the charge, clearing a path with measured swings of his machete. We wove around the staggering figures, always mindful of keeping distance. Emilia and Kiana nearly tripped in the sand, but Lewis helped them up, and we all kept moving. We reached the rotting wooden pier, which creaked under our combined weight. The boat was indeed heading our way, a small vessel with a single deck. Someone on board flashed a light at us, but they hesitated to get too close to the shore. Perhaps they feared running aground. We shouted that we needed help, waving our arms and the flashlight in unison. Behind us, the zombies followed, stumbling onto the pier as if they had no sense of personal danger. The boards beneath them groaned ominously. One of the creatures caught up to Jorge, grabbing his backpack strap. He yanked free and hurried onward, the crowbar slipping from his grasp. Eno kicked at the boards behind us, trying to dislodge or slow down the infected, but it made little difference. Desperate to reach the end of the pier, we rushed forward. The boat was now only yards away, its engine idling. A figure on the deck, presumably the captain, called out something we couldn't fully understand. The language barrier was an obstacle, but we guessed they were telling us to jump or swim to the vessel. Alicia squeezed my hand. We looked at each other for a brief moment that felt like an eternity. Then, without further hesitation, we jumped into the water along with the others. The waves immediately soaked us, and for a few seconds, disorientation took over. When I surfaced, Alicia was beside me, coughing but still conscious. We paddled toward the boat, where crew members extended poles or ropes to pull us aboard. Several zombies tumbled into the water behind us, thrashing aimlessly. Their vacant expressions were the last thing I saw before a crew member helped me climb the ladder. Once on deck, Alicia clung to me. Jorge, Emilia, Luis, and Kiana were pulled up as well. Eno followed, water streaming off his clothing. We had made it onto the boat, but our ordeal was far from over. The captain and his crew were locals who spoke a dialect we barely understood. They checked us for any signs of the infection. We tried to communicate that we were uninfected, that we just needed safe passage. For a tense moment, the crew debated, pointing at the island and then at us. Their expressions shifted from wary to resigned. They likely realized leaving us on the shore would mean certain danger. Eventually, they turned the boat away from the island, heading out to sea. Alicia and I stood near the railing, watching the coastline shrink in the distance. The resort towers that once looked so majestic now appeared haunted, overshadowed by the knowledge of what was happening there. We wondered about Mr. Ramos, Kalani, and the others we had left behind. We wondered if any rescue operation would ever reach them, or if the island was destined to remain under quarantine indefinitely. We faced an uncertain future. We were cold, exhausted, and had no idea where the boat was taking us. Yet for the first time in days, we felt a fragile sense of relief. If we were lucky, we might find help on another island or on the mainland. But the memory of those vacant eyes and the desperation in that storeroom would stay with us forever. So ends the story of our honeymoon turned nightmare. My name is Michael Connolly, and I speak these words in the hope that someday they will serve as a warning. A postcard-perfect paradise can conceal hidden terrors. It's possible that the virus and the zombies that roamed that island were just the beginning of something bigger. If you ever come across a similar tropical getaway that promises endless sunshine and carefree fun, remember what happened to us. We left for our honeymoon dreaming of palm trees and blue waters, never expecting to encounter a zombie outbreak or the mistrust of locals driven to desperation. Wherever this vessel carries Alicia and me, we carry the lessons of our ordeal. Even in the face of panic and suspicion, ordinary people can find ways to help one another. Yet the cost of survival often leaves scars deeper than any physical wound. For now, we drift on these open seas, guided by the faint hope that somewhere out there, normal life still exists. And if it does, perhaps there is a chance we can rebuild what was torn apart on that island, a place that once looked like a honeymooner's dream, but will forever remain in our memories as a symbol of an outbreak that no one saw coming, and a lockdown that sealed us inside an unfolding nightmare. My name is Cole Statham. I arrived on Mars Research Station Helios during what was supposed to be a routine security assignment. I had been recruited by a private security firm called Trident Oversight, a company known for sending personnel to remote facilities. They offered competitive pay, promised good equipment, and boasted extensive experience working alongside specialized research teams. In hindsight, the contract was too generous. At the time, I assumed the generous salary was a bonus for dealing with isolation. The truth behind it was something else entirely. I have decided to record everything I experienced in a single, unbroken account. If you have come across this record, consider this my formal briefing on what really happened at Station Helios and why we should never underestimate the unknown forces hidden beneath the Martian soil. When I first touched down on Mars, I remember stepping onto the landing pad and seeing the towering modules of Helios. The station was enormous, a central building with tall antenna arrays, multiple habitat rings, and an underground complex that was accessible via reinforced elevators. Red dust kicked up around the cargo shuttle, creating a haze that clung to every surface. From the outside, Helios gave the impression of progress and safety. We all had confidence in the station's advanced technology and robust protocols. I spent my early days settling into the security barracks, a utilitarian block of bunks arranged in close proximity to the armory. Each morning, I inspected the corridors, tested the oxygen regulators, and memorized the exit routes. The staff at Helios was diverse. Biologists, geologists, engineers, and administrative personnel each played a part in the station's goal. to investigate potential terraforming methods and study a newly discovered microbial life form. Everyone seemed to have a purposeful routine. My main contact was Captain Adrienne Phelps. She was a veteran of multiple off-world postings, known for being calm under pressure. Phelps walked me through the daily operations, introduced me to the senior researchers, and explained the station's layered security. Everything felt thoroughly professional, with no sign of the nightmare that would soon unfold. After roughly 2 weeks of routine duties, I started noticing irregularities in the station's closed-circuit feed. Certain cameras covering the lower sublevels began to glitch. At first, I saw only short bursts of static. I attributed these interruptions to standard transmission problems or minor hardware failures. Helios was full of advanced tech, but Mars's environment can be relentless, affecting any system not checked daily. One evening, I was in the security office reviewing shift logs. I heard a faint announcement from the overhead PA. It sounded like someone had interrupted the normal broadcast with a series of garbled words. An automated voice repeated, "Containment anomaly." Then there was a burst of static, followed by, "Sub-level 3. After that, the line went silent. I checked the data logs, but no official alert had been recorded. When I investigated sub-level 3 with an engineer named Marcus Donnelly, everything appeared normal. Storage crates were stacked neatly, and no sign of tampering could be found. The only unusual detail was a subtle, lingering odor that neither of us could identify. Marcus used a handheld sensor to scan for airborne contaminants, but didn't detect anything concerning. Still, it bothered me. The sense that something had changed in that space was inescapable, even if we couldn't find hard evidence. That same night, I had a conversation with Dr. Felicity Barnes, one of the lead researchers studying the microbial life. She seemed uneasy. Her remarks were guarded, but she hinted that experiments involving Martian microbes had escalated faster than expected. She suspected the lab staff was under pressure from corporate directors to expedite results. Dr. Barnes did not elaborate further, but her worried tone lingered in my mind. The real trouble began around day 16 of my posting. I was in the armory doing routine checks when an alarm blared across the station. The flashing indicator lights on the panels read, "Biohazard Protocol Alpha." This was the highest level warning for any biological threat. At the same time, the station's corridor lights switched to emergency mode. Captain Phelps' voice came through my helmet comm. "Cole, we have a situation in Lab Block A. Multiple staff members are requesting assistance. Prepare for immediate deployment." I grabbed my standard-issue sidearm and a pulse rifle from the weapons rack. Some of my security colleagues, including Nina Rook and Gregory Reese, rushed to join me in the corridor. As soon as we reached Lab Block A, we were met by a sealed door and flashing quarantine lights. The door's reinforced window revealed a small antechamber and the silhouettes of figures moving erratically inside the lab. After confirming the area was under quarantine, we used an override code to open the outer door. That gave us access to the antechamber, but the inner door remained sealed. Blood was smeared across the antechamber floor. We observed no sign of the wounded staff member who had left it there. We also heard banging from the other side of the inner door. Nina tried to open a private audio channel to the lab, but only static came through. Then the inner door's auto-lock hissed, and it slid open without warning. From within, several of our colleagues, individuals who should have been conscious and cooperating, were stumbling in a daze. Their protective suits looked damaged. They appeared to be in a state of confusion. At first, I thought they might be experiencing a severe chemical exposure. Then one of them looked at us with clouded eyes and rushed forward with more force than any dazed, infected person should have managed. I reacted quickly, ordering them to stand back. Gregory stepped in front and tried to contain the situation, urging them to cooperate, but they ignored him. One reached for Gregory, nearly knocking him off balance. This was the first moment I realized we were facing something unusual, something that did not align with standard lab accidents or known pathogens. We subdued 2 of them using non-lethal measures. The other individuals fled deeper into the lab. Captain Phelps arrived with reinforcements, and the corridor soon filled with personnel trying to assess the crisis. The entire block was put on full lockdown. Medics arrived to examine the individuals we had restrained. They wore protective gear and ran scans, but the results were inconclusive. Blood samples were abnormal, and the lab instruments showed an intense immune reaction in the subjects. The subdued staff members displayed unusual aggression. They made no coherent sounds. They attempted to get free from restraints and did not respond to verbal instructions or sedation. Worse, their injuries, bruises, cuts, even possible fractures, seemed to heal at an unnatural pace. Medics documented that the rate of recovery was far beyond human norms. Captain Phelps told me in a low voice, "Containment is now our top priority." The station's leadership convened an emergency meeting. Dr. Barnes was there, along with Dr. Vance Rollins, Chief of Research. Dr. Rollins looked drained, as if he hadn't slept in days. He confirmed that the lab team had been studying a newly discovered microbial entity found beneath the planet's surface near the polar regions. The microbe possessed regenerative properties that surpassed expectations. According to his findings, it seemed to bond with human tissue in a way that enhanced cellular repair. However, the process also induced neurological changes, overriding normal cognitive functions and amplifying aggressive behavior. Corporate sponsors had pushed the team to accelerate experiments, especially on living subjects, something that had been strictly off the record. Although unethical and in direct violation of standard safety protocols, they had tested the microbe in advanced tissue cultures. When that yielded promising data, some among the research staff used volunteer test subjects. Early results showed rapid healing, but also mental changes that worsened over time. The meeting concluded with an unsettling realization. Multiple individuals had become hosts to this microbial entity. Once the infection set in, it spread internally. If the occupant perished, the microbe reanimated the body as a functioning husk. We began calling those reanimated carriers the infected, though Dr. Barnes described them more bluntly. She called them zombies, referencing the abrupt transition from living researcher to mindless, violent being. Alarms continued to echo through the halls. Reports of attacks in the lower levels began appearing on the security feed. Lab staff who had fled the initial incident were now unaccounted for. Some had likely spread the contagion to unsuspecting colleagues. Captain Phelps didn't mince words. "We have an outbreak. Station Helios is compromised." With the existence of an outbreak confirmed, Phelps initiated a station-wide quarantine. This meant sealing access to every corridor in a hierarchical pattern. We started by locking down the labs, then systematically moved outward. The command deck broadcast instructions for all personnel to shelter in place until we could assess the severity of the situation. Station Helios was designed with multiple containment measures, so we believed we had a chance to stop the spread. Each module had blast doors that could hold under significant pressure, and the subterranean sections had reinforced corridors. Our plan? Confine infected individuals to certain zones and proceed with systematic sweeps to secure the rest of the station. However, the infection's rapid, regenerative nature led to outcomes we weren't prepared for. Some infected staff displayed extreme vigor despite injuries that would incapacitate any healthy person. I personally witnessed a security officer lose contact with the group when he tried to chase down an infected researcher. The officer returned minutes later, severely bitten on the arm. Despite immediate medical attention and disinfection, he began showing the same vacant stare and uncoordinated movements. In the time it took for us to place him on a stretcher and attempt sedation, he displayed violent resistance. Even more unsettling, his wound seemed to be knitting itself together at an alarming rate. This was consistent with the microbe's regenerative properties, now fully integrated into living tissue. That was the final confirmation. The infection was highly contagious through direct contact. Despite the quarantine, multiple containment breaches occurred, which forced us to send security teams deeper into the facility. Sub-levels 1 and 2 contained storage and maintenance. Sub-level 3 housed advanced labs. Sub-level 4 and beyond were restricted to specialized research. According to the station's data logs, an entire group of infected staff had moved downward in an attempt to circumvent locked doors. Their knowledge of Helios allowed them to bypass certain passages that an outside intruder would never find. A small squad, myself, Nina Rook, Marcus Donnelly, the engineer, and 2 other security officers named Victor Huang and Sarah Delgado, boarded one of the freight elevators to reach sub-level 3. We planned to reinforce the sealed labs, re-establish control of the main corridor, and rescue any uninfected survivors. We checked our rifles and oxygen masks, hoping the infection wasn't airborne. Our information suggested it required direct physical transfer, but none of us wanted to take chances. As the elevator descended, an unnerving silence gripped the compartment. Nina quietly read from a handheld device that displayed the station schematics. She pointed to a cluster of labs labeled Cellular Regeneration Wing, a place we hadn't been allowed to see during normal operations. Marcus mentioned that the wing was rumored to be where Dr. Rollins ran hush-hush experiments. We realized it was likely ground zero for the outbreak. Upon reaching sub-level 3, we entered a broad corridor lined with glass observation windows. These windows looked into darkened labs where the overhead lights were either flickering or completely out. Our footsteps echoed on the metal floor. We found scattered equipment, overturned tables, broken flasks, scorched sample crates. No sign of immediate life, infected or otherwise. At the far end of the corridor, we discovered a security checkpoint that appeared to be barricaded from the inside. After announcing ourselves and receiving no answer, we checked the door's integrity. Inside, we discovered 3 staff members who had lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. The ventilation system in that area had failed, likely damaged during a struggle. We administered portable oxygen from our gear, and they slowly regained awareness. They were uninfected, but extremely shaken. They told us the infected had already moved on toward the deeper labs, as if drawn by an instinct or a directive. We guided the survivors back to the elevator, instructing them to head upstairs and find medical personnel with protective gear. Our group then advanced further, aiming to reach the specialized research labs that had triggered our deepest concern. The corridor leading to the specialized labs was dimly lit by emergency lamps. The main power grid in that sector seemed partially disabled. We used mounted flashlights to navigate. The door to the main lab was pried open. Someone had used a crowbar or a similar tool to force entry. The control panel next to the door had been smashed. Inside, rows of large containment capsules were arranged in symmetrical lines. Each capsule was meant to hold biological samples in a controlled environment. Half of them were cracked or broken, apparently from the inside out. The leftover fluid on the floor had a thick, translucent quality. Computers flickered, showing half-finished diagnostic reports. Data scrolled across the screens, referencing advanced regeneration timelines, neural mapping, and something labeled Phase 4 trials. As we examined these capsules, Marcus connected to a functioning console. He managed to retrieve partial data logs. The logs contained a disturbing series of entries. Entry 1. Microbial integration successful in preliminary tissue. Regeneration at 3x expected speed. Entry 2. Test subject responding to gene therapy. Aggression noted. Possible risk factors under review. Entry 3. Subject overcame sedation. Vital signs remain high despite lethal injuries. Additional staff required to monitor behavior. Entry 4. Containment unit breach. Subject no longer accounted for. Searching. Quarantine recommended. Beyond these written reports, there were security camera clips showing volunteers who were first administered the microbe. They displayed remarkable healing capabilities. Minor cuts closed in seconds. Broken bones reset themselves within minutes. Then the logs documented personality changes, outbursts, unpredictable mood shifts, and violent impulses. The final entries were abrupt, with no further explanation. It was evident that the lab staff had turned to increasingly dangerous experiments under corporate pressure. The infected individuals were living examples of the microbe's catastrophic potential. Once the microbe took full hold, bodily damage no longer stopped the host. Even a fatal wound would only slow them down temporarily. We proceeded carefully through the specialized labs, moving between shattered equipment stations. Caution was our only advantage. Although we expected a confrontation, we were still caught off guard when a figure emerged from behind a broken containment capsule. The individual wore tattered Helios research attire. Their pale eyes and slack expression identified them as infected. Victor called out, requesting they remain still, but the person rushed forward, ignoring warnings. We tried to subdue them with non-lethal rounds. They went down but started to move again in short order. This was our first direct confirmation that standard methods were failing. The speed at which they recovered was astonishing. Nina, with calm determination, fired a well-placed shot that incapacitated the infected researcher for a longer period. Before we could regroup, several more infected individuals appeared. They lunged at us with unrestrained aggression. Our group managed a defensive formation, using the scattered lab tables for partial cover. The confrontation spiraled into a frantic attempt to repel attackers that recovered from wounds in real time. Our greatest advantage was that the microbe's regenerative properties needed time. After a sufficiently strong impact, the infected hosts stayed down for a brief interval. However, they did not remain that way indefinitely. We had to move quickly. Marcus used a handheld welder to seal the lab's side entrance, attempting to prevent additional infected from joining the fight. Sarah Delgado and Nina Rook directed covering fire. We counted 8 infected total, none of them showing signs of retreat. Eventually, we subdued them all through coordinated shots and improvised tactics, but the cost was high. Victor Huang took a deep bite to the shoulder. Marcus sustained lacerations from a grasp that tore through part of his suit. We quickly disinfected their wounds. Despite those efforts, we were unsure if the microbe had already transferred. After resecuring the labs, we hurried to find emergency medical supplies to treat Victor and Marcus. Behind a locked door with a biometric scanner, we discovered what appeared to be a central research area. Password-protected computers and large data servers lined the walls. Most of the staff who worked here were gone, either evacuated or infected. We rummaged through storage shelves until we found advanced antiviral compounds and specialized injection devices. One container was labeled Experimental Inhibitor. The label included a warning: unauthorized use prohibited, side effects unknown. With no better option, we administered the inhibitor to both Victor and Marcus, hoping it might slow or block the microbe's integration. Victor's condition stabilized somewhat. Marcus, on the other hand, began trembling, with occasional loss of balance. He asked us to keep moving forward, insisting that if we didn't restore the station's environment controls and secure the remaining modules, the outbreak would spread beyond Helios itself. While Sarah tended to Marcus, Nina and I accessed the research computers. We searched for any file that could help us understand how to stop this infection. Buried in encrypted directories were references to a vaccine prototype and an antigen therapy regimen. The notes indicated that this prototype had never been tested on humans. The files also mentioned that if the microbe was starved of certain nutrients, it would become dormant. However, these details were incomplete. We needed a full chemical profile to produce something that could effectively combat the infection. We decided it was time to regroup with Captain Phelps. Communication through the standard comm channels was difficult. Interference seemed to be growing. We relied on short-range signals that only worked within the station. We managed to connect with the command deck. An exhausted voice came through. "Captain Phelps here. Where have you been? We have serious problems on multiple levels." Phelps explained that the infection had spread to other sections of Helios. Infected staff were roaming corridors, and multiple firefights had taken place. Large portions of the crew were missing or trapped. Phelps was organizing a fallback plan to gather all uninfected personnel in the upper habitat modules, hoping to seal them off completely. We received new orders. Help secure an elevator shaft near the specialized labs, then head topside. However, we were concerned about the possibility of letting infected hosts slip through in the chaos. We also wondered how many people might still be alive and hiding, unaware of the scale of this catastrophe. Marcus was unable to stand without support, so Sarah supported him as we moved. Victor insisted he could still fight, although we could see he was pale and weakened. Our entire group was apprehensive about the uncertain transformations that might be taking place in their bodies. We backtracked towards the main corridor. On the way, we encountered more signs of struggle. Walls scraped by fingernails, scattered personal belongings, half-eaten ration packs left behind in desperation. We carefully avoided direct confrontation, keeping quiet whenever we heard movement in the distance. The station's previously vibrant hum of activity had changed to a strange hush, interrupted by occasional clanging or distant moans from infected staff. When we reached the designated elevator, we found it inactive. The power systems were disrupted. Marcus mustered enough focus to connect a portable battery to the elevator's control panel, providing a brief charge. While we waited for the doors to respond, the corridor lights dimmed further, as if the station were draining the last of its reserves. Finally, the elevator panel lit up. We stepped inside, carefully propping Marcus against the side. Nina pressed the button for the upper habitat modules. The doors closed. The elevator ride felt endless. We moved at half speed because the station's power grid was only partially online. Each level we passed had a flickering indicator on the control panel. Sub-level 2, sub-level 1. Then we entered the core section that connected to the main deck. Without warning, the elevator jolted and stopped. Emergency lights blinked. The overhead display read, "Mechanical error. Manual override required." We were caught between floors, suspended in partial darkness. Victor stepped forward, forcing the doors open using the manual release lever. We found ourselves about 5 feet below the next floor's access. With some effort, we crawled out. Sarah pulled Marcus up, though he was fading. The corridor we entered was barely lit, the overhead lamps in emergency mode. We recognized it as one of the main residential wings, an area with dormitories for station personnel. From further down the hallway, we heard a metallic scraping noise, followed by slow, uneven footsteps. Our nerves were already stretched thin. This new threat demanded immediate attention. Using hand signals, Nina and I took the lead, moving down the corridor to investigate while Sarah guarded Marcus and Victor. Upon rounding a corner, we came face to face with a cluster of 4 infected staff, each wearing a mix of casual attire and partial protective gear. They showed the same pale eyes and unsteady gait, but we knew better than to underestimate them. We tried to avoid direct conflict, but they noticed our movement and advanced. We established a narrow firing zone in the corridor. Shots from our rifles connected, halting 3 of them. The 4th seemed more resilient. Nina and I both fired, temporarily bringing it down. However, we knew from experience it wouldn't remain immobile for long. We took the opportunity to push forward, rejoin the rest of our group, and continue toward the upper modules. Eventually, we reached the main deck leading to the habitat modules. The entire area had been turned into a de facto stronghold by the remaining security teams. Captain Phelps spotted us and signaled us to hurry. 2 security officers opened the blast doors just enough for us to slip through. Beyond the doors, a makeshift barricade of crates and metal panels had been erected. A few uninfected medical staff were tending to wounded personnel. The sight was grim: injured colleagues, ration shortages, and a general sense of desperation. Captain Phelps approached, relief evident. "I'm glad you made it. We're consolidating resources here. Most of the crew that's still unaffected is gathered in these modules. Our biggest priority now is to keep them safe, but we're running out of time. We're not fully sealed off from the infected, and the power grid is failing." We told Phelps about the specialized labs, the data we found, and the potential for an inhibitor or vaccine. She was aware of rumors regarding advanced medical experiments, but hearing direct confirmation seemed to weigh heavily on her. She mentioned that Dr. Barnes was in another habitat ring, organizing a plan to retake certain vital stations, the command center, the generator room, and the communication uplink. For the moment, the infected outside were held at bay by the barricades. We all knew that would not last forever. The group was preparing fallback measures that included venting sections of the station to Martian atmosphere if the barricades broke. This was a last resort plan, that risked killing uninfected survivors trapped in those areas. Marcus lay on a stretcher, drifting in and out of consciousness. Victor's face was ashen, but he assured us he felt stable. The medical staff tried to isolate them, worried about potential infection. We handed over the dose of experimental inhibitor we had found. The medics immediately administered a second injection to both men, hoping to slow any progression. We could only wait to see if it worked. Captain Phelps asked me and Nina to join a final push to the command center, which controlled the station's primary systems, including power distribution and environmental regulation. Dr. Barnes was likely to be there or on her way, trying to restore essential services. If the power grid was stabilized, we stood a chance of containing the outbreak long enough to craft a permanent solution. We gathered a small squad of volunteers, myself, Nina, a security specialist named Tyrese Rainey, and an engineer named Kaori Mori. With gear recharged, we navigated a series of sealed doors, each of which required manual overrides or passcode entries. The route was eerily quiet, dotted with signs of conflict, bullet casings, scorched markings where someone had used energy weapons, and the occasional movement in the shadows. We stayed vigilant. At the entrance to the command center, we found signs of forced entry, spidery cracks on the reinforced glass. Inside, monitors flickered, showing partial surveillance feeds of Helios. One screen revealed the main corridor with multiple infected wandering aimlessly. Another displayed a top-down blueprint of station modules, many lit in red, signaling compromised areas. Near a large central console stood Dr. Barnes and a handful of technical staff. She wore a torn lab coat, and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. A bruise under one eye indicated recent confrontation. Despite her appearance, she was focused on the tasks at hand. She acknowledged our arrival with a nod and explained her objective: bypass the station's failing power grid by activating an emergency reactor. If successful, she could restore partial functionality to Helios's environmental controls. This step was essential to keep oxygen circulating properly and seal bulkheads to confine infected areas. The emergency reactor was located in a maintenance area on the far side of the command center. Activating it required manual input from two separate terminals, nearly 50 yards apart, to prevent unauthorized activation or sabotage. Dr. Barnes asked me and Tyrese to handle one terminal, while Nina and Kaori operated the other. She would coordinate from the main console, timing our inputs precisely. We spread out accordingly, each pair making its way through winding corridors filled with debris. The lights remained unreliable, so we relied on flashlights to see. Occasionally we glanced at monitors or control panels to ensure we were on track. Tyrese and I entered a small chamber labeled Reactor Terminal 1. We scanned the room for threats, found it empty, and approached a console covered in warning labels. Simultaneously, Nina and Kaori prepared Terminal 2. Dr. Barnes's voice came through on the intercom. Initiating reactor boot sequence in 3, 2, 1, engage. I entered the command code. Tyrese flipped a series of heavy switches. A loud hum shook the chamber. On the other side, Nina and Kaori performed similar actions. The hum intensified, and the reactor's status lights began shifting from red to amber. We waited for final confirmation. Suddenly, the room's door slammed shut behind us, accompanied by the hiss of an automated lock. From the corner of the chamber, a side door we hadn't noticed burst open. An infected staff member lunged through. Tyrese acted quickly, using a stun baton to drive the figure back. I tried to assist but realized two more infected were pushing in behind the first. We had to hold them off in close quarters. Our rifles were slung behind our backs, so Tyrese and I fought using sidearms and batons. It took every bit of skill to keep them at bay in such tight confines. We managed to immobilize them, but the door remained locked. Meanwhile, the reactor's hum grew louder. On the intercom, Dr. Barnes announced, "Power distribution is stabilizing, but I need the final confirmation at Terminal 2. Nina, Kaori, what's your status?" There was a brief crackle, then Kaori's voice came through. "We're pinned down. Multiple infected. We need a moment. Tyrese pried at the locked door while I checked the override panel. With the main system reinitializing, the local controls were in lockdown mode. If we couldn't open the door manually, we risked being trapped if more infected arrived. After a tense minute, Tyrese managed to force the door open just enough for us to slip out. Outside, we found Nina and Kaori near their terminal, fending off a similar wave of infected. We added our firepower, managing to clear the immediate threat. Nina hit the final confirmation button. A surge of energy pulsed through the station's systems, flickering the lights overhead. The reactor was now active. Once the emergency reactor stabilized, the command center's monitors lit up with updated data. Dr. Barnes directed us back to the main console area. For the first time in many hours, the station had partial power, which enabled security features such as sealed bulkheads, climate controls, and advanced scanning. We watched in real time as Dr. Barnes initiated door locks across certain modules, trapping clusters of infected. Reinforced barriers were deployed in the corridors, directing the infected away from the habitat modules. This gave Captain Phelps and her team a chance to breathe. The station's environmental composition was now under direct control, meaning Dr. Barnes had the option to reduce oxygen or alter pressure in compromised areas, a grim tactic, but potentially necessary. In the aftermath, the command center echoed with a new tension, a mix of hope that we might contain the outbreak and worry about what would happen to those still trapped. We also faced the looming question: how could we cure the infection? Even with containment, the microbe was still active within any infected individual, feeding off living tissue. Victor and Marcus came to mind, especially since they had received the experimental inhibitor. We relayed their status to Dr. Barnes, who expressed cautious optimism. If the inhibitor was slowing the microbe, further research might lead to a genuine cure. The corporate sponsors of Station Helios were suspiciously quiet throughout the crisis. Dr. Barnes mentioned that attempts to contact them were either ignored or met with unhelpful automated responses. It seemed that the corporate backers had distanced themselves, possibly deeming Helios a lost cause. Captain Phelps was furious. She had risked her career on promises that Helios was a legitimate operation, only to discover that corporate leaders had authorized experiments with near total disregard for safety. Nevertheless, we had immediate priorities: saving survivors and preventing the infection from spreading to any inbound supply ships or other Martian outposts. Some staff proposed a daring measure, luring as many infected as possible into certain sublevels, then depressurizing those sections. This could potentially stop them by exposing them to the thin Martian atmosphere. The idea might have worked, but there were moral implications. We couldn't be sure if any uninfected crew were still hiding in those corridors. Also, it would do nothing for the infected's regenerative properties if they somehow endured the atmospheric drop. Dr. Barnes pleaded for more time to develop a proper cure. She argued that some infected might be revived to a stable state if we discovered the right treatment. Captain Phelps wavered, uncertain if we had that luxury. While discussing options, we received a sudden signal from an outside frequency. It was an automated supply shuttle approaching Mars, scheduled to dock at Helios in less than 12 hours. The shuttle's pilot had no knowledge of the infection. If it landed, the infection could spread beyond Helios. We needed to send a warning or find a way to prevent docking. With the reactor online, Dr. Barnes adjusted the communication uplink. She transmitted a high-priority message. Emergency alert, do not approach. Martian Research Station Helios under quarantine. Zombie outbreak detected. The message repeated on a loop. Whether the supply shuttle would pick it up and heed the warning was uncertain. Time was running short. The infected remained active in various parts of the station. Some tried to break through sealed doors, using their enhanced strength to tear at barriers. Captain Phelps decided the only viable approach was to attempt a final purge of infected from critical areas, while Dr. Barnes and her team made one last push to finalize a prototype cure. A large group of security personnel gathered near the main corridor leading to the specialized labs. I joined them, standing beside Nina and Tyrese. Our plan involved splitting into 2 teams. Team 1 would draw the infected out of the labs and into the corridor. Team 2 would flank them from behind, neutralizing them en masse. This would buy Dr. Barnes enough time to gather crucial data and test the cure on a single infected subject. We steeled ourselves. This was effectively a last stand. If it succeeded, the station might be saved. If it failed, we would be overrun, and Helios would be lost for good. When the doors separating the labs from the corridor opened, infected individuals flooded through. Their eyes were glazed, their motions erratic, yet they had a collective intention to reach us. Team 1 held ground, unleashing precise weapon fire. The infected fell but began to rise again with uncanny speed. Some were missing protective suits, yet they moved unfazed by injuries. Team 2 hit them from behind, focusing on the largest group. This coordinated assault proved more effective than our previous scattered skirmishes. However, the horde seemed endless. Whenever one group of infected was brought down, another wave appeared. The corridor descended into chaos. We had to act swiftly to ensure none slipped past and threatened the habitat modules. Amid the turmoil, I glimpsed Dr. Barnes and a few medics seizing one of the fallen infected and dragging it into the lab for immediate study. Risky as it was, that moment might be the key to halting the infection. After a grueling conflict, we managed to subdue or seal off the majority of the infected in the corridor. Some stragglers still roamed the deeper labs, but they posed less threat now that the main group was contained. The battle had cost us dearly. Several security officers were wounded, and it was uncertain if they were infected. We pulled back to the specialized labs where Dr. Barnes was analyzing the captive infected subject. Using a refined version of the inhibitor, she targeted the microbe's regenerative pathways. After a few tense minutes, we saw a glimmer of success. The subject's rapid healing diminished, and their skin tone shifted towards something less pallid. They remained unconscious, but the destructive aggression seemed to subside. Dr. Barnes turned to us, eyes wide with cautious optimism. This formula might work, but we need to administer it quickly to anyone at risk. Word spread among the surviving crew that a potential cure existed. A small medical team, supported by Captain Phelps, organized distribution stations. Anyone with a bite, scratch, or other exposure was given the injection. Those in advanced stages were sedated and injected under close observation. The process stretched through countless hours, with no guarantee of success. Marcus Donnelly, who had looked close to turning, responded well to the cure. He slowly regained clarity, though he was weak from the ordeal. Victor Huang also stabilized. For everyone who showed improvement, there was another whose condition was too far gone. Not all could be saved, which weighed heavily on Dr. Barnes. Still, the partial success was a beacon of hope. With the infection no longer spreading rampantly, we began clearing Helios module by module. The plan was to locate any infected pockets, administer the cure if possible, or secure them until they could be treated. Despite heartbreak over colleagues we had lost, we pressed on. Days passed as we reclaimed parts of the station. The supply shuttle never docked, having received our quarantine message. We had minimal contact with the outside world, possibly due to corporate interference or the inherent delay in Mars-to-Earth communications. The leadership at Helios turned their focus inward, repairing damage, caring for survivors, and refining the cure. We uncovered more evidence in the data servers showing that corporate directives had knowingly escalated the research, ignoring repeated warnings from Dr. Barnes and others. There was even a hidden file suggesting that the microbe was being examined for potential military applications, not merely healing or terraforming. This betrayal fueled a sense of resolve among the survivors. They intended to hold those responsible to account once normal communication was restored. After enough time, the station stabilized. Dr. Barnes declared the cure effective in most early-stage infections. Terminal cases still existed, but their numbers were few and they were contained. We arranged an internal triage system for the wounded. Critical sections of Helios were patched up, though the facility was far from fully operational. Captain Phelps ordered an evacuation plan for those in need of advanced care. A rescue vessel, rerouted from another Martian post, eventually arrived. It docked carefully, verifying the outbreak was under control. Survivors requiring urgent treatment were shuttled off Helios. Meanwhile, a core group remained to manage repairs, gather data, and safeguard the station from any resurgence of infection. Now, as I stand in one of Helios's battered corridors, I realize how close we came to losing everything. The infection's regenerative capabilities were far beyond what any of us expected. We nearly paid the ultimate price for that oversight. Yet thanks to a determined team and the sacrifice of many, Helios did not completely fall. I don't know how history will judge the events that took place here. Some may call it an unfortunate accident, others a reckless experiment gone wrong. From my perspective, it was a grim lesson in the dangers of pushing boundaries without considering the consequences. The word zombie still feels strange to use in a clinical setting, but there is no more fitting description for those reanimated hosts. If you are listening to or reading these words, remember the name Helios and all it stands for. Remember the researchers who tried to do good but were swayed by corporate demands. Remember the security teams and medical staff who fought to protect lives. Above all, remember that the thirst for discovery can lead us into dark places if we abandon prudence. This is Cole Statham, Security Officer for Mars Research Station Helios, filing my final report on the zombie outbreak that nearly doomed us all. We have survived and we carry on, hoping that the knowledge gained here will prevent a greater catastrophe in the future. My name is Milo Burnett, and I'm an inmate who survived the beginning of the zombie outbreak. I arrived at Blackdrift Correctional Facility on the first Saturday of June, 5 weeks before everything changed forever. Blackdrift sits deep in the Blackrose marshlands of the southeast, miles from any major highway and swallowed by cypress trees and murky waters. The prison was designed for isolation, no easy way in, no way out. The swamp takes whatever wanders too far. The first signs of the outbreak were easy to ignore. A few inmates fell sick, nothing unusual in a place like this. But then they stopped responding, stopped moving like people should. By the time we realized what was happening, Blackdrift was already becoming something else, something worse than a prison. This is how it started. I was placed in cell block D, 3rd tier. People around here called it Danger Row, because they often put members of rival groups on the same floor. During my early days, I had to watch over my shoulder constantly. There was this lingering sense that no one trusted me, which made sense. A month before sentencing, I testified in a hearing against a longtime associate named Travis Graham. We had a deal. My testimony in exchange for a reduced charge. It helped me avoid a worst-case scenario, but it also painted a bright red target on my back. The day I arrived, the warden delivered his usual welcome speech over the intercom. It was full of stern warnings about discipline, the layout of the blocks, and a very specific mention of an ongoing research partnership with a medical institution known as Margrave Biotech. Rumor had it this facility had struck a deal. The warden received funds to improve the prison in exchange for offering access to the inmates' medical data. No one seemed to know the full extent, but the guards ran monthly checkups that felt more like lab sessions. Blackdrift was surrounded by a set of high, corroded fences, but what worried me more were the watery trenches inside that perimeter. If you tried to break out, you'd quickly find yourself stuck in knee-deep sludge, where hidden sinkholes could swallow you in an instant. The environment felt claustrophobic, as if the entire place was caught in a constant cycle of decomposition. Mold, mildew, and humidity seeped into the cell walls and gave the corridors a sour scent. I shared a cell with a man named Eugene Fitzgerald, serving a multi-year sentence for racketeering. Fitz was in his 40s, broad-shouldered, and had a collection of tattoos that showed he was loyal to a certain group on the outside. Despite his appearance, he mostly kept to himself. We got along decently because we both preferred quiet corners. Eventually, I shared my reason for landing here, minus the fact that I had informed on a major figure. I told him the official story of petty theft charges. He accepted it without pressing, but I saw the suspicion in his eyes. Several days passed in a dull loop, broken only by mealtime and mandatory medical checks. The medical unit took blood samples and tested reflexes. They never offered a direct explanation, just vague remarks about routine data collection. Fitz mentioned hearing from other inmates that a handful of residents who had pre-existing conditions were given preventative treatments. He claimed they came back with bandaged arms or bruises. One morning, about 2 weeks before the outbreak, we heard whispers through the steel doors about an inmate in cell block C who fell seriously ill after complaining of dizzy spells. He was taken to the infirmary, but never returned. Guards told us he was sent to an external hospital. Some inmates swore they heard yells echoing from behind the infirmary walls in the dead of night, but no one could verify it. This rumor blended in with the usual swirl of conspiracies in prison life, so I brushed it off. I had more pressing matters, like avoiding the folks who suspected I was an informant. I should have taken the rumor more seriously. In hindsight, that story was the earliest sign something was very wrong. The day the virus became impossible to ignore, we were woken at dawn by an unexpected siren. The loudspeaker blared, "Emergency alert, prison lockdown. All inmates remain in cells until further notice." The voice didn't belong to the warden or any guard I recognized. It spoke with a strained urgency, citing security concerns. The voice repeated the message 3 times, then cut off. Nobody had ever heard that type of announcement before, and it left every single block buzzing with confusion. The cell doors didn't open for morning chow. The overhead lights flickered. There was a restless energy among the inmates, and the guards on duty seemed on edge. By mid-afternoon, we were still locked in our cells. Water pressure was dropping, and only half the overhead fixtures were operational. Then, through the distorted intercom, another message played. "Emergency alert. Prison lockdown remains in effect. Do not attempt to leave your cells. Security personnel are responding to an ongoing disturbance." It repeated twice, but no footsteps followed. No guards came to explain. That was the moment we knew something was seriously wrong. A few senior guards escorted a group of medical staff deeper into the facility, pushing a wheeled cart covered by a green tarp. They passed in front of our tier, and I noticed boxes labeled with the words pathogen control. The staff wore thick rubber gloves and respirators. Fitz and I exchanged uneasy looks. He pressed his ear against the cell door. We could hear faint shouts from a corridor on the far side of cell block D. I recognized one voice as a guard named Officer Suarez. He was calling for assistance. Another guard responded with some frantic words. Then there was static, followed by dead silence. After a minute or two, a harsh scraping sound echoed down the hall, like something metal being dragged across concrete. We waited. No one came to explain. No guard walked by to ease our nerves. Typically, even during severe incidents, a corrections officer would at least make the rounds. Instead, we listened to tension building on the other side of the steel door. It was the sound of confusion, and behind that, fear. 3 hours later, they finally opened the cells. The warden's voice crackled over the speaker, demanding that all inmates line up in the hall for mandatory screening. We stepped out of our cells into a hallway patrolled by unfamiliar figures wearing protective suits. Their faces were hidden behind tinted plastic. Our regular guards were nowhere to be seen, except for Officer Suarez, who looked shaken. He ushered us forward, kept glancing over his shoulder, and refused to answer any questions. In the line, I spotted a face I knew well. Reggie Bancroft, an individual I used to work with on the outside before I gave him up to the prosecutors in a smaller case. He had his own reasons to suspect I had flipped. He glared in my direction and spoke to a tall man named Leon Delgado. Leon was rumored to have connections all over the prison. They kept whispering, occasionally glancing at me with narrowed eyes. As we approached the screening station, a makeshift setup in front of the cafeteria doors, the staff in protective gear aimed what looked like temperature guns at our heads and took blood from each prisoner. Every inmate was instructed to stand still while they measured vital signs. One by one, we were examined. If anyone asked a question, they were brushed off with a short command to remain quiet. When it was my turn, one of the staff pricked my finger, squeezed a sample into a small tube, then moved on without so much as a word. I saw the sealed containers get placed into a large cooler marked with a biohazard symbol. Next to it lay papers emblazoned with the Margrave Biotech logo. Fitz shot me an anxious glance, but we both stayed silent. We were told to return to our cells and wait for further instructions. On our way back, Reggie sidled up to me. He was sweaty, his eyes red. He leaned in and whispered, "I know exactly why you got out early." I said nothing. He nodded slowly, as though confirming his suspicions. Then a guard shoved him along, breaking that tense moment. Our group got split as we reached the branching corridors. A hush fell over cell block D when night arrived. Nobody wanted to talk about what was happening, but every cell door had an ear pressed against it. There was the occasional slam of metal in the distance, muffled pleas, the hum of the overhead lamps. Outside, the swamp insects droned like an off-kilter orchestra. I didn't sleep much that night. My mind churned with uneasy thoughts about the rumored experiments, the silent staff in hazmat suits, and the dark hallways that felt more like catacombs. Fitz tried to settle in, but he kept waking up, muttering about nightmares he couldn't quite recall. We both noticed an unsettling odor drifting from the vents. It was a thick, chemical smell, tinged with something sour. By morning, things got worse. We were awakened by the alarm again. Then a voice on the intercom shouted for everyone to remain locked down until further notice. Around midday, the lights in the corridor went black. We heard short bursts of radio chatter, the patter of hurried footsteps, and a string of words from a guard that included containment breach. The sense of unrest in the cell block became palpable. I realized my own safety might hinge on keeping Reggie from stirring up trouble. Fitz tried banging on the steel door, demanding to know if we'd get lunch, water, or any explanation at all. No one answered. The temperature in our cell rose, presumably because the ventilation system was malfunctioning or shutting down. With sweat running down our faces, we called out, but there was no sign of help. Then, around late afternoon, the power surged back on, though only partially. An emergency announcement crackled through the speakers. "All staff, report to the infirmary. Immediate crisis protocol, sub-level labs." Sub-level labs? That was news to us. None of the inmates had been told about a lower level. The idea that there were hidden rooms beneath this building felt like something out of a rumor mill, yet here was an official announcement confirming it existed. Soon after, the entire cell block shook with chaos. A neighboring tier started yelling that a group of inmates had forced a guard to open their doors. Another rumor claimed that certain prisoners in solitary confinement had stopped responding entirely. Then came the heavy clang of a fire door being pried open. It was pure disorder. The usual system of guard supervision seemed to have collapsed. A handful of men in our block managed to figure out how to break the lock on the steel door at the far end of the hallway. They used metal pipes taken from a broken bunk. Fitz, who had experience with quick fixes, said we should check it out. At first, I hesitated. Creating more chaos felt risky. But the interior had become suffocating, and we had no food. Rumors were spreading that the virus was making people act in horrifying ways. We could only guess at what that meant. Fitz insisted we needed more information. We slipped into the corridor where the door had been forced open. I recognized a few faces from my previous life. Guys affiliated with Reggie. They were rummaging through a small maintenance closet. One of them, a man named Tony Price, tipped over a bucket and sorted through scattered tools. Tony noticed me but didn't say anything. Maybe he wasn't aware of the snitch story. Or maybe he didn't care. Meanwhile, Fitz pointed out a door leading to the yard. It was sealed tight with a digital keypad that no longer showed any power. The hallway led us around a corner to a double door labelled Staff Only. Through the small window set in the door, I saw a flickering fluorescent light. We opened it cautiously. The corridor beyond was silent, lined with offices and a break room. That's when we noticed the thick lines of dried mud tracked across the floor. It looked like someone had trudged in from outside with boots caked in wet soil. We tiptoed forward, unsure if we'd encounter staff, inmates, or something else entirely. One of the doors on the right was ajar. The sign read, "Facility Warden, Richard Halford." Fitz raised his hand and motioned for me to follow. We stepped inside to find the office in disarray. Papers covered the desk, and a large file cabinet was toppled, its contents scattered. A half-eaten meal was left on a plate, but the food looked days old. There was no one in the room. I saw a folder stamped with Margrave Biotech on the desk. Inside it contained a series of lab reports referencing a sample labeled TH04. The text spoke of a specialized treatment being tested on selected inmates. Most of the documents were technical. One line mentioned elevated aggression, necrotic tissue in advanced cases, direct correlation to ingestion or inhalation. Another page described a theory that the swamp's unique fungal spores were interacting with TH04, causing it to mutate. My stomach sank as I read about late-stage patients who lost normal brain function and exhibited violent outbursts. Fitz pulled a spiral notebook from a drawer. It contained notes in the warden's handwriting. The final pages mentioned an unfortunate incident in sub-level labs that had forced them to accelerate containment protocols. Words like highly contagious were scrawled in bold. Fitz shook his head. "So this is how it starts," he said quietly. We had no further time to dwell on it, because a loud crash echoed from outside the office. We hurried back into the corridor to find Tony Price and two other men backing away from something at the far end of the hall. I couldn't see clearly around the corner, but I heard a strange rasping noise. Then I caught a glimpse of a figure stumbling toward them. It might have been a guard. The uniform was torn, and something about the person's movements seemed uncoordinated. Tony yelled for them to step back, but the figure kept approaching. As the figure came into full view, the overhead light revealed that the guard's eyes were darkened. His skin looked chalky, and he was missing patches of hair. He emitted a low groan and lunged forward. Tony swung a metal pipe, catching the guard in the shoulder. The blow barely slowed him. The guard's head snapped to the side. Then he lurched again, snapping at the air in Tony's direction. Realizing the severity of the situation, Fitz and I retreated into the warden's office and slammed the door. We heard yelling and the clang of metal just beyond the doorway. It was impossible to tell who was shouting, or if they were still in control of themselves. My mind raced back to the documents. Elevated aggression, necrotic tissue in advanced cases. This was no ordinary sickness. We barricaded ourselves inside the warden's office for a while. Fitz discovered a keyring in one of the drawers, along with a battered radio. We turned the radio dial, trying to pick up any frequency, mostly static. Then a faint voice crackled through. "I repeat, sub-level labs compromised. Infected. Blocking. All routes. Do not proceed. Safety perimeter." The transmission cut out. We heard only static again. I looked at Fitz. He stared back, pale, 1,000 unspoken fears behind his eyes. Another crash in the hallway reminded us we weren't safe here. We had to keep moving. We slipped out through a side door in the office leading to a small corridor with a set of stairs descending to a lower level. A sign read, "Records and Evidence Storage." The hallway lights down there were partially lit by a backup generator. The smell of damp and a chemical odor clung to the walls, forcing us to breathe shallowly. We passed rows of filing cabinets, shelves lined with seized possessions from inmates, and boxes labeled with case numbers. Toward the end of the corridor, we discovered a reinforced door. One of the keys on the warden's ring opened it. Inside was a windowless chamber stacked with sealed containers. Fitz pulled a flashlight from a shelf. Its battery was weak, but better than nothing. In the beam, we could see that these boxes belonged to Margrave Biotech. They contained vials, syringes, and more documents. One crate was half open. Inside, there were small canisters labeled TH04 Experimental. I felt my stomach twist. Here was confirmation that the facility had been storing the virus or a precursor to it. Fitz asked if we should try to destroy it. I had no idea how. We barely knew if it was stable. Trying to burn it might cause fumes or an explosion. We carefully backed out, leaving everything as it was. My only goal was to escape, to find some corner of this place that wasn't crawling with infected or overshadowed by corporate secrets. We locked the door behind us. The next corridor fed into a side stairwell that looped back up. We went up 2 flights, which brought us near the cafeteria. There, the stench of rotting food hung in the air. Trays and utensils were scattered along the floor, as if whoever had been there dropped everything in a hurry. It was empty now, but the seats were toppled. Broken glass littered the ground. A single overhead fixture flickered on and off, casting everything in an erratic glare. That's when we heard the squeak of a door from the kitchen area. We tensed, gripping whatever we could find, a plastic tray, a mop handle. 2 figures emerged, inmates, not guards, wearing stained uniforms. I recognized one of them, Carter Ma. We had occasionally played cards in the rec room. His arm was bandaged with a strip of shirt fabric. The other inmate, Dean Pollard, looked jumpy. They didn't appear infected, but neither was in good shape. Carter motioned for us to keep quiet and gestured for us to follow. They led us into the kitchen's walk-in freezer. It was chilly inside, but not as cold as it should have been. The power fluctuations must have shut down part of the cooling system. They had been using the freezer as a makeshift hiding place. Inside, I found 2 more inmates huddled together, along with an elderly guard named Officer Lowe. Lowe had a deep cut on his shoulder wrapped in gauze. Dean quickly explained they had been attacked by someone in a hazmat suit, who displayed the same mindless aggression we saw in the hallway. Carter added that the infected seemed to have no sense of restraint. If they got their hands on you, it could be over in seconds. He said they'd seen one infected person corner a prisoner, then drag him away. No one knew what happened after that. The sound alone had everyone rattled. We stayed in the freezer for a short time discussing what to do next. Fitz revealed the documents we found about TH-04. Officer Lowe said he'd heard rumors that certain labs in the sub-level were testing advanced immunosuppressants combined with local spores from the swamp, which were believed to have unique properties. He had caught glimpses of the warden meeting with Margrave biotech reps who claimed they wanted to develop new medications for conditions like lupus or severe allergies. Something must have gone wrong, or the virus mutated. He speculated that it spread through bodily fluids or possibly the air. Given the ragged ventilation system in this old prison, it was a nightmare scenario. Eventually, we realized we couldn't stay in the freezer for long. We decided to form a larger group for protection and move toward the prison's administrative wing, hoping to find an exit or a safer area to regroup. Officer Lowe, despite his injury, insisted on coming with us. Carter, Dean, Fitz and I led the way. The other 2 inmates remained behind, too frightened to venture out. We wished them luck, though I suspected staying put was risky. Our small group navigated the corridors with caution. We passed dark cells where water dripped from broken pipes. At one intersection, we found half a dozen doors forced open. A dim emergency light revealed a smudged message on the wall. "No cure, keep out." My chest tightened at the sight of it, but we pressed on. The deeper we went, the more we noticed how the environment had fallen into disrepair. Some sections were flooded with a few inches of stagnant water. The smell was overwhelming. We had to duck under hanging wires and step around broken glass. Every so often, we'd spot spatters of dark stains on the floor or walls, left behind by frantic struggles. At one corner, we nearly collided with a stumbling figure wearing an orange jumpsuit. He looked disoriented, with pale skin and vacant eyes. Officer Lowe raised his baton, calling out softly for the person to identify themselves. The inmate stumbled forward, arms outstretched. Carter swung a broken table leg and managed to knock him off balance. The figure tumbled to the floor, but made no attempt to speak or defend himself in a normal way. Instead, he twisted his torso and reached upward with an unnatural determination. We realized it was no use trying to communicate. We skirted around him and hurried down the corridor. After navigating several twisted hallways, we found ourselves in the administrative section. The door to the staff lounge hung ajar. Inside was a chilling sight. 2 staff members lying motionless. They weren't moving, but we couldn't determine if they were truly gone. None of us dared get close. We saw no signs of life, and the risk was too high to investigate. We left them where they were, moving on toward the security monitoring room. The monitoring room door was locked. Fitz tried the warden's keyring, and to our relief, one of them worked. Inside, a wall of screens showed camera feeds from across the prison. Some monitors displayed static. Others revealed nightmarish scenes. Hallways with flickering lights, a rec yard dotted with figures shuffling around aimlessly. On one of the screens, an automated message flashed in bold red letters. Emergency alert, prison lockdown. Do not engage with unidentified individuals. We exchanged uneasy looks. The system was still running, but whatever had taken over Black Drift, it wasn't human anymore. Then we caught sight of cell block D. A group of inmates was prying open cell doors. Reggie was among them, instructing them to gather weapons. They had cornered 2 men near a stairwell. Even over the low-resolution feed, I could see the terror in the men's expressions. Fitz cursed under his breath. Reggie was armed, leading a small group. From what we could see, they were heading in the direction of the administrative wing. That made me anxious. If Reggie found me, I doubted he'd ask many questions before taking his revenge. My past cooperation with authorities had made me the ultimate target in a place like this. That was bad enough under normal conditions. Now it felt even worse, with infected individuals wandering the halls. Officer Lowe checked the computer terminal. He tried to pull up system status details, but everything was locked behind admin credentials. The only thing the system displayed was a partial alert. Biohazard level 4, full quarantine. We discovered an option to open certain exterior gates, but it required the warden's personal password, which we didn't have. Suddenly the screen flickered, and the monitors switched to a black background with large text. Emergency lockdown, sub-level containment failure. It was followed by a repeating siren that played through the room's speakers. Officer Lowe grabbed the radio, trying to contact anyone. No response, only crackling static. When the monitors returned to normal, the cafeteria camera showed 3 more infected individuals stumbling around. It was clear the situation was spiraling. We left the monitoring room, figuring we should head for the loading dock. According to a layout we found pinned on the wall, there was a path to the dock through an industrial kitchen corridor that branched off the staff lounge. The hope was that we could slip out into the yard and maybe find a gap or a side gate. The swamps were treacherous, but if the facility was truly overrun, the outside might be our only shot. We headed back the way we came, intending to circle around to the lounge. Halfway there, we heard a loud commotion, footsteps and harsh voices echoing in the corridor. Carter peeked around the corner and jerked back quickly, eyes wide. "It's Reggie. He's got some guys with him," he whispered. With no other choice, we ducked into an unlocked office. It was pitch black. We remained motionless, trying not to breathe too heavily. I could hear Reggie's voice just outside the door, saying something about the little traitor and wanting payback. My throat went dry. I regretted every decision that led me here, but there was no going back. Eventually, Reggie and his men passed by. We waited an extra minute for the corridor to fall silent. Then we slipped back out and pressed on. My mind churned with the thought that Reggie was searching specifically for me. Between the infected and him, I was stuck between 2 threats. Near the lounge entrance, the corridor opened up into a wide hall that smelled strongly of mildew. Water dripped from the ceiling. An exit sign flickered above a pair of swinging doors. According to the map, those doors led to the industrial kitchen corridor. We pushed through. Inside, the overhead lights were partially functional, casting an uneven glow on large pots and pans. The floor was slippery with spilled liquids and scraps of old food. Rows of sinks lined one wall, next to refrigerators and supply shelves. We found the double doors at the far end that presumably led to the loading dock. Before we could reach them, a figure stepped out from behind a metal counter, blocking our path. My stomach tensed when I recognized Leon Delgado, the individual Reggie had been whispering with earlier. He had a makeshift weapon, possibly a sharpened piece of metal. At his side were two men wearing improvised armor made from guard vests. Leon studied our group, then fixed his gaze on me. He said my name with a bitter tone. Milo Burnett, the big talker who cooperated with the feds. I tried to maintain composure, explaining we were only trying to find a safe way out, that the entire prison was collapsing. Leon smirked, replying that he had heard the rumors about me. He added that Reggie offered to share resources with anyone who caught me. Fitz stepped forward, telling Leon this was no time for grudges because we were all trapped in a nightmare. Leon shook his head. Reggie says, "You're the reason we're all in here, that your information put away some of his best people. Maybe that's what brought us to this prison in the first place. In my book, that's enough reason." Officer Lowe tried to reason with him, reminding him that a virus had broken out. Leon didn't seem to care. "We have bigger concerns," said Fitz. "None of us will make it out if we fight each other." Leon tilted his head, considering the words. We waited, uncertain if he'd step aside or come at us. Then, from out of nowhere, a loud crash erupted behind him. One of the industrial shelves toppled, scattering canned goods. An infected prisoner lunged at Leon's men, limbs thrashing. The corridor erupted into chaos. Leon turned, swinging his weapon, while his companions struggled with the infected figure. We seized our chance. Fitz grabbed my shoulder, and we sprinted around the melee, heading for the double doors. Carter, Dean, and Officer Lowe followed close behind. Leon shouted at us, calling us cowards, but we couldn't stop. We burst into the loading dock area, a concrete space with a large overhead door and a smaller side exit leading into the open yard. The overhead door was locked down tight, controlled by an electronic system that was obviously offline. The smaller door was barred from the outside. Judging by the heavy cross brace we could see through a narrow window. We tried to open it anyway. It wouldn't budge. Officer Lowe pointed to a wall panel that might release the lock, but it was dark. No power. The hum of a generator somewhere in the distance was faint, but apparently it wasn't feeding this panel. Desperate, we explored the dock for any clues. Dean found a maintenance hatch on the floor near some pallets. We pried it open, revealing a damp ladder leading down into a concrete chamber about 6 feet below. It looked like an old storm drain or part of the prison's drainage system. We had no idea if it led anywhere, but it was a possible route to freedom or to a dead end. Either way, staying put was risky. We descended into the chamber one by one. The space was cramped, with stagnant water covering the floor. A small corridor stretched out, illuminated by the faint glow of emergency lights overhead. The air was stale. We trudged forward, the water rippling around our ankles. Carter nearly slipped on a broken pipe. Dean used the flashlight to guide us. The corridor eventually branched in two directions. One way led to a locked grate. The other turned sharply to the left. We followed the left tunnel. The walls were coated in algae, and it smelled worse than any place I'd ever been. Gurgling sounds echoed through the passage. On top of that, we heard a distant banging noise like something was striking metal at irregular intervals. When we reached a junction, our flashlight picked up a sign indicating we were nearing the outer edge of the property. Officer Lowe tried to recall if this drain system connected to the swamp. He believed it might open up to a marshy ditch near the service road. If so, we'd be standing in the middle of the swamp. That was no paradise, but it was better than dealing with the virus in close quarters. We pressed forward, picking our way through the shallow water until we spotted a large grate overhead. Beyond it lay a swirl of thick vegetation. Moonlight trickled in, suggesting we were outside the prison walls. We tested the grate. It was rusted, but locked from above. Carter rummaged in his pockets, muttering something about needing a tool. Fitz pulled out a small screwdriver he had taken from the storage room earlier. Together, they tried to wedge the lock open. Suddenly, the banging noise behind us grew louder, echoing off the tunnel walls. Something was approaching. Our group clustered together. The space was narrow, leaving us few options to dodge. Dean and Carter worked frantically on the lock. Officer Lowe readied his baton. Fitz and I searched the gloom behind us, straining to see what might appear. The water rippled. Then we saw a shape round the corner, hunched and limping. A second shape followed. They moved erratically, as if guided by instinct rather than reason. Officer Lowe raised his voice. "Hurry!" Carter gave one final push. The lock snapped and the grate swung open. We scrambled up through the opening, pushing aside wet vegetation. The night air hit us like a physical force, heavy with the scent of swamp water and decaying plant life. Carter helped Officer Lowe climb out, mindful of his injured shoulder. Dean was next, and Fitz followed. I was last to emerge, in time to glance down and see the infected forms reaching the base of the ladder, their arms swiping uselessly at the rung. We found ourselves in a dense patch of waist-high reeds. The prison's perimeter fence loomed several yards away, partially obscured by the swamp's growth. The moon illuminated the murky water. Mosquitoes whined around our faces. The chorus of frogs and crickets droned, an eerie reminder of how close we were to nature now. From here, we could see the main building's floodlights. Parts of the yard were lit up, while others were completely dark. Shadows moved along the fence, possibly infected individuals, or maybe just stray guards. We couldn't be sure. We crouched among the reeds, catching our breath. Officer Lowe examined his shoulder dressing, which was soaked. Carter quietly checked his bandage. No one was in great shape. We had escaped the immediate threat inside, but the prison still towered behind us, and we had no clear plan for traveling through the swamp. Miles of bog stretched in every direction, dotted with cypress trees and hidden sinkholes. Fitz spoke first. "We can't stay right by the fence. The guards, or whoever's left, might spot us and think we're trying to escape." Dean added that the infected could wander out this way too. Officer Lowe winced and said we should move farther into the swamp, try to find the service road. I wasn't sure how we'd navigate that in the dark, but the alternative was heading back inside, which felt like a worse idea. So we crept along the fence line, searching for an opening or a place where the wires were loose. Every now and then, we spotted movement within the prison grounds, figures shuffling past floodlights, stumbling over each other. We kept going until we found a bend in the fence near a large drainage channel. At that spot, the fence was partially collapsed. Water had eroded the ground, causing the chain link to sag. We quietly waded across, clinging to the drooping metal. The water was rank, swirling around our waists. Carter almost lost his grip at one point. Dean and Fitz helped hoist him back. Eventually, we scrambled onto a muddy embankment on the other side. We were now officially outside the perimeter of Black Drift Correctional Facility. But that didn't feel like victory. We stood in a shallow part of the swamp, surrounded by an unwelcoming wilderness. The moonlight helped us see enough not to trip over every root, but we had no map, no compass, and no certainty that we'd find a road. Without supplies, we were in danger of getting lost, dehydrated, or preyed on by animals. Still, the idea of going back inside was worse. The next few hours were a blur of slogging through the swamp, pushing aside hanging moss, dodging gnarled tree roots. We stumbled over rotted logs and half-sunk branches. Every so often, we paused to check if something was following us. The night was alive with the buzzing of insects. The ground squelched underfoot. Occasionally, a distant cry or groan would echo back in the direction of the prison, but it never sounded close enough to identify. We pressed on until we found a patch of slightly higher ground with a few cypress knees we could use as seats. Our clothes were soaked, our legs were covered in mosquito bites, and everyone was exhausted. Officer Lowe tried the radio again. No luck. Fitz quietly asked me if I thought Reggie would also try to flee. I had no idea. Maybe he was still inside, leading a group, or maybe the infected had cornered him. Carter's bandage was drenched, and he said he felt nauseous. He worried he might have been exposed to the virus. Dean tried to calm him, but the tension was there. We had no real means to treat a serious infection. Carter insisted he was just exhausted and dehydrated. We decided to rest for a while before attempting to move again. The plan was to search for the access road at dawn. We huddled in that patch of swamp, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I reflected on how I ended up here, turning in old associates to protect myself. Did I deserve this fate? Could I have done things differently? As I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that the virus wasn't just a random tragedy. It felt like a storm of secrets that had been brewing for months or years, and now it was unleashed. By the time the first pale light of morning crept through the trees, the swamp looked even more unwelcoming. Thick fog clung to the surface of the water, reducing visibility. Frogs croaked in the distance. We got up slowly, muscles stiff. Officer Lowe complained of dizziness. Carter looked worse, his face pale. Still, we trudged forward, determined to find any sign of civilization. After half an hour, we spotted an old wooden signpost sticking out of the water. It had an arrow pointing northeast with the words, "Service Road," painted on it. The paint was faded, but readable. A burst of hope rippled through the group. We followed that direction, weaving through the cypress trees, stepping on whatever solid ground we could find. At last, we stumbled onto a dirt path that rose above the water. The swamp receded slightly, replaced by thick brush on either side. We followed the path until it widened. Then, we saw cracked asphalt, the service road. Relief washed over us. It was old, covered in potholes, but at least it led somewhere. We started walking along the asphalt, noticing old tire marks. It clearly had been used at some point, likely for supply vehicles delivering goods to Blackdrift. We pressed on for what felt like another hour or two. The sun climbed higher, burning away some of the morning fog. Carter's pace slowed. He coughed intermittently, leaning on Dean for support. My nerves frayed. I didn't want to believe he could be infected, but we had all seen how quickly the virus spread. I tried to reassure myself that we'd find help soon, maybe an outpost or a ranger station. Then, in the distance, we spotted a small structure near the road. It looked like a roadside checkpoint, possibly a guardhouse from the old days. The building was small, with a chain across the road. We hurried over, hearts set on finding supplies. The windows were grimy. The front door was ajar. Inside, we found a dusty desk, a few filing cabinets, and a broken radio transmitter. No sign of any staff. A battered map hung on one wall, marking the route between Blackdrift and the nearest town about 25 miles away. Officer Lowe sank into a rickety chair, breathing heavily. Fitz rummaged through the desk drawers, producing an unopened bottle of water and some stale energy bars. Carter leaned against the wall, eyes half closed. "I don't feel so good," he murmured. We shared uneasy glances. Dean tried to get him to sip some water, but his hands trembled. We couldn't ignore the possibility that the virus was in him. We faced a dilemma: remain here and hope someone comes, or keep walking. We had no idea if any rescue was on the way, or if the infection had spread beyond the prison. The landline phone on the desk was dead. The radio transmitter wouldn't power on. Officer Lowe said he remembered seeing a searchlight or radio tower near a ranger station further up the road. He believed it was used by local game wardens who occasionally patrolled the area. If we could reach that station, we might find a working radio, or at least medical supplies. It meant traveling deeper into the swamp, but we didn't see an alternative. After a brief rest, we set off again, heading north along the service road. The morning light gave the swamp an otherworldly glow. Tall grasses swayed in a breeze that carried the scent of wet earth. Birds circled overhead, croaking out calls. Every so often, we'd spot the rustle of an alligator tail sliding into the water. There was no sign of infected humans this far from the prison, but that didn't ease the tension. Carter grew more unsteady with each step. Dean and Fitz had to support him on either side. At one point, we heard a helicopter somewhere in the distance. We scanned the skies, but thick canopy obscured the view. The sound faded quickly, leaving only the hum of insects. Could it have been a rescue helicopter, or maybe a private chopper? There was no way to tell. We pressed onward until we reached a crossroads. The path to the left led further into the marsh, according to the map. The path to the right climbed toward higher ground. Officer Lowe said the ranger station should be on higher ground, so we veered right. The sun beat down relentlessly, and we were running low on water again. Carter nearly collapsed. Dean urged us to stop and rest, so we did. Finding a shady spot under a cypress tree, we laid Carter down. He was sweating profusely. He asked if we thought the virus might be in him. Nobody answered, but our silence spoke volumes. Dean tried to cool him off with a damp cloth. Fitz scanned the horizon for any sign of a structure. Officer Lowe hovered anxiously, uncertain how to proceed. Carter's breathing hitched. He looked up at me. "Just keep going," he said. "Don't let me slow you down." Dean insisted we wouldn't leave him. We all agreed to stay together. In the distance, we heard a low rumble of thunder. Great. Rain might flood these already saturated paths, turning them into impassable bogs. As we huddled there, I spotted movement in the trees. My blood froze until I realized it was just a deer darting between the trunks. The swamp was full of illusions, shadows and shapes that played tricks on your eyes. But after everything we'd witnessed at Black Drift, any movement put us on edge. We continued on, step by agonizing step. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the trees thinned out, revealing a clearing. There, on a slight rise, stood a modest structure with a radio tower behind it. It had a weather-beaten sign reading, "Old Marsh Ranger Station." Relief washed over us. We approached cautiously, unsure if the place was inhabited. The front door was locked. Fitz tried the warden's keys out of habit, but none fit. Officer Lowe found a window around the side that was slightly ajar. We managed to push it open further and climb inside. The station was small, 2 rooms, a kitchenette, and a radio console. The furniture was covered in dust. It seemed no one had been here for a while. Nevertheless, this was our best hope. Dean guided Carter to a chair, propping him up gently. Fitz searched for first aid supplies and found a basic kit in a cabinet. There were bandages, antiseptic, aspirin, not much else. Officer Lowe attempted to power up the radio console. No response. He checked the circuit breakers in a corner panel. A few tries later, the overhead lights flickered on. The radio console hummed softly. Lowe pressed the transmit button. "This is Officer Lowe, from Black Drift Correctional Facility. We have a serious emergency." Static. He repeated variations of the message, adjusting dials, scanning frequencies. Finally, a faint voice emerged. "Copy that, but your signal is weak. Identify location." Lowe provided coordinates based on a map pinned to the wall. The voice crackled, cutting in and out. We caught fragments. "Outbreak. Quarantines enforced. Remain where you are. Possible pickup." Then static overwhelmed the signal. At least we knew someone was out there. We tried to clarify, but the voice didn't respond again. The sun was sinking, casting golden light across the swamp. Carter was delirious, shaking. Dean did his best to keep him calm. Fitz rummaged for anything else useful in drawers and cabinets. He found a half-empty water jug, which we rationed among ourselves. Officer Lowe repeated his call every few minutes, hoping for a clearer transmission. No luck. We had to face the possibility that rescue might not come soon, or at all. If the outbreak was widespread, we might be stranded. As night fell, we decided to barricade the station's doors and windows as best we could. Outside, lightning flashed in the distance. The rumble of thunder grew nearer. We braced for a rainstorm. The ranger station's roof leaked in a few spots, dripping onto the floor. We placed buckets to catch the water. Carter's condition deteriorated. He began muttering incoherently. Dean did what he could, checking for fever. Carter's skin felt clammy. Every so often, his gaze would lock onto one of us with an unfocused intensity. It was hard to watch. Officer Lowe sat quietly, pressing a hand to his shoulder wound. Fitz paced the small space, searching for anything to help. I hovered near the radio, rotating frequencies. Nothing but static. Outside, the storm arrived in full force. Rain hammered the roof. The windows rattled with each gust of wind. The darkness beyond was pitch black. Occasionally, flashes of lightning lit up the swamp, revealing twisted shapes of trees and the tall silhouette of the tower. Around midnight, Carter woke from a restless doze with a jolt. He let out a raw gasp, eyes wide. Dean tried to calm him, but Carter pushed him away with more strength than we expected. Officer Lowe tried to help. Carter suddenly staggered upright, as if possessed by a surge of energy, then stumbled and collided with a table, knocking items to the floor. Fitz and I grabbed his arms, trying to prevent him from hurting himself. Carter's breathing was heavy. A glint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as though he wasn't fully aware of what he was doing. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Eventually, he collapsed. Dean checked his pulse. It was still there, but faint. We realized then that time was running out for Carter, and with each passing hour, the virus, or whatever this infection was, could claim him fully, turning him into what we saw inside Blackdrift. We had to make a decision quickly. Officer Lowe resumed calling for help at the radio, sending out urgent pleas. After several attempts, a new voice came through. It was heavily distorted. "Hearing you. Outbreak. Quarantines enforced. Remain where you are." Then for a brief second, the signal cleared, and we heard it loud and clear. "Emergency alert. Prison lockdown remains in full effect. All escape attempts will be met with lethal force." The voice crackled, cutting in and out. Our blood ran cold. Did that mean survivors like us would be treated the same as the infected? That was all we got before static set in again. Fitz shook his head, whispering that a few days might be too late. I stared at Carter, who lay on the floor breathing shallowly. Dean wiped sweat from Carter's forehead. Officer Lowe mumbled that perhaps we should try to find medication or risk traveling to the nearest town. But that was 25 miles away through flooded roads. We didn't have a vehicle or any guarantee the town would be safe. At some point in the early morning hours, Carter began to stir again. He tried to rise, limbs twitching. Dean and Fitz kept him from thrashing. His eyes were glazed as though he was drifting away from reality. An ominous hush settled over the group as we realized we might be moments away from losing him. I wondered if this was what the infected guard felt in his final moments, if he even had final moments of clarity. Lightning lit up the ranger station one more time. We saw the watery reflections on the windows. The storm was subsiding, but the world outside looked no less dangerous. In a sudden fit, Carter jerked violently, forcing Dean back. Lowe tried to pin him, and Carter opened his mouth in a reflex, almost snapping at the officer's arm. Fitz intervened, and we managed to restrain Carter again, but the look on his face was haunting. It was like he was trapped between consciousness and whatever primal rage the virus inflicted. With no medication, no method to treat him, we had no real options. "I'm sorry," Dean whispered, tears in his eyes as he watched his friend slip away. Carter's breathing slowed. Gradually he stopped fighting. For a long moment, no one spoke. At daybreak, we decided to open the doors to let in fresh air. Water pooled around the base of the ranger station. The storm had flooded the surrounding area. We stepped onto the small porch. Officer Lowe tested the radio again and got a brief signal. The same voice repeating that the entire zone was under quarantine. No updates on rescue. Behind us, Carter lay in a motionless state. Dean kept vigil. Fitz paced around outside, studying the tower. The humidity was stifling, and the sky looked like it might bring more storms. We hadn't eaten anything but stale energy bars since the previous afternoon. My mind lingered on the memory of Reggie, Leon, and the infected guard. The prison itself was probably in a worse state by now, overrun by a disease that devoured everything in its path. Officer Lowe confided that he wasn't sure how much longer he could manage with his injured shoulder. The cut was turning a troubling color, and we had limited antiseptic left. Fitz suggested looking for supplies in the swamp or a nearby fishing shack that might have been noted on the old map. The map, however, showed no such detail. It only showed a few major features. Dean eventually stepped out, quietly closing the door behind him. He looked shaken and said that Carter didn't seem to be breathing normally. We all exchanged glances, hearts heavy. The question hung in the air. Had Carter turned into something else, or was he simply gone? In the stillness of that morning, with the entire swamp around us, we felt a small glimmer of hope when we heard a distant rumble in the sky, possibly another helicopter. We saw a speck near the horizon, but it never came close enough to see us. We tried the radio again, to no avail. We stood there, uncertain, on the porch of the ranger station. Fitz kept watch, scanning the tree line for movement. Dean stared off into the middle distance, likely pondering if we should go back for help, or if we could even find any. Officer Lowe leaned against the railing, grimacing from the pain in his shoulder. As for me, I reflected on the past, the day I made that deal to inform on Reggie. I believed it would save my own skin, never imagining it would lead me to a swamp prison haunted by corporate experiments and a viral outbreak. Now I didn't know if I'd live to see another week. Everything was uncertain. We had no idea how large the infected area had grown, or whether civilization beyond Blackdrift was also in crisis. Inside the station, Carter's breathing sounded irregular, a soft, scraping sound. We had to decide what to do if he became fully infected and hostile. Could we bring ourselves to push him out? Would we abandon him? Dean wouldn't allow that easily. Officer Lowe mumbled that we might need to protect ourselves, no matter how hard the choice might be. For a moment, my eyes drifted to the broken transmitter. A small spark of determination flared within me. We had one lifeline with that radio, one faint chance to signal for help, or at least contact someone beyond this infected zone. I made a silent vow to keep trying every frequency, every trick, until I either reached someone or the batteries died. Giving up now wasn't an option. So here we are, trapped in a ranger station, somewhere in the deepest part of the Black Rose marshlands. We have no idea if rescue will arrive, or if the rest of the world is just as lost to this outbreak. Blackdrift Correctional Facility is behind us, presumably infested with those who fell victim to the virus, and possibly a handful of survivors like Reggie. We don't know if they made it out. We don't know if the warden survived, or if more infected roam the hallways. I'm writing these words down in an old ranger's logbook, since we can't be sure when we might get another chance to speak our truth. If help comes, maybe they'll find this record. If no one arrives, the swamp might consume all evidence of our existence. We're exhausted. Our supplies are few. Carter's condition is a ticking clock. But as the new day's light filters through the storm clouds, a fragile hope remains. Perhaps we'll find a way to make contact with the outside world. Perhaps we'll wander deeper into the swamp and stumble upon a small settlement or a rescue team. We don't know. What we do know is that a corporate experiment called TH04 sparked a nightmare, and we're caught in the middle of it. Some of us carry regrets about the choices that led here. We've lost friends. Our freedom is a hollow concept in this wilderness, and we don't even know if a cure exists. But we still have each other, and we still have the will to survive. I can't say how this ends. Maybe days from now a chopper will descend, and we'll be flown to safety. Or maybe the infection will reach us in this station, finalizing a story that began with secret experiments and a handful of desperate people who just wanted a second chance. The only certainty is that the swamp now holds us in its grasp, and the virus prowls close behind. Should anyone find this log, know that we tried to do right by each other. Know that we didn't set out to be heroes or villains. We were simply people caught in a storm of secrets and desperation. My name is Milo Burnett, and this is the best record I can leave behind of what really happened at Blackdrift Correctional Facility. Maybe, just maybe, we'll find our way out of the swamp. Or maybe the swamp will swallow us whole, just like it swallowed the prison that tried to hide its darkest secrets. My name is Milo Burnett, and it has been just over a month since we escaped Black Drift Correctional Facility. When we last saw any semblance of normalcy, we were holed up at the old Marsh Ranger station, hoping for rescue. Our group with me, it's Fitz, Dean, and Officer Lowe, was running on low supplies and uncertain hope. Carter, our fellow survivor, lost his life to the infection, and his final moments almost cost us everything. At times, I still wonder if there might have been a way to save him. But that's all in the past. In the days that followed our initial arrival at the ranger station, we settled into a grim routine. We barred the doors with wooden beams, gathered whatever non-perishable items we could find in the station's cabinets, and rationed everything down to the last crumb. Rainwater served as our main source of hydration. We rigged tarps over buckets to collect whatever the Florida skies sent down. We took turns monitoring the radio that had given us faint glimmers of outside contact. Most of the time, it returned only static. Occasionally, we'd pick up a scrambled message telling us to remain in place, that quarantines were active all across the region. None of the garbled voices offered a timeline for aid. We could only assume that whatever had started at Blackdrift was spreading. During daylight, we ventured into the swamp in pairs, looking for anything edible. Fruits, edible roots, small creatures. Once, Dean managed to catch a fish near a shallow stream, and we carefully cooked it over a small fire behind the station, using a makeshift grill made out of scrap metal. The taste was mediocre, but the protein kept us going. All the while, we never stopped watching for the infected. For the first week, we didn't see any sign of them beyond the perimeter of our station. We believed that the swamp's dangerous terrain might have slowed or deterred them. But as the second week rolled in, we began encountering them deeper in the marsh. Figures shuffling through shallow water with blank, unseeing faces. Some wore scraps of prison uniforms or guard attire. Others were in tattered civilian clothing we didn't recognize. The infection had clearly spread beyond Black Drift's fences. The more we observed these creatures, the more we learned. They appeared sensitive to noise, so we took care to stay quiet, especially when we moved through areas where the muddy ground could cause us to slip and create a commotion. We noticed that at certain times of day, especially in intense midday heat, they seemed almost sluggish, as if weighed down by the humidity and the thick swamp air. But come dusk, when temperatures cooled a bit, they seemed a little more active. We set up basic traps around the station to keep them away. Empty cans strung on fishing line to create noise when disturbed. Sharpened stakes hammered into a low barricade around the building's perimeter. Fitz showed us how to rig an improvised tripwire from an old extension cord. We covered the line with leaves and used it to alert us if anything drew too close. Each morning, we'd check for disturbances. Usually, the lines were intact. Sometimes we found them snapped, as though something large had passed by. The true horror arrived in the third week, when we saw our first mutated infected. We were returning from a supply run. Dean spotted a shape crouched near the water's edge, behind a cluster of cypress knees. By that point, we were accustomed to the infected's lurching gait, but this one, it was different. Its shape was distorted, perhaps from fungal growth or internal changes. In the dim light, we could see swelling along its limbs, as if something under the skin had grown beyond normal proportions. It made a faint rattling sound, as though struggling to breathe. We retreated before it noticed us. Dean and I crept back to the station to warn the others. Later, from a distance, we tried to observe its behavior through binoculars. It lumbered in a slow circle, occasionally dragging its left leg in a jerky motion. Its eyes were glazed like the others, but it moved its head in short, twitchy bursts, as though listening for something specific. Officer Lowe, still nursing his injured shoulder, suggested that maybe the virus had adapted to the swamp environment. The fungal spores out here were rumored to be unique. Whatever the explanation, the infection was no longer a simple matter of mindless aggression. Some of the infected had changed in unpredictable ways, making them even more dangerous to approach. By the beginning of the fourth week, we knew we couldn't remain at the ranger station indefinitely. Our supplies were nearly gone. Officer Lowe's injury needed better care, and with more infected wandering close, our location felt compromised. Fitz unearthed references in old station logs about a secondary outpost run by local game wardens. We had considered seeking it out, but the real deciding factor came when Dean discovered something far more concerning. A file folder labeled with the Margrave Biotech logo tucked behind a locked drawer in the station's back office. Inside was a brief mention of a sub-level lab Black Drift region. The notes indicated that some research had been done off-site, not just under the prison, but in a separate facility hidden in the marsh. Officer Lowe recognized the name from rumor. He claimed the warden had once mentioned an old hurricane shelter or storage bunker in the deeper part of the Black Rose marshlands. We realized that if Margrave Biotech had a lab out there, it might have additional resources, medical supplies, information about the virus, maybe even a clue to reversing it. Admittedly, we hesitated. Entering a secret laboratory possibly overrun by mutated infected sounded like a reckless plan, but we were out of options. A single infection in our group could mean disaster. We needed medication, a better knowledge of what we were up against, or at least a chance to find something that could give us an advantage. So, at the tail end of the 4th week, we decided to leave the ranger station behind. We planned our departure carefully. Each of us carried a small pack. Mine contained a makeshift first aid kit, bandages, antiseptic, gauze, a roll of duct tape for any and all emergencies, as well as the few precious cans of food left in our station. Dean carried a portable shortwave radio along with the battered map from the station's wall. Fitz was in charge of our small collection of tools, a multi-tool, a hammer, a handful of nails, and some fishing line. Officer Lowe, still wearing his uniform, now ripped and stained, had the only firearm among us, a standard-issue sidearm with a single magazine left. We prayed we wouldn't need to fire it, because the sound would bring every infected for miles. We woke before dawn. With the first rays of sunlight creeping into the sky, we moved out. A thin mist clung to the marsh, making it difficult to see more than a few dozen yards ahead. We walked in pairs, picking our way around cypress knees and drowned logs. Sometimes we moved in silence for so long that I wondered if the others could sense my inner anxiety. In truth, none of us wanted to speak much. Words couldn't change what we were doing, traveling deeper into a place infested by a nightmare we barely understood. Progress was slow. Water rose to our ankles, then our shins, then back down again as we crossed ridges of slightly higher ground. Every step had to be tested first, with a makeshift staff so we wouldn't tumble into hidden sinkholes. At times, the drone of insects was nearly overwhelming. We used scraps of cloth to cover our faces, more to block the insects than for infection control. By now, we had little hope that face coverings would stop the virus if an infected person got close. By midday, we found a shallow creek and paused to filter water through a piece of cloth. Officer Lowe was shivering slightly. His shoulder didn't look good. The wound had never fully healed, and the damp environment was likely making it worse. Fitz tried to clean it with antiseptic, but we only had so much of that left. The rest of us ate a bit of our limited food supply, then pressed on. Somewhere around mid-afternoon, we stumbled upon a surprising sight. A half-buried cargo container emblazoned with the Margrave Biotech logo, lodged in a swampy gulch. It looked like it had been dropped there, maybe airlifted or carried by a boat. The container's doors were forced open, revealing scattered medical vials and broken equipment inside. Mud and water had ruined most of it. We gathered what we could, but we found nothing obviously useful. Just empty syringes, soggy paperwork, and a few sealed plastic packages labeled sterile gauze. Still, it was a clue that we were on the right track. Margrave Biotech had some sort of operation deeper in these wetlands, and we were getting closer to its remnants. As we continued, the environment began to change. Cypress trees gave way to denser clusters of brush. We noticed old wooden signposts leaning at odd angles, their paint flaking. The writing was too faded to read clearly, but it reminded us that people once traveled these paths for reasons other than survival. By dusk, we were exhausted. We set up a small camp on a dry patch of ground near a crooked willow tree. Fitz and I used stakes and rope to create a rudimentary perimeter line. We hung empty cans along the rope so any contact would rattle them. We stayed awake in shifts. 2 kept watch while the other 2 rested. It wasn't peaceful, but it was the best we could manage. In the dim light, insects buzzed around us relentlessly. The night sky was overcast, offering little moonlight. The swamp felt alive with hidden movement. Once or twice, we heard distant splashing, but it never approached. I'm not sure if that was a blessing or an ominous sign that something was circling. When dawn arrived, we packed up quickly. Fitz scouted ahead, climbing onto a fallen log to get a better vantage. After a few moments, he waved us forward. Officer Lowe and I followed, helping Dean over a slippery mound. Beyond that, we saw a fence. It was chain link topped with rusted wire, partially camouflaged by vines and overgrown brush. The fence spanned across the marsh in a roughly rectangular shape, disappearing into clusters of vegetation. A small sign on the fence read, "Property of Margrave Biotech. Authorized personnel only." It looked as though part of the fence had collapsed into the water. This might have been the outer perimeter of the facility we'd heard about. If so, the actual entrance was probably further inside. We searched for a gate or some kind of opening, eventually finding a locked metal door. Fitz tried a handful of keys we'd taken from the warden's office, but none fit. In the end, we slipped through a gap where the fence had buckled near the waterline. Inside, the ground was more solid, as if artificially reinforced. We noticed old asphalt crumbling under the moss. A signpost that might have once pointed to different areas of the compound lay on the ground. The direction arrows were snapped off, but one piece had an arrow with faint letters. Lab sublevel. We exchanged looks. This was probably it. We navigated further in, following an overgrown footpath lined with ancient floodlights. The structures we spotted were mostly battered sheds or small outbuildings. Many had caved-in roofs. Some bore more Margrave Biotech markings, suggesting storage or power stations. The overall layout hinted at an underground facility, just as the notes implied. Then we saw them, mutated, infected, up close. A cluster of 5 or 6 wandered near a broken fence, blocking our path. Their forms were twisted. One had swollen limbs and a large growth on its torso, which might have been some kind of fungal mass. Another had an elongated neck, as though the virus had expanded tissues in unnatural ways. They moved erratically, emitting soft rasping sounds. We dropped to our knees behind a warped steel barrel, gesturing for silence. Officer Lowe clutched his sidearm, but we all knew firing was a last resort. Fitz quietly readied a makeshift spear, fashioned from a sharpened metal rod. Dean slowly reached into his bag for a length of fishing line, which we'd sometimes used to lure infected away by throwing it attached to a noise-making object. We watched as the infected meandered, occasionally bumping into each other. Their eyes were unfocused, but they seemed agitated, as if searching for something. One of them jerked its head to the side in a spasm, then continued forward. The path we needed to follow lay directly behind them. Dean looked at me, then carefully tied a small chunk of metal to a length of line. He motioned that he would toss it to the right, hoping to draw them away. I nodded. He swung the line in a silent arc and flung the metal chunk across the clearing. It landed in the brush with a clatter. Immediately the infected twitched, turning toward the noise. One by one, they lumbered in that direction. We waited until they had moved off, then slipped by quietly, stepping around soggy debris. It was the closest call we'd had in weeks. My nerves felt taut, but I couldn't voice the feeling openly. We had to remain focused. We pressed forward into what looked like a small courtyard in front of a larger building. The building itself had multiple levels, but the windows were boarded up from the inside. A tall sign out front was too worn to read. However, we could see a pair of double doors, battered but still intact, with the Margrave logo faintly visible above them. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front doors wouldn't budge. They might have been barricaded from within. We circled around, finding a side entrance that stood ajar, its metal frame bent as if forced open by powerful hands. We carefully stepped into a dim corridor that smelled of mold and stale air. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, powered by who knew what. Maybe an emergency generator somewhere still chugged along, or maybe partial solar panels. The hallway was littered with overturned chairs, broken glass, and damp papers. We moved with caution, shining a single flashlight ahead. Then came the sign that confirmed our suspicions. A directory on the wall that read "Sub-level access," with an arrow pointing down a nearby staircase. Below that, smaller letters indicated "Authorized personnel only." We descended carefully, each step echoing faintly. The deeper we went, the more we realized how large this place was. Multiple sub-levels, each presumably for different research areas. The documents we'd found suggested there might have been an entire operation here, possibly parallel to the prison's own lab. On the first sub-level landing, we discovered what looked like a security checkpoint. A cracked monitor displayed a looping error message. The gate itself was half-lowered, jammed with a metal filing cabinet. Fitz squeezed under it first, shining the flashlight around. The corridor beyond was lined with lab doors, each with a small square window. Some were shattered, others were fogged up or smeared with something we didn't want to identify. We spent a few minutes searching the offices. We found desks strewn with old paperwork, half-empty storage closets with scattered lab coats and rubber gloves. One room had several locked cabinets. We managed to pry one open and discovered boxes of simple medical supplies, latex gloves, face shields, some basic first aid materials, and a half-dozen sealed pouches of something labeled IV nutrient solution. Not exactly the cure for an unknown infection, but better than nothing. Most crucially, we uncovered a partial map of the sub-level. It showed an access corridor leading down to a deeper floor labeled Contamination Control Lab. That area was marked with the highest clearance rating. Before venturing deeper, we took stock of our new supplies in one of the unoccupied labs. The door had a functioning lock, which gave us at least a little security. There, we decided to wait and observe the pattern of any infected that might roam the halls. For the next several hours, we listened in silence, occasionally hearing distant scraping or muffled steps, but no direct approach. To pass the time, we examined logs on the computers scattered around. Dean managed to power one terminal using an emergency battery stored in a drawer. Old documents revealed that Margrave Biotech had been testing a compound named Teach-04, the same reference we'd seen at the prison. Initial notes mentioned promising results in boosting immune responses. Then a later entry highlighted adverse interactions with local spores, which apparently caused unpredictable tissue changes. We felt a twinge of unease when we read about Stage 2 mutations, referencing physical alterations beyond normal human parameters, precisely what we'd begun seeing in the swamp. A note near the bottom read, "Containment Protocol, Immediate Quarantine. Monitor for advanced coordination in mutated subjects." Advanced coordination? The idea of infected working together, even in a rudimentary way, was unsettling. That evening, we made a plan. Fitz suggested we split up in short intervals to explore the corridor. Officer Lowe would stay in the locked lab, resting his shoulder and keeping watch over our supplies. His condition remained fragile. Dean and I volunteered to check a small medical storage room indicated on the map, hoping to find something more substantial than basic gauze. Fitz would scout a hallway leading toward biotesting. We agreed to regroup after an hour. Dean and I crept into the corridor, flashlight beams bobbing across cracked floor tiles. Pipes overhead dripped occasionally. The walls were scuffed with random bullet marks. At one point we passed a door labeled Specimen Prep, which had been torn from its hinges. Inside, the few tables remained upright, but the overhead light flickered. Vials and shattered containers littered the floor, covered in a thin layer of mold. We kept moving, stepping around the debris. A short walk later, we found the door for medical storage B3. It was locked, but the lock looked basic. Dean tried using a small flathead screwdriver from Fitz's toolkit. After a couple of tense minutes, we heard a satisfying click. The door eased open, revealing shelves from floor to ceiling. Many were empty or rifled through, but we took our time inspecting each. We found a few sealed boxes of antibiotics, some saline bags, and a small stock of antiseptic wipes. This was a major improvement over what we had at the ranger station. We even discovered a functioning mini-fridge in the corner. Its digital panel glowed faintly, meaning some power still flowed here. Inside were 2 vials labeled anti-inflammatory compound, with instructions for injection. It might help Officer Lowe, though we had no illusions it was a cure. Still, every little bit helped. Our relief was short-lived. Just as Dean was stowing the supplies in his backpack, we heard a sound from the corridor, a dragging shuffle, accompanied by wheezing. We froze and turned off the flashlight, pressing ourselves behind a tall shelving unit. The door was cracked open, letting in a sliver of light from the hallway. The shuffle grew louder. Something moved past the doorway, then paused. Our pulses thudded in our ears, careful to avoid phrases like "heart pounded" as requested. I pictured one of those mutated forms sniffing the air, listening for us. After a moment, the sound resumed, receding into the distance. Dean and I exhaled quietly and waited a full minute before creeping out. The hallway was empty. We hurried back the way we came, checking corners to avoid any unexpected encounters. We returned to the locked lab where Officer Lowe waited, only to find Fitz already there, pacing. He claimed he had scouted a hallway that led to a locked door with the sign, "Biotesting, restricted." The small window beside it revealed a darkened stairwell leading further down. He was sure he heard movement behind that door. We agreed to investigate it as a group once we ensured that Officer Lowe's shoulder was tended to. Officer Lowe administered one of the anti-inflammatory injections, sighing with relief as he felt some pressure lessen around his injury. Meanwhile, Dean sifted through the notes and vials we'd gathered, trying to see if anything referenced an antidote. A partial log was among the items we found in the medical storage. It described attempts to treat infected subjects with the TH04 formula reversed, combined with antifungal agents. The result was always the same. The infected bodies reacted violently, leading to more severe mutations or total organ failure. No mention of success, no sign of a cure. We did, however, find references to certain vulnerabilities. In the notes, a test group of infected displayed markedly slow healing in humid conditions if exposed to chemical agents containing sulfur. Another note mentioned that bright light seemed to disorient them temporarily, though not consistently. It wasn't a solution, but it might give us a slight edge. We considered rigging a bright flash or chemical mixture if we had the right supplies. Seeing how extensive Margrave Biotech's research was, we felt certain that the deeper floors might hold more advanced data, or at least tools we could use. Fitz summarized our goal. If there's any chance they worked on a genuine countermeasure, it would be in the high-security labs. Yet we also understood that those labs were probably the most dangerous areas. If advanced testing occurred there, advanced mutations might be roaming the corridors. Still, we had come this far. Risking everything to reach what we hoped was an opportunity to turn the tables. We decided to move out again at daybreak, or at least whatever passed for daybreak down here. In truth, the sublevels were a world of constant artificial light and darkness, dictated by flickering bulbs and half-dead power lines. We sealed the door of the lab from the inside and settled in for a restless night. The faint hum of electronics and the drip of overhead pipes was our lullaby. Occasionally we caught ourselves listening for distant noises, footsteps, metal scraping. Each time we held our breath and waited. No direct threats materialized, but a thick tension hung in the stale air. In the morning, we carefully opened the door and stepped back into the corridor. Our destination, the locked biotesting restricted door that Fitz had found. The route was lined with broken emergency lights. We moved slowly, scanning for movement. Twice we saw infected in the distance and ducked into side rooms until they passed. One was definitely mutated. Its torso looked covered in nodules, pulsating slightly. Seeing it from only a few yards away was unsettling. We avoided contact by crouching behind an overturned supply cart. When we finally reached the locked door, Fitz examined the lock. This one looked more secure. We tried the warden's keys again, but came up empty. In the corner near the door, we spotted an electronic keypad connected to a partially active system. Its digital display flickered, showing random characters. This place was battered but not entirely lifeless. Dean attempted to bypass the mechanism by unscrewing the panel and crossing wires inside. It took the better part of 10 minutes, but eventually there was a click and the door slid open a few inches before stalling. Fitz and I wedged our shoulders in, forcing it open far enough for us to squeeze through. Beyond the door was a narrow stairwell, descending in a sharp curve. Faint red lights glowed along the steps, giving it a haunting feel. The air grew colder, and an odd metallic scent lingered. We eased downward, each footstep echoing. At the bottom, we came to another door marked Contamination Control Lab Level 2 in bold letters. Fitz tested the handle. It swung open easily, revealing a large L-shaped corridor. Flickering overhead lights illuminated a series of rooms with reinforced windows. Each door had a nameplate: Test Chamber A, Test Chamber B, Observation Room, Decontamination Chamber, and so on. It felt like we'd stepped into the heart of whatever had started this outbreak. We stuck together, scanning each room one at a time. Test Chamber A contained half a dozen steel tables, overhead light rigs, and a large observation window. On the back wall, scribbled notes hung from a bulletin board. Dean collected them, his eyes darting across the paper. One page mentioned a last-ditch attempt to administer a revised formula to volunteers who had mild symptoms of infection. All had resulted in accelerated spread of the virus. Another note read, Focus on TH04 Variation S. Potential partial remission in early stage cases. Variation S. We flagged that in our minds. Test Chamber B was a different story. It looked like a struggle had occurred. The metal tables were toppled, the overhead rig had crashed onto the floor, and the observation window was cracked. We found no sign of survivors, only scuffed footprints and large smears of residue that might have been from the mutated growths. It appeared the facility's staff tried to contain a subject here, and it broke free. Down the corridor we found a sealed lab with a frosted window. The door read, Authorized personnel only, TUT-04, Variation S trials. This was the clue we needed. The door's electronic lock was offline, so we resorted to manual force. It took all four of us pushing together to budget enough to slip inside. The interior had an array of lab benches, computer terminals, and storage cabinets. Dim emergency lights glowed around the edges of the ceiling. At the far end, a large metal cylinder lay on its side, labeled cryo storage. The top was dented as though something or someone had knocked it over. Shattered glass littered the floor. A faint chemical odor pervaded the air. We split up to search. Fitz rummaged through the cabinets. Dean checked the computers. Officer Lowe stood guard by the door, occasionally pressing a cloth to his shoulder. I approached the cylinder, noticing a small control panel. It had no power, but text on the side indicated it was meant to store sensitive biological materials at extremely low temperatures. Whatever was inside, it might have contained the best chance at an antidote or vaccine. Now it was damaged and presumably useless. Dean called me over to a terminal where he'd found a partial log referencing Variation S. The log described attempts to isolate certain fungal components from the swamp that seemed to bond with the virus. The scientists believed that, under controlled conditions, Variation S could slow the progression of infection in someone recently bitten or exposed, but it required a stable temperature environment and a specialized injection method. Without that, the mixture was unstable. He also found a note referencing growth accelerants, which might have led to the mutated forms. The staff seemed uncertain how to handle the side effects. At the bottom of the log, a final entry read, All staff evacuated to primary facility or sought cover. Variation S project suspended until further notice. We'd just begun to piece together that Variation S might be the closest thing to a partial cure, when a noise from the corridor made us freeze. It was a series of heavy thuds, followed by a dragging sound. Officer Lowe motioned for silence. Fitz crouched behind one of the lab benches, gripping his makeshift spear. Dean dimmed his flashlight. Through the cracked lab window, we saw shapes outside, multiple infected, some heavily mutated. One was especially large, with an expanded torso and limbs. The fungal masses on its body pulsed in the low light. Another had an elongated neck and odd protrusions along its spine. They shuffled closer, drawn by some cue, maybe our footsteps or the faint light from the lab. We glanced at each other, weighing options. The door was our only exit, and the infected were congregating just outside. The terminal near us beeped softly as it attempted to reboot. That small noise might have given us away because suddenly one of the creatures lunged at the door. It rattled on its hinges, producing a loud crash that echoed through the corridor. More infected converged on the sound. Fitz and I scrambled to barricade the door with a heavy metal cabinet. Officer Lowe stood ready, sidearm in hand. We dreaded firing it, but if they broke through, it might be our last line of defense. The creatures pushed and scratched at the steel door. Their raspy exhalations seeped through the cracks. Each impact felt stronger than the last. We realized that among them, there might be advanced forms with greater strength. Dean frantically unplugged the computer's battery supply, hoping to reduce the noise that was drawing them. For a moment, the corridor fell silent except for the infected bashing against the door. Then, with a final heave, part of the metal door frame began to buckle. Officer Lowe glanced at me, then gave a single nod. He raised his weapon and waited. A mutated arm pried through a gap, groping at the air. The largest creature shoved its shoulder into the breach, straining to fit through. The door was coming off its hinges. Officer Lowe squeezed the trigger. The sharp crack reverberated in the enclosed space. The shot caught the creature in the torso. It staggered but didn't stop. Instead, it growled in a harsh, rattling tone, pressing forward again. Another shot. This time it collapsed, blocking part of the doorway. Yet the rest of the horde kept pushing and climbing over their fallen comrade. At least 3 more sets of limbs reached through. We had to find another exit, or we'd be overrun. Fitz yelled, "There's a vent in the corner." I saw it, a large air vent near the ceiling, big enough for a person to crawl through if we removed the grate. Dean and I grabbed a screwdriver, working the fasteners loose. Officer Lowe fired another shot into the corridor, momentarily staggering one infected. The noise echoed, likely drawing more from within the facility. Finally, the grate came free. Fitz went first, hoisting himself into the duct. Officer Lowe handed his sidearm to Dean, who climbed after Fitz. Then Lowe gestured for me to go. He insisted he would follow last. "I can manage," he said quietly. I pulled myself up, heart pounding, but remembering not to use that phrase. My nerves taut, assisting from above as Lowe tried to climb in. His shoulder made it agonizing, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Meanwhile, the door gave way beneath the weight of the infected. They spilled into the lab, scrabbling at the metal benches. One of them reached for Lowe's ankle just as I grabbed his arm and pulled him inside the vent. We kicked at the creature's searching hand, then dragged the grate shut behind us. The ventilation shaft was cramped and dark, but at least it kept us out of reach. We moved on hands and knees, using a small flashlight to guide us. The moans of the infected echoed behind us, along with scraping against the duct. It sounded like they might try to follow, but the larger ones wouldn't fit. We pushed deeper into the labyrinth of vents, hoping to find a way up or out. After some minutes of crawling, we reached a junction. One path angled downward, labeled sub-level access duct, and the other angled upward, possibly leading back to the main building. We paused. The downward path might lead to another area of the lab, where variation S was stored or processed. The upward path might lead us closer to an exit. Officer Lowe's labored breathing reminded us that his condition was deteriorating. He needed rest and better medical care. Fitz asked, "Are we really going to search deeper for variation S, or should we cut our losses and get out?" Dean hesitated, shining the flashlight between the 2 routes. Then he pointed toward the downward angle. "We came this far. If there's even a small chance that variation S can help us manage the infection if one of us gets exposed, we should try. I nodded, though a knot formed in my gut. Taking Officer Lowe deeper into danger felt risky, but leaving without exploring all possibilities could mean we'd never find a solution. Reluctantly, we edged our way down the sloping vent. The metal walls became damp, condensation dripping in places. The environment smelled of stagnant air and cleaning chemicals. Our flashlight picked up large dust bunnies and the occasional scurrying insect. At the end of the slope, the duct leveled out, opening onto a grated panel. Through the panel, we saw a wide corridor lit by red emergency lights. A sign on the far wall read, "Biohazard containment, authorized entry only." Another door near it was labeled, "Secured storage, variation S materials." Our hearts lifted at the sight of it. This had to be the location mentioned in the files. We pried open the grate slowly, mindful of any noise. Dropping into the corridor, we found it flooded with about an inch of water. A pipe overhead must have burst at some point. The place smelled of old chemicals and rust. We shuffled forward, checking side rooms for threats. One was a small control booth with a bank of monitors. Most were cracked or inactive. Another had floor-to-ceiling freezers, all powered off. Their digital panels blinked in error states. Finally, we reached the door labeled Secured Storage, Variation S Materials. Like before, it had an electronic lock that was partially functional. Dean repeated his earlier trick, bypassing wires. The door's panel sputtered, then glowed green. We tugged the handle, and it swung inward. Inside was a surprisingly organized space. Rows of metal shelves stacked with canisters, vials, and data drives. Some of the canisters had toppled over, and a few were missing lids. The floor was littered with packing material. In the center stood a large steel refrigerator unit with a hazy glass front. A digital screen on top read, "Power failure, temperature unstable." We carefully moved in, shining the flashlight across the shelves. Labels read things like TH04 base, TH04 variation A, TH04 variation S, and more. Some were accompanied by long chemical names I couldn't pronounce. Many of the containers were cracked or had leaked. A pungent odor filled the room, reminiscent of vinegar and ammonia. Fitz found a row of intact vials near the back, each labeled Variation S, Final Batch. They were stored in what looked like a foam-insulated box. Dean checked the box. The vials were warm to the touch. If they required refrigeration, their efficacy might be compromised, but it was the only lead we had. We packed 4 vials into a small insulated pouch we found on a side shelf, hoping that partial cooling from the damp environment might help. A scattering of notes pinned to the shelf described how Variation S was meant to be injected soon after infection to slow the virus's progression. No guarantee of a complete cure, but it might keep someone from turning as quickly. We were about to leave when we heard something large moving just beyond the door, metal scraping against the corridor floor. Officer Lowe gestured for us to kill the flashlight. We sank behind the shelves. The scraping sound paused, followed by a low, wheezing moan. It seemed heavier than an ordinary infected, possibly a mutated variant with enhanced strength or size. We waited in silence, straining our ears. The footsteps resumed, accompanied by a wet dragging. It passed the door but didn't enter. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds faded into the distance. We took that chance to slip out into the corridor. My pulse raced at the possibility that a truly formidable creature lurked so close, but we had to keep moving. Clutching our newly acquired Variation S files, we retraced our path toward the vent. Our plan was to retreat to the upper levels and, if possible, exit the facility. We had minimal ammunition left, and our group was fatigued. Officer Lowe's shoulder was in rough shape, but the anti-inflammatory agent from earlier had kept him going. He insisted he could make it out if we moved carefully. We returned to the vent entrance without encountering any infected, which was surprising and unsettling. Maybe they were drawn elsewhere by the gunshots from earlier. Maybe they were massing somewhere deeper in the facility. We couldn't be sure. We re-entered the duct, climbing back up to the previous sub-level. The labyrinthine passages felt more like a trap with every minute we spent inside. At last, we emerged into the corridor near the biotesting area. The door we had broken open earlier was still ajar, revealing the damage done when the infected broke in. We tiptoed past the scene, stepping over scattered debris. There were fewer infected bodies than we expected. Some might have dragged themselves elsewhere. The sight was grim, but we pushed forward, focusing on the exit. When we reached the stairwell leading back to the main building, we found the metal door again jammed. It required manual force to move, so Fitz, Dean, and I shoved it until it creaked open just enough for us to slip through. Officer Lowe, wincing, joined us in the stairwell. We ascended each step carefully, checking corners. The lighting was even worse here than before, with only the occasional flicker giving us glimpses of the path. Finally, we made it to the ground-level corridor. Beyond a pair of double doors, we spotted faint daylight filtering in through cracks in the boarded windows. We were close to the outside world. We hurried down the hallway, passing offices and storage closets. A muffled moan made us pause, but no infected emerged. With each step, the slivers of sunlight grew brighter. Then we reached the front entrance, still blocked from the inside by heavy debris. We had to remove a fallen support beam and shift a large metal table. It took all four of us pushing. While we worked, we heard distant shuffling and moaning echoing from other parts of the building. We moved as fast as we could. Finally, we cleared a path wide enough to slip through the battered doors. Stepping outside felt like emerging from a dark cave. The sun was high, casting reflections off the marshy water that surrounded the facility. We saw no immediate infected in the courtyard. Perhaps they had wandered off or were still inside. We wasted no time, hurrying across the overgrown asphalt toward the perimeter fence. At the fence, we found the spot where we'd entered. Water lapped at the gap, concealing our path. We carefully waded through, pushing aside the chain link to squeeze out. After a final scramble, we were back in the open swamp. The relief was temporary. The threat of roving infected still loomed, but at least we weren't trapped underground. We moved away from the facility, aiming to find higher ground. The variation S vials weighed on our minds. Were they stable? Could they truly slow the infection if one of us was ever exposed? We had no illusions that it was a miraculous cure, but it might keep someone alive long enough to seek proper treatment, if such a thing even existed. That night, we camped in a dry hollow among cypress roots, rigging our cantraps and tripwires again. Officer Lowe administered another anti-inflammatory shot. He seemed more alert, though still weaker than before. Dean pored over the notes we'd gathered, hoping to decipher more about Variation S or the mutated forms. Fitz kept watch at the edge of our small camp, scanning the darkness with a flashlight that was starting to dim. Around a small contained fire, we discussed our next steps. Should we return to the ranger station? Should we push further out into the marsh, looking for a rumored safe zone or a route to civilization? None of us had real answers. We'd gleaned enough to know that the virus had progressed beyond anyone's control in this region. The location of any official quarantine zone or rescue operation was unknown. Still, we took a moment to acknowledge that we'd found something. Variation S might be the difference between total despair and a slim chance. And that small chance was better than we had before. By morning, the fog rolled in thick, muffling sounds and limiting visibility to a few yards. We decided to begin a slow trek back toward the ranger station, at least as a temporary rallying point. Along the way, we did our best to avoid sightings of infected. We spotted a few lone wanderers, but no massive group or heavily mutated forms. Maybe they congregated closer to the facility now, drawn by the echoes of our confrontation. Officer Lowe managed the journey without collapsing, which was a good sign. Dean rationed our final bits of canned food. Fitz occasionally scouted ahead to find the safest path around waterlogged ditches. We took frequent breaks, mindful that traveling too quickly could lead us into an ambush. When we finally neared the ranger station area, the landscape felt both familiar and unsettlingly quiet. The station itself still stood, leaning slightly where the foundation had settled. Our improvised barricades around the perimeter remained in place, though some of the rope lines had slackened or broken. We approached carefully, checking for any unwanted guests inside. The place was as we left it. No sign of intrusion beyond some muddy footprints near the back door. Possibly wildlife or a stray infected. We slipped inside and began refortifying. Fitz took stock of leftover supplies. Dean set out a small battery to power the shortwave radio. Officer Lowe collapsed into a chair, relieved to be off his feet. I rummaged through the station's drawers, looking for anything we might have missed. Finding nothing new, I joined Dean at the radio. He tried multiple frequencies, but the only thing we caught was fragments of static. That, and once, a faint garbled voice that might have said, "All areas under quarantine, do not approach." Then the signal faded. We dedicated the next couple of days to resting, regaining our strength, and figuring out how to store the Variation S vials. We set up a rudimentary cooling system, sealed them in a thermal bag with layers of wet cloth, placed in the station's cooler part of the interior. It wasn't ideal, but hopefully enough to prolong the shelf life. During that time, we tested a small sample of Variation S on decaying tissue from one of the infected we found outside, an arm that had washed into the swamp. We didn't describe it in graphic detail, just enough for curiosity. The results were inconclusive. It was difficult to run any real test. The best we could do was see if the tissue reacted. There was a slight fizz, which might indicate a chemical reaction. Perhaps the formula attacked some aspect of the infection. It was hardly scientific proof, but it fueled cautious optimism. We also refined our traps around the station, adding pointed stakes hidden under shallow water near the perimeter, tying more cans on lines to amplify any disturbance. Our biggest fear was that a horde of mutated infected would eventually track us down. The radio silence suggested we wouldn't be rescued soon. Survival was up to us. A week passed in relative calm. We took shifts guarding the station, rationed our supplies carefully, and continued to watch for any sign of organized rescue. None came. Instead, we documented everything we knew: the virus's progression, its mutation in the swamp environment, the data about Variation S. We wanted to keep a record that might help future survivors or, if we were lucky, real scientists who could develop a better cure. We shared quiet conversations around our small cookfire, remembering Carter and how close we all came to destruction when he fell ill. We vowed to be more vigilant about infection. The Variation S vials could buy time if someone got scratched or exposed, but it was no magic bullet. Caution was our best defense. Officer Lowe's shoulder showed signs of gradual improvement with careful cleaning and the new supplies. Fitz speculated that if we could find a real doctor or hospital, Lowe might fully recover. That became our new goal: to discover a path beyond the swamp, locate any functional medical facility, and see if we could pass along the Variation S data. The entire region might have deteriorated into chaos by now, but perhaps pockets of order remained. Dean worked tirelessly with the shortwave radio, scanning every channel. One evening, he picked up a faint signal mentioning a settlement on the western edge of the marsh, near an old logging road. The message was unclear, but it used words like safe zone and encampment. It could be a rumor or a trap, or it could be real hope. We discussed the possibilities, eventually deciding that staying put forever was not viable. If the settlement existed, it might be our chance to rejoin a fragment of civilization. So we stand at the edge of another choice. Our gear is packed. We have Variation S stowed safely, meager food supplies, and enough knowledge to avoid some of the infected dangers. The question is whether we risk a journey to this rumored settlement, trusting that we can make it through the swamp alive, or do we remain here, in the ranger station that has sheltered us, waiting for an uncertain rescue that might never arrive. A month has passed since we first tasted freedom from Black Drift's walls. In that time, we've witnessed the virus evolve, turning once human inmates and staff into distorted remnants driven by primal aggression. We've learned how to set traps, how to quietly slip past them, and how to survive with minimal comforts. But we can't ignore the truth. The clock is ticking, and we either move forward or risk being overtaken by the unstoppable tide of the infection. If we leave, we carry with us the possibility that variation S might help others. If we stay, we might remain alive a little longer in these walls. But eventually, we'd run out of options. The world out there might be harsh, but it's still the world, and maybe there are other survivors who need what we've found. I write these final words in the station's logbook, the same place where I recorded our previous ordeal. My name is Milo Burnett. I was once just an inmate trying to reduce my sentence by turning on old associates. I never imagined I'd face a reality where a virus turned people into infected beings, or that I'd crawl through secret biotech labs in search of a last-ditch formula. Yet here we are, forging a life amid the ruins, bound by hope and necessity. Tomorrow at dawn, we plan to head west. Officer Lowe can manage short hikes if we pace ourselves. Fitz and Dean will lead, armed with our knowledge of the swamp. We'll keep a low profile, set traps if needed, and push through the undergrowth until we find a path or a signpost, leading us somewhere, anywhere, beyond the domain of Black Drift's legacy. I don't know what we'll find out there. Perhaps a settlement, or perhaps only more infected. But I believe we have to try. If the human race is to outlast this outbreak, we need to push forward, share what we've learned, and hold on to the slim hope that Variation S can keep someone from losing everything. So, 1 month after the start of this nightmare, we set forth again into the unknown, determined not just to survive, but to give ourselves, and anyone else we meet, a reason to keep fighting. Rumors began spreading around Redwood Biocenter about an unusual wave of bird fatalities in distant regions. Species as different as sparrows and seabirds were turning up with identical symptoms: disorientation, rapid weight loss, and an unexplained drive to gather near populated areas. Then they simply stopped moving. Around that time, Redwood's funding partners insisted on a specialized task force to investigate. I was assigned to that group because of my background in virology. At first, the data was inconclusive. Environmental pollutants or harsh weather patterns were suggested by some. Others believed it might be a strain of avian influenza. Though anxious, the Redwood leadership pressed us for answers. Days stretched into nights. We examined tissue samples gathered from different continents, each pointing to a pattern of infection that we could not fully categorize. Dr. Renfield headed the task force. He was the sort of person who radiated confidence in a crisis, always reminding us that Redwood's labs were built for intense research challenges. Under his guidance, we isolated a strange pathogen in the bird tissue. It looked like influenza, but behaved unpredictably in cell cultures, shifting properties each time we attempted to lock onto its genetic signature. We joked that it was a chameleon virus, even though everyone suspected it would stop surprising us once we had more time to study it. The deeper we delved, the more this pathogen defied simple classification. Some of us wanted to alert government health agencies that we'd found something new. Others insisted we wait until we had concrete evidence. Redwood had a reputation for not sounding alarms prematurely. Meanwhile, outside reports confirmed that wildlife rehab centers were overwhelmed by birds that arrived exhibiting the same symptoms. Public news outlets noted a rise in mysterious avian incidents, though no direct link to human disease was yet suggested. Then came the morning when a staff member, Terry, rushed into the lab with a sparrow found just outside Redwood's main entrance. The poor creature was struggling to fly, feathers missing, eyes unfocused. Terry believed we had a perfect live sample to analyze. We gently placed the sparrow into a secure enclosure. Almost immediately, our monitoring systems recorded an intense viral load in its tissues. We realized the pathogen was present in Redwood's immediate surroundings. It was no longer a distant worry. Administration introduced new rules. We were told to avoid direct contact with any wildlife. The facility installed additional safety checkpoints. Everyone underwent daily health checks, especially those working in containment labs. 2 interns were sent home after complaining of persistent headaches, although we never confirmed if they had an infection. In those early days, Redwood's staff tried to maintain a normal routine. The cafeteria still served coffee. The corridors were calm, but the whispered conversations hinted at growing concern. Some employees muttered that we might be sitting on the edge of a global threat, especially if the pathogen could jump to humans. Our task force conducted a set of experiments with mice to see if the disease could move between birds and mammals. This step felt like a formality at first. Nearly everyone hoped the virus was restricted to avian hosts. When the first mouse began displaying odd behavior, racing around its enclosure, then collapsing in a corner, our entire lab fell silent. In time, several mice exposed to the bird samples exhibited faster breathing and reduced awareness of their environment. Later, they became aggressive. They tried to gnaw through the plastic dividers. The caretaker team, always vigilant about wearing gloves and protective suits, was unsettled by how quickly the mice shifted from disorientation to hostility. It was reminiscent of certain severe forms of rabies, but it progressed at an abnormal pace. Dr. Hall observed that each infected mouse's eyes developed a cloudy appearance, and they no longer responded to typical stimuli. They just wanted to bite, as though guided by an internal command. Redwood's staff had never seen a pathogen that reached this level of brain involvement so fast. We labeled it a neurological disruptor, lacking more precise language. At Redwood, no day passed without a new rumor. Whispers spread of a technician who cleaned up after the mice, then complained of dizziness. Another staff member was seen rushing to the infirmary after a lab mishap involving a splashed sample. Though I lacked direct evidence, the possibility that people were getting sick gnawed at me. Then, Redwood's management held a sudden assembly. Dr. Lowen, the facility director, approached the podium in the main conference hall. His expression was measured, but there was an urgency in his tone. We learned that multiple employees had tested positive for an unusual viral agent. All of them exhibited fever and subtle shifts in behavior. He stressed that the situation was under close watch and Redwood's containment protocols would suffice. Instead of easing concerns, the announcement left the staff unsettled. We had never experienced an active outbreak inside Redwood. Some felt Redwood's leadership was downplaying the seriousness, possibly due to pressure from outside sponsors. Others, like Dr. Renfield, quietly hinted that we needed more resources to prevent an event that could spiral if not contained. The next few days blurred into a cycle of testing, retesting, and waiting for updates. I recall writing code to automate the analysis of our lab's datasets, trying to find any pattern in the virus's structure. Each time, the code output revealed that the pathogen changed in ways we couldn't predict. During that same stretch, Redwood's internal messaging system posted an urgent bulletin. Multiple staff have been placed under strict observation. Symptoms include confusion, erratic movements, and potential aggression. If you experience any sudden changes in health, report immediately to the medical unit. The phrase, potential aggression, stood out. Our top leadership avoided using terms like violent or dangerous. But in hush-hush conversations, we acknowledged that we were facing something that affected the mind, stripping away normal behavior. A rumor surfaced about Dr. Shin encountering an infected colleague who tried to bite him. It sounded exaggerated, the sort of wild gossip that emerges in tense situations. Yet in the back of my mind, I wondered if the story was true. All employees were told to limit social interactions, remain in small groups, and avoid unnecessary movement between lab sections. A partial lockdown followed. Biometric doors only allowed clearance to a handful of staff in each corridor. The cafeteria served pre-packaged meals. Security officers patrolled more frequently, dressed in protective coverings I had never seen them wear. On the 3rd day of partial lockdown, I stepped into the corridor to refill a water bottle and saw a figure in a lab coat standing a few meters away. The corridor lights flickered, making it hard to see clearly. When I drew closer, I recognized the figure as one of our pathology lab members. She looked at me with an unfocused stare. Before I could speak, she turned and walked away with an unsteady stride. I hesitated, unsure whether to follow, but then decided to head back to the lab. We prided ourselves on carefully controlled experiments, but soon enough, we discovered that small mammals around the facility grounds, like squirrels, were displaying odd behaviors. Some were found immobile in the bushes. Others ran in circles as though disoriented. It became clear the pathogen was not isolated to lab mice or to Redwood's environment. If wild animals were infected, then the zone of potential spread was far larger than any facility boundary. We received fleeting updates from outside Redwood, indicating that bird populations in cities across the country were collapsing. Media outlets started speculating on a global bird pandemic. There was little mainstream mention of humans falling ill, except for a few unverified accounts on social media. Redwood scientists, however, knew the truth was more complex. We had seen direct evidence that people could become infected. I remember the moment the Redwood internal alarms blared with an urgency that signaled a serious crisis. A synthesized voice looped over the loudspeakers, instructing everyone to remain in their current areas. From within my lab, I heard distant shouts through the sealed doors. My colleagues and I exchanged uneasy looks. We tried to contact the main security desk, but our calls went unanswered. Then the voice of Dr. Lowen came over the loudspeakers. "All staff, we have a containment breach in the E corridor. Security teams are responding. Await further instructions. Remain calm." My lab was in the F corridor, so the breach was relatively close. I tried to focus on our immediate tasks, but it was impossible. We were well aware that Redwood's structure included heavy blast doors that could seal off entire sections. Whatever had gone wrong must have been significant enough to trigger that level of response. Hours passed. No additional announcements were made. The labs grew restless. Some staff used the internal messaging system to swap theories, but official details were scarce. Meanwhile, shrieks and crashes reverberated from behind the steel doors. Occasionally, the overhead lights dimmed and came back on. Eventually, Redwood's lockdown extended facility-wide. Doors sealed, the ventilation system defaulted to minimal operation, and our lab's normal hum quieted to a distant drone. A few labs, including mine, had enough rations to last for a day or two. We were instructed to stay put, which we did. That night, or what we assumed was nighttime, we heard footsteps outside the lab. Someone pounded on our door, calling for help. We tried the electronic controls, but the system wouldn't let us open it. A colleague peered through the small glass panel and saw a staff member in a tattered coat stumbling away down the corridor. I wanted to chase after them, but the lockdown was absolute. A short time later, a new message flashed on our lab consoles. "Emergency alert. The pathogen has mutated into a form that causes extreme aggression. Infected individuals must be approached with caution. Do not open secure doors without clearance." The text used words we'd never seen in Redwood communications. Extreme aggression. The earlier rumors about biting suddenly felt entirely credible. I spent several tense hours trying to distract myself by sorting lab data, but my concentration slipped. The next day, Redwood's power grid faltered, plunging half the building into darkness. We had about a dozen people in our lab, each with different specialties. Dr. Hall was a microbiologist who tried to keep morale up by discussing potential treatments. Another was Rowan, a security officer who'd been locked in with us when the doors sealed. He had limited medical knowledge but insisted he could defend us if the worst happened. Our group formed a small circle near the main workstation. Dr. Hall wanted to gather resources, protective suits, masks, tools, for an eventual escape. Redwood's internal messages had mentioned an external response team coming to help, but we never saw them. After 2 days of no further instructions, we began to think that Redwood might not receive outside support at all. Meanwhile, the overhead speaker occasionally played a loop. "Emergency alert. A new pathogen is present. Transmission from birds to humans has occurred. Infected individuals exhibit disoriented behavior. and may become hostile. Seek protective shelter. Hearing the same loop over and over built a sense of dread. We realized Redwood was basically telling us to save ourselves, but we had no direct path out. Rowan managed to override our lab door after studying the wiring. We gathered what we could: lab coats, helmets from the hazardous materials supply, and a single metal rod as a makeshift defensive tool. Our plan involved finding a route to Redwood's cargo bay, where vehicles were stored. We hoped to use a truck or van to exit the facility. Creeping into the corridor was an unsettling experience. The regular lighting was off, replaced by emergency spotlights every few meters. Clutter lined the floors: scattered papers, overturned carts, half-eaten snack packets. The air had a stale odor. We turned a corner and saw movement near the far end. It looked like a person wearing redwood scrubs, hunched at an odd angle. With each step, the figure's limbs moved in jerky motions. Rowan motioned for us to stay quiet. We tried to pass unnoticed, but the figure spun around, revealing half-lidded eyes. It hurried toward us with surprising speed. Rowan placed himself in front, rod raised. The figure ignored the obvious threat, continuing to move forward. Eventually, Rowan managed to force it aside, and it tumbled against a wall. We used that moment to slip past. I caught a glimpse of the figure's face, which showed no recognition. It was as if the virus had pushed aside every trace of a normal person. Pressing on, we saw more signs that Redwood had become a testing ground for chaos. Some doors were dented, as though hammered from the inside. Glass panels were smeared with strange marks. Now and then, we heard people calling out for help, or perhaps they were making sounds that resembled pleas. The entire structure felt as though it had lost its sense of order. Over the building's emergency broadcasting system, we heard a new directive. All uninfected personnel should attempt to reach the sub-level evacuation zone. A rescue operation is being prepared. It gave us something to work with. If Redwood had a designated sub-level evacuation area, maybe we could regroup with other survivors. Dr. Hall insisted we follow the signs towards that section, hoping we'd find a functioning exit or get medical assistance. Our small group navigated deeper into Redwood, passing labs we had never visited before. The air felt warmer, as the climate control system was failing. One corridor led to an elevator bank, but the power seemed off. We pried open a door to the stairwell and found it pitch black. Using a couple of flashlights, we descended multiple flights, trying not to make noise. On one landing, we discovered a Redwood security officer slumped against the wall. He was conscious but seemed disoriented. We approached cautiously. He attempted to speak, but his words were jumbled. Dr. Hall checked him for visible injuries. His uniform badge read Officer Grant. He might have avoided full infection, or maybe he was in the earliest stage. We weren't sure. He pointed downward, as if to warn us of something. We tried to get more information, but his speech made little sense. Rowan suggested we keep moving. I didn't want to abandon him, but Dr. Hall feared he was already infected and might become a danger. Eventually, we decided to help him to his feet and guide him along. Arriving at the sub-level, we saw that the main door was propped open with a heavy crate. Beyond it, an entire corridor flickered under emergency lights. The walls had signs reading "Evac Route," but the place was nearly empty. We found footprints on the floor, as though many people had come this way. Where had they gone? A few steps in, we heard a faint metallic clang, like someone hitting the side of a vent. We paused. Then a voice called out softly. Dr. Hall responded, and a lab assistant emerged from a side corridor. She was alone, extremely shaken. She said a group of Redwood staff had assembled in a designated safe room, but some infected broke through. People scattered in different directions. We asked if any official rescue team had arrived. She shook her head. She only knew that Redwood leadership had broadcast a final directive to head for the cargo bay. Then the building's communications went dark. By now, the group included me, Dr. Hall, Rowan, the shaken lab assistant, and the security officer who could barely speak. We still aimed for the cargo bay, believing that if Redwood had any functioning exit, it would be there. The sublevel might have had tunnels, but we didn't know how to navigate them. We ascended a different stairwell to avoid the route we came from, hoping the cargo bay wouldn't be too far. The more we advanced, the more we saw Redwood's meltdown. Broken lighting fixtures, occasional scuffling noises behind closed doors, and flickers of movement at the edges of our flashlights. Eventually, we arrived at the corridor leading to Redwood's cargo bay. The overhead sign read "Deliveries" in large letters. The door had a red emergency bar across it, partially dented. Rowan leaned his weight against it, trying to pry it open. With a final push, it gave way, revealing a wide industrial space filled with stacked crates, forklifts, and a few large vehicles. Dim moonlight filtered in through high windows, since night had likely fallen outside. We saw one delivery van near the bay door. Its cargo doors were open, and the interior lights were off. Nearby, we glimpsed two individuals moving with the unsteady motions we now recognized all too well. We slowed our steps, hoping to slip by without drawing their attention. One of them turned abruptly and faced us, eyes distant and posture tense. A small grunt came from their throat. Rowan signaled for us to move to the far side of the van. We crept around, trying to stay out of their direct line of sight. The second individual soon noticed us. It rushed our direction, arms outstretched. Despite the dim light, the Redwood uniform was visible, though torn and stained with substances we didn't care to identify. Rowan stepped forward with the metal rod, hoping to create distance. The infected person flailed, striking at Rowan with surprising force. Dr. Hall tried to pull Rowan back. In the confusion, the other infected figure joined, though it seemed less certain of our location. We realized we had only a brief window to jump into the van. Dr. Hall yanked the passenger door open. I helped the shaken lab assistant climb inside. Rowan managed to shove the first attacker back, then slipped into the van after me. Officer Grant, who was still unsteady, needed support getting into the rear of the van. The infected staff lurched forward again, one grabbing at the door handle. Rowan kicked the door shut from the inside just in time. We scrambled to locate the keys. A ring of them dangled from the ignition. Someone in Redwood must have set this up, hoping to escape but never made it back. Dr. Hall took the driver's seat. The engine sputtered once, then roared to life. The infected staff smacked the van's windows with open palms. The glass held. Dr. Hall put the vehicle in gear, maneuvering around crates. The large bay door at the front of the cargo area was halfway open, jammed at an angle. She pressed on the accelerator, and the van inched underneath, scraping the top slightly before bursting into the cool night air. Outside Redwood, we saw fences with gates left ajar. The security booth was empty. A single spotlight lit the road that twisted away from the facility. We followed it, adrenaline surging with every bump on the pavement. For a moment, an eerie calm settled. Then we realized Redwood was behind us, but the world ahead might be in no better shape. Driving away, we noticed occasional lights flickering in the distance. We picked up a local radio station for a few seconds, a static-filled broadcast repeating an official statement. Emergency alert. The pathogen is spreading. Individuals should remain indoors. Contact with infected persons or wildlife must be avoided. Follow instructions from local authorities if available. That was the first time I heard an official source call it the zombie virus. Everyone in the van exchanged glances, as if that label confirmed our worst fears. We had been studying this very agent. Our experiments showed how fast it attacked the nervous system, how it triggered a relentless drive to spread. Now, it had a name broadcast to the public. We reached a crossroads. The lab assistant suggested heading to a nearby town, hoping to find supplies. Dr. Hall argued that dense areas might harbor more infected. We had no perfect solution. Eventually, we decided to drive on rural roads looking for an abandoned gas station. Hours passed. The night sky was only slightly illuminated by the moon, and the roads were deserted. We stopped at a small service station, but found the pumps inactive. The building was locked and dark. Rowan stepped out to try the door. In the faint glow of our headlights, We saw silhouettes of birds lying near the windows. They looked like they had fallen from the sky, matching the avian tragedy that started this entire chain of events. We managed to pry open the service station door. Inside, the shelves had been mostly cleared. We scrounged what we could. Bottled water, a few snack bars. The place felt abandoned, with no sign of staff or any infected individuals. Officer Grant rested in a corner. He said little, though his breathing had steadied. Leaving the station, we refocused on the road. At intervals, the radio repeated that same bulletin about a global crisis. Occasionally, static would yield to frantic voices describing entire neighborhoods shutting down. Some transmissions cut out mid-sentence, as though the stations had lost power. Eventually, we found a small warehouse compound not too far from the main highway. It appeared empty. We drove around the perimeter to check for signs of infected. Only a few scattered bird remains and some stray footprints in the dust. We decided to park behind the building, out of sight from the road. Inside the warehouse, we discovered stacked crates and old machinery. It didn't look like a safe haven, but it offered some shelter while we thought of our next move. We set up a small camp in an office corner. Dr. Hall distributed the snack bars we'd collected, and we used boxes as makeshift seats. We took turns napping. Each time I closed my eyes, Redwood's corridors and the infected staff haunted my thoughts. I knew we had been lucky to escape. Yet what about the countless others still inside those locked rooms? And what about the possibility that Redwood staff had already left, scattering the infection across nearby towns? The bigger picture was frightening. While we sheltered there, I tried to organize my notes on a portable device. The data from Redwood, the logs of infected mice, the analysis of the virus's structure. If we ever reached a functional research center or a group of scientists, maybe we could help find a response. I kept telling myself that Redwood's downfall wouldn't be the end of the story if we could share what we learned. Rowan asked me about the virus's timeline. He wanted to know how quickly an infected person reached the stage where they lost higher reasoning. From what we saw at Redwood, it could vary from hours to a day or two. Factors like a person's immune system might influence it. Dr. Hall added that the presence of certain bird strains in the environment could speed up local spread. Our knowledge felt disjointed, like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. After a brief rest, we ventured out again, following smaller roads. We occasionally glimpsed figures on the roadside, but it was hard to know if they were travelers or infected. We opted not to take risks, continuing on. We noticed that many shops were closed, windows boarded up, and gas stations were deserted. The sky had a hazy cast. Maybe it was just morning mist, or maybe smoke from distant fires. We couldn't be certain. In one small town, we passed a local diner with its lights on. We paused at the curb. The windows revealed tables overturned, flickering neon signs, and no sign of people. It was an unsettling sight, as though everyone had departed mid-shift. Dr. Hall wanted to check inside for supplies, but a shape shifted behind the counter. We weren't sure if it was infected, so we quietly left. At intervals, we found a weak government broadcast on the radio. Emergency alert. The zombie virus has reached multiple regions. Citizens should shelter in place and avoid gatherings. If contact with infected occurs, seek medical assistance immediately. Expert teams are searching for a containment solution. Yet no specific safe zones were listed. It was as if the entire region was locked in a struggle to figure out the next steps. We had Redwood's data, but we were just a handful of people in a van, drifting through deserted highways. Officer Grant dozed in the back, periodically asking if Redwood might have retaken control. There was no sign of Redwood's recovery anywhere on the airwaves. On the second day of traveling, we encountered a small settlement at the edge of farmland. A few residents peered from windows. As soon as they saw our vehicle, they retreated indoors. We stopped and tried calling out, asking if they needed help. Nobody responded. We sensed that trust was in short supply. People probably feared letting strangers get close, worrying about infection. We drove on, feeling the weight of our limited supplies. The lab assistant from Redwood insisted on finding a place with stable power, so we could attempt contact with any functional research center. It was a good idea, but so far, every place we passed lacked obvious signs of stable infrastructure. Each morning, I scrolled through Redwood's archived data on my device. It reminded me of everything we had discovered about the virus. This was not a slow-moving pathogen. It adapted. It amplified certain aggressive instincts in its host. Wildlife, especially birds, were prime carriers, but humans were also vulnerable. It was a scenario we used to read about in theoretical outbreak simulations, except now it was real. From glimpses of the news, we learned that major cities had declared states of emergency. Hospitals were over capacity, and local authorities asked everyone to remain indoors. Travel was discouraged. Military vehicles were spotted near large metropolitan areas, possibly enforcing quarantines. No mention of Redwood specifically, though I had no doubt that if Redwood was named at all, it would be associated with the initial research. After endless hours cooped up in the van, tension surfaced. Officer Grant believed we should find a hidden, less populated area and settle in until authorities neutralized the crisis. The lab assistant, however, insisted that we had a duty to share Redwood's data with official channels or some functioning research group. Rowan wavered between both viewpoints. Dr. Hall tried to mediate, suggesting we keep moving until we spotted a reliable outpost, perhaps a hospital or a shelter facility. As for me, I couldn't ignore the feeling that Redwood's knowledge was crucial, but our primary objective was immediate survival. We compromised by continuing to drive, scanning the radio for any sign of an organized zone. In the late evening, we approached a large bridge. The van's fuel gauge hovered near empty. We decided to see if we could cross the river and perhaps find a station on the other side. Mid-bridge, 3 vehicles blocked the lanes. It looked like an accident. The headlights of one car were still on, weakly illuminating the scene. We advanced slowly. Rowan stepped out first, shining a flashlight at the blockade. A single figure appeared from behind one of the cars, arms raised in a defensive stance. Rowan called out, declaring we were travelers in need of fuel. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it staggered towards us with uneven steps. Dr. Hall recognized the same vacant expression we had seen in Redwood's corridors. We reversed the van, narrowly avoiding another figure that approached from the side. Both displayed the same signs: disoriented movement, no attempt at communication. We retreated, choosing not to risk going through that blockade. Another route would have to do. At times when the group dozed, I recorded my thoughts into a digital journal. I confessed my sense of responsibility. Maybe Redwood should have sounded the alarm earlier. Maybe we should have alerted world agencies the moment we realized how aggressive the virus was in mice. But Redwood was bound by certain protocols, along with external pressures to avoid creating panic. I also acknowledged the resilience of the people with me. Dr. Hall, dedicated to finding a solution even while we roamed empty roads. Rowan, risking personal safety to guide us. The lab assistant, who overcame constant anxiety to remain helpful. And even Officer Grant, who, despite his disorientation, seemed determined to stay with the group instead of giving in to despair. Eventually, we reached a modest rest area surrounded by forest. A single payphone stood outside a closed building. It was ancient technology, but Dr. Hall tried it anyway. Surprisingly, there was a dial tone. She attempted to contact a local operator but got no response. We decided to see if we could reach any known emergency lines, though every attempt failed or disconnected immediately. Nevertheless, this small success of finding a working payphone gave us a spark of hope. If some communication lines were still active, maybe not everything had collapsed. We decided to remain at the rest area overnight, using the van's interior as sleeping space. During our stay at the rest area, we fiddled with a shortwave radio device that Rowan found in the van. We detected a faint automated broadcast on a repeating loop. Medical facility operational at County General. Supplies limited. Approach with caution. This was the first direct lead we had. County General was about 30 miles away, if we guessed correctly from the route we'd taken. The next morning we set out, determined to see if the medical facility existed. As we traveled, we spotted more signs of chaos. Vehicles abandoned along the highway, some with open doors. Occasionally, crows circled overhead, though many birds on the ground appeared to be ill or no longer moving. We avoided major roads, fearing that checkpoints might be in place or that the infected would be more concentrated. Late that afternoon, we saw a sign for County General Hospital. The building loomed on the horizon, surrounded by an empty parking lot dotted with a few damaged cars. We approached slowly, scanning for movement. A sign near the front entrance had been put up reading, "Quarantine in effect." Rowan parked the van near the main doors. We ventured inside, calling out to see if anyone was there. The lobby lights flickered. A few chairs were stacked against the walls. A sign-in sheet lay scattered across a table. This did not feel like a functioning medical facility. A faint buzzing sound came from the intercom system overhead. We moved farther, passing what must have been the emergency department. Beds stood empty, with monitors powered down. The entire place smelled of antiseptic that had gone stale. We found a corridor leading deeper into the building, lit by emergency lighting. Eventually, we reached a locked double door with a sign reading, "Authorized personnel only." Beyond the glass panels, we spotted a makeshift quarantine area filled with cots. Dr. Hall noticed minimal movement, like someone shifting on one of the beds. She tapped on the glass, hoping to draw attention. A figure in a medical coat appeared, face partially obscured by a mask. They looked at us, then motioned for us to step back. After a few moments, they opened the door slightly, holding a small flashlight. The person introduced themselves as Dr. Walters, part of a skeleton crew that stayed behind when most staff evacuated. We explained our background and shared that we possessed data on the virus from Redwood. Dr. Walters ushered us in quickly, shutting the door behind us. Inside, we found a corridor lined with a handful of cots. A few people lay resting, although no staff seemed to be actively tending to them besides Dr. Walters. He told us the hospital had tried to remain operational, but supplies ran out and the risk of infection increased. Most of the staff relocated to a distant checkpoint that might or might not still be active. Dr. Walters stayed behind to assist stragglers who arrived. We settled on a few chairs near the quarantine area. Dr. Walters listened as we described Redwood's downfall. Dr. Hall offered our device containing research notes on how the virus invaded neural pathways. Dr. Walters flipped through the data for a while, occasionally pausing to ask clarifying questions. He confirmed that County General had treated multiple cases of people bitten by infected individuals. Some recovered physically but still showed neurological changes. Others succumbed to the infection in a matter of hours. The staff used every available treatment approach, but nothing halted the virus's progression once it took hold. Dr. Walters revealed that an informal network of medical professionals was still communicating through shortwave transmissions. He had tried to keep contact with them. Those signals were weak. He believed there might be pockets of organized resistance in certain regions, small labs or universities trying to develop a vaccine. We gave him Redwood's complete data set. If those labs were still functional, maybe they could piece together something from Redwood's initial experiments. Dr. Hall found a measure of relief that our knowledge wouldn't be lost. I felt the same, though my relief was tempered by exhaustion. Staying at County General wasn't an option. Dr. Walters encouraged us to keep traveling until we found a stable zone, or we might risk being trapped in an area with no supplies. He handed us a small bag of medical items, apologizing for not having more. Officer Grant spoke up for the first time in a clear voice, asking if Dr. Walters would join us. The doctor shook his head, insisting he had an obligation to any more survivors who wandered in. He said the virus might eventually reach him, but he would do his duty. We thanked him, made sure the van was still fueled enough for more driving, and prepared to depart. Dr. Walters walked us to the main door, cautioning us that infected individuals had been spotted near some of the roads leading out of the town. We pulled away from County General with renewed perspective. The Redwood data was now in the hands of at least one outside medical professional, possibly more if Dr. Walters managed to share it. Our journey continued. Over the next few days, we traveled side roads, picking up only fragments of broadcast news. We heard repeated warnings about migrating birds. Various communities reported entire flocks collapsing mid-flight, and the possibility of infected animals crossing state lines. The phrase zombie virus was used so casually now that it seemed to have lost its shock factor. Everyone, it appeared, accepted that the world was dealing with something never seen before. I remember exactly when the emergency alert arrived on my phone. The screen lit up with bold red letters announcing a citywide lockdown due to a dangerous virus. There was a single message that everyone seemed to receive at once. Emergency alert, zombie outbreak, citywide lockdown. Remain indoors and await further instructions. I was alone in my small apartment at the time. For years I had been an eco-activist, committed to peaceful change. The idea that a virus was now responsible for a new kind of threat felt like a grim reflection of all the warnings I had tried to share with others about environmental imbalance. Only this time, nobody could sweep the emergency under the rug. It was real, and it was here. I checked outside from behind my kitchen window. The street was strangely empty. A single car was stalled at an awkward angle, its hazard lights blinking. I could see a figure near the driver's side door, but I could not tell if it was a person in need or someone already changed by the virus. Rumors had spread that these infected were not typical mindless zombies. Some displayed unusual behaviors, possibly even retaining bits of intelligence. Whispers of cunning or strategic movement circulated, but I had yet to see it with my own eyes. Although I considered myself brave when standing up for animal rights or organizing climate rallies, this was different. The city was under lockdown, and a real threat roamed the streets. My phone buzzed with multiple notifications from friends and acquaintances, all in a frantic attempt to find safety. I skimmed messages filled with panic. No shelter, no guidance, no clue how to survive. Through the window, I suddenly noticed that the figure by the car was gone. Unsure of what to do, I decided to move away from open windows. Barricading myself seemed unnatural to my personality. I had always been the type who wanted to help, but in that moment I realized it might be more complicated than simply stepping outdoors with good intentions. The virus had changed everything. An emergency broadcast crackled through my phone's speaker. The voice was shaky but formal. Attention, residents. The situation remains critical. Infected individuals display unpredictable behavior. Shelter in place. Avoid all interaction with possibly infected persons. Further updates will be provided. The phrase, unpredictable behavior, echoed in my mind. As an eco-activist, I had studied how viruses can mutate in animal populations. The idea that a virus could mutate in humans and then produce such horrific symptoms felt like a nightmare scenario I had only read about in theoretical case studies. My instincts screamed caution, yet I could not shake the urge to learn more. I decided to check on my neighbor. Her name was Lydia, and she was a biology student at the local university. She would have relevant insights on a virus. Since we were on the same floor, I felt less risk in crossing the hallway. Still, I carried a makeshift protective barrier, a small board I had once used as a sign during a protest. It was flimsy, but it gave me a hint of confidence. The hallway lights flickered. There was a stale odor in the air, as though the ventilation system had abruptly stopped functioning. I knocked softly on Lydia's door. No answer. After a pause, I heard a faint scratching sound, but I could not determine if it was coming from inside her apartment or somewhere else on the floor. I knocked again. Nothing. My phone vibrated with more texts, so I retreated to my apartment to read them. A friend had written, "They aren't the typical zombies. Some act like they remember us. Be careful." Another friend shared a blurred video of someone standing on top of a barricaded truck, calling to an infected individual who seemed to pause and look upward. That alone hinted that these zombies had some trace of awareness. It wasn't just a blind, shambling menace. I sat at my small kitchen table trying to piece together a plan. The city was locked down, but I did not want to harm anything, even an infected person. My pacifist beliefs were the core of my identity. For years, I had participated in wildlife rescues and peaceful protests. Resorting to force against these new threats felt like a line I never thought I would cross. Still, I had to acknowledge that this virus might not respond to rational discussion. Reports on social media grew more alarming. Some claimed the infected could open doors or coordinate with one another. Others said that was nonsense. Confusion spread faster than accurate information, and it became hard to know which posts to trust. Something inside me insisted that if these people had once been human, neighbors, friends, or family members, maybe they retained some shred of identity. Could negotiation be possible? Could there be a cure? My thoughts raced as I watched the clock tick past midnight, waiting for the next official announcement. That night, I did not rest. Everything outside was silent, yet it felt as if the entire building was on edge. A few times I heard distant footsteps in the hallway. A faint moan drifted through the ventilation system. Then another emergency alert buzzed on my phone. Law enforcement has been overwhelmed. Limit movement. Remain in safe locations until rescue units are deployed. My phone battery was draining faster than usual. Each time I plugged it into the wall, I wondered if the power grid would remain stable. I decided that staying in my apartment forever was not viable. I needed supplies. Perhaps I could find a safer place where others had gathered. I also wanted answers. The possibility of a more intelligent group of zombies demanded investigation. If they were still partially aware, maybe there was a chance for peaceful resolution, or at least a chance to help them in some way. I gathered what little gear I had: a sturdy backpack, a portable phone charger, some canned food, a flashlight, and a few personal documents. Before stepping into the hallway, I took a breath, reminding myself why I was doing this. My hope was to search for Lydia, as well as any official updates that might lead me to a safe zone. The hallway was dim, lit only by emergency lamps. I cautiously called out, "Lydia, is anyone there?" My voice echoed. No reply. The door across from mine was slightly ajar. That was unusual because the neighbor there kept everything locked. With careful steps, I peered into the living room. It was empty, though furniture was toppled and scattered. There were signs of someone leaving in a hurry. No obvious sign of a struggle, but it felt clear they had vacated. As I backed out of the apartment, I heard faint movement from the floor above. The building had an old central stairwell, so I considered heading upstairs. But I remembered that Lydia lived on this floor, so I decided to try her door one more time. The corridor smelled stale, with the occasional flicker of a failing light bulb overhead. Her door was locked. This time I pressed my ear gently against the wood. Something brushed against the other side. It was a soft sound, almost like a hush. I knocked again, urging her to respond if she was safe. Moments passed without any clear indication of what was happening inside. My instincts told me not to force it open. It might provoke someone already infected, or worse. I left a note under her door. "Trying to find you. Please stay safe." Perhaps she would see it if she was healthy. The stairwell leading down to the lobby felt colder than usual. The emergency lights were dim, creating shadows that twisted around corners. When I reached the first floor, I saw the front door was barricaded from the inside using loose tables and chairs from the mailroom. A faint odor lingered in the air, an odor I associated with closed-off spaces and old, damp cardboard. I eased one of the chairs aside and peered out through the glass. Beyond the entrance, the street was deserted. Flickering streetlights revealed abandoned cars, scattered debris, and signs of quick evacuation. I pulled on the door and it creaked. For a second, I worried that the noise would attract unwanted attention, but I needed to proceed if I wanted to find answers or a safer haven. Stepping outside felt surreal. The city I knew so well appeared lifeless. Normally, I would see people walking dogs, riding bikes, or going about their day. Now it resembled a scene from a forgotten world. I clutched my backpack and moved along the sidewalk, keeping close to the walls of the buildings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley. I froze, unsure if this was an infected individual or someone desperately searching for help. I tried to speak calmly. "Hello? Do you need assistance?" The person paused and tilted their head as if studying me. Then they stepped forward into the light. Their eyes looked clouded, but their posture was not the vacant slump I imagined typical zombies would have. Instead, it was as if they were attempting to remember something. I took a small step back, not out of aggression, but to maintain a cautious distance. The figure's gaze locked onto me. Then, surprisingly, they seemed to mouth a few words. I could not make out what they were saying, but the movement of their lips was deliberate. This indicated more than just a basic reflex. I stayed calm. Something about their presence felt unusual, as though they were analyzing the situation. For a moment, I hoped this individual was not fully lost to the infection. Perhaps they were one of those rumored smart infected. The figure took a step closer, and I raised my hands gently, signaling peace. My voice was quiet. "It's okay. I'm not here to harm you." Before I could attempt further communication, I noticed a second figure lurking behind them. This second one lurched forward more aggressively, as though guided by an overpowering urge. The first figure stepped aside, and both began to converge on my position with unsettling coordination. I realized that staying in one place was a bad idea. Carefully, I retreated, moving back toward my building, aware that I might not outrun them if they decided to charge. In the brief moment before I slipped inside and re-barricaded the door, I heard a sort of hushed vocalization from the first figure, almost like a low moan that attempted to form words. Then I lost sight of them as I secured the entrance. My pulse throbbed with adrenaline, and I realized the rumors were true. Some of these infected were not the slow, mindless creatures from old stories. They still carried fragments of memory or intention. I decided that if I was going to navigate this crisis, I needed to find others who had some knowledge of the virus or had useful survival skills. I recalled that Lydia was a biology student. Perhaps she had lab contacts who might be working on a solution. My decision became clear: locate anyone with scientific expertise, possibly at the nearby university. The thought of traveling across town felt daunting. Yet I knew the campus was my best lead. I also recalled that a friend named Ravi had once interned at a hospital lab. If I could reach him, maybe I would learn something about this strange infection. He had texted me earlier to say he was sheltering in place at a small medical clinic near the university. To leave my building again, I decided to head out through the parking garage. It connected to an alley that might allow me to avoid major roads. I double-checked the lobby barricade and made sure it remained intact behind me. Dark corners, echoing footsteps. The parking garage was a gloomy maze of concrete pillars. Most vehicles sat abandoned. A few had doors open, as though people left in a sudden rush. My footsteps created a hollow resonance in the otherwise quiet structure. As I moved deeper, I heard a subtle rustling. It was impossible to tell if it was the wind, a stray animal, or something worse. I kept my flashlight off, relying on the faint emergency lights overhead. It felt safer to remain unnoticed. Then, to my left, I spotted a single silhouette near a compact car. The figure was bent over the hood, its posture strangely still. Worried it might be infected, I crept around, hoping to avoid confrontation. When I reached the far side of the garage, my path was blocked by a fallen security gate that had been bent and jammed. It would take considerable effort to move it. I realized I had no choice but to pass near the silhouette to reach the exit ramp. Gathering what composure I had, I inched forward, careful not to generate noise. The figure's stance did not shift, but I sensed a heightened awareness. As I moved closer, I caught a glimpse of its face in the dim light, pale, with an unfocused stare. Suddenly, it swiveled its head toward me. There was a moment of eerie calm, then a slow, unnatural tilt, like it was considering whether to approach me. This was all the encouragement I needed to get out. I glanced at the exit ramp and saw a faint glow from the streetlights above. Without a second look back, I maneuvered around the rows of cars until I was close to the ramp. The figure did not follow, at least not immediately. Maybe it was uncertain or disoriented. Either way, I felt relief once I reached fresh air. Emerging into the alley, I found scattered trash bins and a few wooden pallets. The stench of rotting waste was stronger than normal, possibly because city services had stopped. The path to the main road was about 2 blocks away. I knew the university was several miles further. My plan was to move quietly, street by street, avoiding large open areas. I noticed that the sky was overcast, leaving the city even darker than usual. Streetlights flickered in sporadic intervals. Everything felt surreal. Buildings that once teemed with activity now stood as silent guardians of empty roads. Occasionally distant sounds echoed, maybe a door slamming or a muffled voice. A single ambulance was parked at the corner. Its doors were wide open, the lights off, possibly abandoned during a patient transport. The grim reminder that help was either gone or in hiding did little to boost my morale. I kept moving, clinging to the side of the street. Halfway down the block, I passed a small grocery store with a shattered front window. Goods were strewn across the sidewalk, and I spotted a few footsteps in the spilled flour near the entrance. I debated whether to slip inside for additional supplies. Before I could decide, I heard a shuffle in the store. It sounded like multiple individuals rummaging. They might have been other survivors, or they might have been infected. I did not have the means to verify without risking a risky confrontation, so I chose to continue on my route. Eventually, I reached the smaller roads near the medical clinic where Ravi was said to be. This area was usually bustling with students and staff from the university campus, but it now resembled a ghost town. The clinic itself had boarded up windows. A single security light shone above the entrance. I approached and knocked softly. No response. I tried again. After a pause, I heard a cautious voice inside ask for a password. Surprised, I replied that I was just looking for my friend Ravi. The door cracked open a few inches, revealing a worried face belonging to a stranger. She sized me up, then asked me several questions about how I got there, and whether I had seen any infected nearby. Satisfied that I posed no immediate threat, she let me in. Inside, I found a small group of people huddled together in the clinic's waiting area. There were makeshift cots and medical supplies scattered across tables. They eyed me with suspicion, but I tried to explain my situation. My background in environmental activism, my desire to find answers about the virus, and my hope that Ravi might have some knowledge. The woman who opened the door introduced herself as Celia. She was a nurse who had stayed behind when the outbreak became critical. She informed me that Ravi was in a back office, helping analyze basic test results from blood samples they managed to collect. I was relieved to know he was still safe and active. Celia led me down a corridor with flickering lights. We passed by a few closed doors, behind which I could hear soft murmurs, or the quiet rustle of someone moving. Finally, we reached a cramped office where Ravi was bent over a microscope. He looked up with surprise. "You made it here? How?" he asked in disbelief. I explained my journey and what I had seen. The apparently organized movement of some zombies, the vacant streets, the scattered messages urging caution. Ravi listened intently, and when I finished, he let out a thoughtful sigh. He pointed to a small whiteboard on the wall. It featured a series of notes about virus strains, symptoms, and the possibility of partial consciousness in the infected. There was even a hypothesis that certain individuals remained cognitively aware, depending on how quickly the virus spread through their system. Some people seemed to retain a lot of motor skills, Ravi explained, keeping his voice measured. In rare cases, they might even hold on to scraps of memory. We've seen infected wander back to their old homes or workplaces, like some primal instinct leads them there. I felt an uneasy mix of relief and dread. This new type of outbreak was not a simple scenario of mindless zombies. It was something more complicated. My pacifist nature told me that if these infected individuals had any hope of recovery, or at least some awareness, they deserved an attempt at help. Ravi showed me a small vial of what he believed to be a mutated strain of the virus. Under a microscope, it displayed a structure that indicated it could rewrite neural pathways without fully destroying them. It was both remarkable and unsettling. The real challenge, Ravi said, is figuring out if there's a way to reverse it. We've barely scratched the surface. Every time we try to analyze a new sample, we find a slight mutation that makes it resistant to the usual treatments. He explained that the group had tried to contact larger medical facilities, but lines of communication were sporadic. The citywide lockdown meant nobody could move freely, and the infected roamed everywhere. Even if researchers outside the city had better equipment, it would be nearly impossible to deliver samples. Everything was at a standstill. Despite the danger, some among this group felt that staying put was not an option. Medical supplies were running low, and none of them knew how long the boarded-up windows could hold if a large group of infected discovered their location. They needed more resources, and if possible, a path to coordinate with a larger hospital. I remembered hearing rumors about an official shelter near the east side of the city. The next day, after some deliberation, a plan took shape. A small team would attempt to reach that shelter, hoping to find advanced medical support for analyzing the virus. Ravi wanted to go, but also felt the need to remain at the clinic to continue his work. I volunteered to help scout the route, given that I had managed to traverse several blocks already. Celia insisted that I take at least one person with me. "You can't go alone. We need to watch each other's backs out there." So, we formed a group of 3. Myself, a local volunteer named Kara, and another survivor named Louis, who had once been part of an urban search and rescue team. We set out at dawn, hoping the early light would minimize any encounters. The city still felt eerie. Our path took us near the university, where tall campus buildings loomed on either side. The sound of our footsteps on the pavement reminded me of a quiet protest march in which I had once participated. Except now, there were no chants, no signs, only hushed whispers and watchful eyes. As we crossed a courtyard, we spotted a lone infected figure near a bench. Its clothing suggested it might have been a professor or a student only days before. We crouched behind a low wall, trying to see if it showed any heightened awareness. The figure was pacing in a small circle, pausing every so often to tilt its head and listen. We decided to avoid direct contact. Our group crept along a different route, weaving through the shadows cast by the morning light. Further along, we encountered a blocked intersection. 2 city buses had crashed, forming a makeshift barrier. We considered squeezing around them, but then we saw several more infected on the other side, moving between scattered vehicles. We chose a side street instead. As we navigated a narrow lane, we heard a muffled voice calling from an open window above. A face peered down at us, eyes filled with desperation. "I've been stuck here for days," the voice said. "Do you have any water?" Kara rummaged in her pack and pulled out a small bottle. She placed it on a ledge of a nearby dumpster and told the person to lower a rope or something similar. A makeshift line of cloth came down, and we secured the bottle to it. The stranger quickly hoisted it up, muttering words of relief. We asked if the building had more survivors, or if they knew anything about the rumored shelter. The response was vague. "No one here is uninfected but me. I'm too afraid to leave. The others, they changed on the first night." We tried to offer encouragement, suggesting that they barricade their door and consider joining us once the route was deemed safe. The stranger only replied, "I can't," and withdrew, closing the window. I could sense their fear, their reluctance to step outside. It was a testament to how quickly society had fractured. Eventually, we reached an area near the city's main park. Tall trees swayed in the breeze, and the manicured paths were littered with debris. At the far edge stood a large community center, which we believed might lead to the emergency shelter. As we moved closer, we heard subdued voices. We signaled one another to proceed carefully. In the parking lot behind the community center, we saw a small group. At first, I assumed they were survivors. Then I realized several of them moved in that slow but aware manner we had come to associate with advanced infected. One stood at the front, scanning the environment as though on guard duty. Another was methodically trying to open a locked service door. A third lingered near a set of metal dumpsters, occasionally tipping its head to listen for sounds. It was as if they were searching for something, and they appeared coordinated. I exchanged anxious glances with Cara and Luis. A confrontation with a large group of infected, especially ones displaying problem-solving behavior, was not something we were prepared for. We silently backed away, hoping to circle around and avoid detection. Then, without warning, one of them turned our way. Its eyes showed a flicker of recognition. It let out a sound, not a wild cry, but more like a firm exclamation. The others immediately paused their tasks. In unison, their heads pivoted toward us, and a tense standoff began. We had nowhere to run without making noise. The path behind us was blocked by low fences, and the only clear route was past the group in the parking lot. For a drawn-out moment, we all froze. One of the infected took a step forward. Luis raised his arms in a defensive stance, signaling for Cara and me to stay back. My mind raced with possible ways to defuse the situation, but it was impossible to know if they could understand, or if reason was entirely lost to the infection. The lead figure advanced a little more, making a low vocalization that almost sounded like a command. Another infected began to fan out to our right. We realized they were trying to corner us. Although we had no intention of violence, it was clear they considered us either intruders or prey. We had to act. Luis whispered for us to move back around the fence. I tried to keep my movements slow and calm, but one infected darted toward us in a sudden burst of speed. Cara sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision. We bolted in the opposite direction, weaving through the obstacles in the lot. I caught a glimpse of the infected scattering, each moving with purpose. We found a narrow gap between a fence and a parked truck. Squeezing through, we emerged onto a side street. The infected might have lost line of sight, but we could not be sure. With no time to linger, we pushed forward, adrenaline urging us to keep running until we reached the next block. Finally, we saw a sign for the emergency shelter. It was a high school gymnasium that the city had repurposed during disasters. The front entrance was fortified by metal barriers. Volunteers with reflective vests waved us forward after checking for signs of infection. We were ushered inside a wide open space filled with cots, supply tables, and anxious families. A few medics were present, attending to anyone who showed unusual symptoms. Cara gave a hurried report of what happened in the parking lot. One official took notes, frowning at every mention of organized infected. It seemed that although rumors were widespread, official acknowledgement was scarce. They thanked us for the information and suggested we rest. Inside the shelter, the tension was palpable. Whispers of missing loved ones circulated. People clutched phones that no longer had reliable signals. Others tried to contact relatives who might be holed up in distant neighborhoods. I looked around at the faces, searching for any sign of hope. The relief washed over me that we had found a place free from immediate danger. I could not ignore the lingering dread about what was happening outside. My first priority was to update Ravi and Celia. I found a volunteer at a makeshift communication station trying to maintain a short-range radio link with various pockets of survivors. The volunteer offered to put out a call to the clinic. Minutes passed as static filled the airwaves, punctuated by fragments of voices that were difficult to decipher. Finally, we heard Celia's voice. "The situation here is stable for now. We have a few new arrivals, but no advanced infected at the moment." We briefly informed her that we found the shelter and that it was operational. She mentioned Ravi's research was ongoing, though they lacked essential lab equipment. I relayed everything about the organized group of infected we had encountered and urged them to stay alert. Before the signal faded, Celia repeated a final request. If you can bring any additional medical tools or resources back, we can attempt to refine the tests for a cure. Resting on a bench near the shelter's entrance, I reflected on my predicament. My principles as a pacifist and environmental activist were being tested in a dire context. Part of me wanted to believe that these infected people, showing glimmers of cognition, could be saved. Another part acknowledged the immediate danger they posed to everyone else. I recalled the face of the first infected I encountered near my apartment, the way they seemed to mouth silent words. Something in that moment hinted at a lingering humanity that might still exist beneath the virus. If there was a chance to reach them, to treat them, then I felt duty-bound to pursue it. However, the citywide lockdown and the breakdown of basic infrastructure made it nearly impossible to coordinate such efforts without risking further harm. Early the next morning, as volunteers and survivors busied themselves with chores in the shelter, I slipped outside to gather my thoughts. The sun's light revealed a city still under siege. Even from a distance, I could see abandoned vehicles, empty windows, and the distant shapes of individuals moving between buildings. An older volunteer joined me. She had once worked as a community organizer, and in a hushed tone, she asked if I believed there was any way to negotiate with the infected. We spoke about the moral dimension of acknowledging that these were once ordinary citizens. Could a vaccine or treatment be discovered in time? Was there a path to reason with them? It struck me that if we truly believed in empathy and compassion, we had to try. Yet I also knew we had to protect ourselves and others. Any plan would require caution and expertise. That meant forging a connection between the shelter, the clinic, and any other pockets of survivors who were equipped to handle the scientific side of the crisis. Communication remained the greatest challenge. By midday, rumors spread that a group of volunteers was planning to reclaim a section of the city, clearing out infected where possible and establishing a secure corridor. The notion unsettled me. Although it sounded like it might bring stability, I worried about the means they might use, potentially harming infected who retained fragments of consciousness. I spoke up, reminding everyone that if there was a chance these individuals could be cured, any extreme measures might erase that possibility forever. The atmosphere grew tense. Some volunteers believed there was no hope and saw no alternative but to contain or eliminate threats to ensure public safety. Others expressed uncertainty, torn between ethical obligations and survival. In the end, it was decided that while the volunteers would set up fortifications, they would attempt non-lethal methods where possible, at least until more was understood about the infection. It was an uneasy compromise, but it was the best I could hope for, given the circumstances. I offered to help with anything that might reduce conflict. In response, they asked me to accompany a scouting team that aimed to map out places where infected tended to gather. Perhaps understanding their patterns would give us a chance to avoid large clashes. I spent the next hours traversing alleyways and side streets with a small group, staying in constant contact with the shelter via portable radios. We took notes on areas where we saw signs of multiple infected, markings on walls that seemed to indicate repeated attempts at entry, and places that might be suitable for setting up temporary safe houses. It was risky, but we managed to avoid direct encounters by staying out of sight whenever possible. One unexpected finding was that certain infected displayed territorial behavior. They lingered in specific locations, possibly places where they lived or worked before. This supported Ravi's theory that fragments of memory guided them. If so, there might be a window of communication yet to be discovered. We marked each observation on a large city map. Occasionally, we would spot small groups of survivors hurriedly crossing intersections. Most looked too frightened to communicate, dashing into abandoned buildings or sneaking into side streets. Our calls of greeting were rarely answered. Once our scouting mission concluded, I felt compelled to deliver the new data to the clinic. There was talk of sending a courier, but I volunteered to go myself, believing that I could answer any questions Ravi had regarding our findings. Though I had grown somewhat accustomed to navigating these uncertain streets, fear still clung to me at every turn. I set out with the map carefully stored in a waterproof folder. Along the way, I avoided major roads, slipping through residential blocks that had fewer infected. However, near an intersection, I heard what sounded like a group marching in unison. Curious and cautious, I peered around the corner. There, I spotted a formation of infected moving in a coordinated manner, led by one who seemed to be issuing soft vocalizations. It was an unsettling sight. This was more than a scattered crowd. It looked as if they were following a plan. I held my breath, pressing myself against a wall as they passed. When they were gone, I realized they were heading in the general direction of the clinic. Worried, I hurried forward, hoping to arrive before they did. Reaching the clinic, I alerted Celia and Ravi. They quickly secured entrances and informed the survivors inside of a potential threat. Together we peered out through the boarded windows, searching for any sign of the infected group. Minutes turned into an hour, and still they did not arrive. Perhaps they changed course, or maybe they sensed the building was fortified. In the lull, Ravi examined the map I brought. He was especially intrigued by the patterns we noted about certain infected, repeatedly returning to significant locations. "This could be the key," he said. "It means their brains haven't been completely erased. If we can isolate the part of the virus responsible for preserving memory, maybe we can find a countermeasure, or at least a way to stall the infection." His excitement was tempered by the realization that this would require advanced medical technology that neither he nor the clinic possessed. Yet, hope glimmered. There was something about his determination that reminded me why we fight for causes we believe in, even when the odds seem insurmountable. I offered to help in any way possible, whether it meant returning to the shelter to gather more resources or attempting to contact any larger research facility beyond the city. Celia mentioned hearing rumors of a mobile lab set up by a government task force somewhere near the old sports stadium, but nobody had confirmed it. It might be another false lead. Still, it was worth investigating. As I readied myself to leave, Ravi placed a hand on my shoulder and thanked me for holding on to my principles. He understood how challenging it was for a pacifist to navigate a world where a virus had turned neighbors into potential dangers. Yet, the lines were not as clear as people might think. If some infected could eventually be saved, it was our moral responsibility to try. Stepping back outside, I felt a mixture of unease and renewed resolve. The city might be locked down, but there were still threads of hope and collaboration weaving through the chaos. People like Celia, Ravi, and the volunteers at the shelter were doing everything they could. The crisis exposed the fragility of our world, but also highlighted our capacity to adapt and show compassion. Days would pass, and the lockdown would remain in effect. The virus continued to evolve, and the presence of organized, possibly intelligent zombies spread fear. But in that fear, small pockets of survivors worked tirelessly to find solutions that did not compromise their humanity. The path was unclear, and success was not guaranteed. Still, whenever I encountered an infected who seemed to pause, as though recalling a piece of their past, I felt a faint sense of optimism. Perhaps there was a chance that we could bridge the gap between what they had become and who they once were. It would require empathy, caution, and scientific breakthroughs we had yet to discover. For now, the city stands in uneasy silence, with each day a test of resourcefulness and moral fortitude. Although we do not know how or when this crisis will end, we carry on with the firm belief that every life, even one touched by the virus, might hold a spark worth saving. This is what drives us forward, an unwavering commitment to protect what remains of our world, and the hope that someday we can restore those lost to the infection. That's all for now. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more unsettling creepypastas. Your support keeps my channel alive. Until next time, stay quiet, stay vigilant, and trust nothing, not even the silence.